Now, I'm not going to share just now screen, and I'm not going to do my presentation. I'll do that sometime in the middle after the first main session speaker has done it. But I would like to introduce to you a very dynamic officer from Indian Air Force who's now making a big name in herself, Deepti Kalaji, outside also in the civil society. And she has had a very glorious career in the Indian Air Force and has been awarded with Best All-Rounder Trophy from Air Force Technical College, which we call as AFTC. And she has been commended by AOC&C Western Air Command for her devotion to duty, and WSC AOC&C's trophy for first in the order of merit for being the first lady officer of technical branch trained for a mobile radar. So now I'm very scared of technical people. They find out every possible fault in me. So she's been a great leader there also. She's a proud participant of Republic Day Parade for first women, all women contingent, and also in J&K flood relief operations. She's been awarded with Nari Shakti Samman by IEUF 2020 and has achieved many laurels at every stage in life. Now she's a coach to 10 lakh ambitious individuals. That's her dream, and dream of the women is what we are going to understand. Remember last time when we were talking of Kusumji's question, which said that how are women leaders different, you know? So I have requested her, she's going to answer this question today, how women leaders lead and what are the traits required for the women leaders too. I will not waste your time as it is exactly going to be now time for her to come on. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much, sir, for the warm welcome, for the kind words that you have used for me. And thank you so much, people, for greeting. I'm seeing your chats here on the side. It's a great, great privilege. And I thank Behel sir especially and the team of Center of Excellence for having me here. And you know, when sir asked me about this topic, that Deepti, you have to speak on this topic. So before starting, you know, I would request if some of you can switch. Yeah, now I can see some faces because, you know, the sweet or the nice taste of your lunches is still there in your mouth, and I can sense it by your expressions. So it's great to see these smiles because I'm very, very, you know, kind of person. Being a coach, energy is something which I you know, give to people and I derive in myself. So I would like to see the faces of everybody and a big smile also. Okay, even in this pandemic, it's very, very important for all of us to keep a smile. Like, you know, Behel sir always has a beautiful smile on his face. So in military, you know, whenever a difficult task is there, so the senior officers, you know, they generally do not give it to another senior officers because, you know, they have had their kind of experience. Then they'll pick out the junior officers, and that's how Behel sir thought that let me become a squadron leader and give out this task of the most controversial topic of women leadership. And I am so thankful to you, Behel sir. Jokes aside, that, you know, it's a very though it's a controversial topic, yet I'm proud that being part of military and now in the civil domain, I'll try and do the best of justice which I can do for this. And also the part which you have done, sir, that you have you know, asked me to collaborate these two things, me being India's first certified dream coach. Now we have to combine the two things, that is the dream and, you know, women leadership. So thank you so much. And before going ahead, I would request if some of you can just have your fingers on the keyboard. And you know, yesterday I wrote some lines on women, which are pretty you know, rhyming to each other. So I would take your permission if I may, you know, start with those lines. So you may write yes, yes, if you are okay with me. Yes, I can see thumbs up of Shailesh ji. Yes, I can see Apurva ji also giving me go ahead. Thank you so much. Very kind of all of you. So the lines, I'm not a poet, but yet these lines came to my mind and I thought to share them with everybody. She is a woman. In morning, she spreads the linen. Then she goes to the kitchen. She makes the home a heaven. One day, she got a chance that was given. She felt very driven, as she had kept her dreams hidden. Initially, she started flying like a chicken. Then she took charge of her division. Then she beat the competition, which got her recognition without any opposition. And now she is happily following her mission without with the courage along her linen kitchen and heaven. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shailesh ji. Thank you, Sanjay ji. So it's like, women, though they are at the leadership positions, yet they will continue with their kitchen linen and their home a heaven. Because at these times, I remember the lines of Indra Nui ji, the first Indian woman to be the CEO of PepsiCo, that her whenever she would be back from her office, her mother would always tell her that you keep your crown of CEO aside and go and get the milk. So so that's the beauty of being a woman. And to start with my presentation, I would share my presentation, and I would also like to share that to collaborate dreams with women leadership, I put across a Google form to my fellow team members in my friend circle. And I did this survey to understand the psychology of men and women as far as dreams are concerned for each other and for themselves. And the survey says most of the men, they want a house, they want a lot of money. So everybody's got a smile after seeing this money there. And they want good education for their children. They want Lamborghini also. But when, in the last question, that's the most interesting part, that in the last question it was asked that, are you ready to give up your career for your wife? I mean, it was mostly done by the married people. So those of you who are not married, please do not mind this. So most of the answers was maybe I'll try and adjust. Most of the answer, 90% of the men said that if it is about the career of my wife, then I might take a decision depending on the situation that I would sacrifice my career or not. But when it came to the woman's side, she gave priority to her husband, the children, a peaceful family. And at the last, there were very few women who wanted to, give that yes, they want to be something in their career and they want to, take credit. And most of the answers, 90% of the answers for giving up the choice, if it is given that they want to give up the career, their own career for their husband's career, so they said yes. Okay. So we'll understand this psychology, we'll relate it to the leadership, that how this psychology is affecting the mindset and how, women in the leadership roles have to undergo circumstances wherein these things play in your mind, right? In fact, Behel sir in the morning also filled this form and his answer was also maybe. So, so leadership, the leadership word itself is little masculine, because see, when there was in a university, one lady was addressing, and she was addressing people of around 800 strength, and she asked a question that there was a riddle which was asked, that there was a woman whose husband and son were driving in a car, and unfortunately they meet a tragic accident. Now both of them, the husband and the son, were taken to the hospital, and unfortunately the husband dies at the hospital. However, the son is to be operated upon. Now the hospital staff calls the surgeon to operate upon the son, and as the surgeon arrives for the operation, the surgeon says, "Oh no, I cannot do it. It's my son." So if the husband has already died, so who is surgeon who is saying that, I cannot do it? He's my son. If you have any answers, you can put upon in the chat.
Mother.
Yes. Yes. So in this meeting, in the addressing, what came out to be was that unconsciously, I mean, now after giving it a thought, it's okay that we get the answer. But unconsciously, people agreed that 75% of the people had thought that maybe it's the son is the son of a boyfriend of that lady, or maybe then they were still questioning themselves that who would be this, who would be this. But then the surgeon is a lady. So unconsciously, our thought of relating the word surgeon goes to a masculine part, that yes, the surgeon would be a male. And that's how is the word leadership, even when if it is asked to me also. So the first thought which will come to my mind as a leader, if tomorrow I have a meeting with a leader, with a CEO, so unconsciously the thought will be that, yeah, it must be a tall, handsome, fair guy, would be there, well dressed. No, rarely would the thought of meeting a lady CEO would come to the mind. So that's how it has it this the leadership word, or the leader word itself, has a mental model attached to it in our society. And to prove it, there was a multi-institutional study which was done amongst various universities and colleges in America, and it asked only two questions to the girls and boys there. The first question was that they were given certain qualities which a leader has, like collaboration, communication, vision, sharing, encouraging. So they were asked that how much of these qualities these women or men, or the girls and the boys, are using in their day-to-day lives. How much of these qualities are they using? And the result was absolutely amazing, that women or the girls were using these qualities in their day-to-day life 30% more than boys. Taking along everybody, and having a vision, sharing, serving. So now the second question was, of the most importance, because it opens up the eyes of people who listen to this. So the second part was that how much do you feel confident of becoming a leader in future? And the answer was, the outcome was 50% of the girls were found to be lacking self-confidence to become a CEO or at a leadership position when they grow up. However, the boys who were already using these qualities less than girls were 50% more confident that yes, in future I will certainly become a leader, or at a CEO position, or at an expert position. So you see that the self-confidence, though women are using these qualities in day-to-day life, yet they were not very confident of gaining those leadership positions in future. And that's how a term called leadership efficacy came into picture, which says it is your ability to believe in yourself, that how much would you succeed when you become a leader. And that is what is happening with job application criteria also. Now, when a man has to apply for a job, he doesn't have to think too much about it. He'll only think about, how is my pay package? Is it my industry or not? How much is my growth? But when a woman applies for it, she has to think about hundreds of things. Would she get enough of leave to take care of child? what are the timings? Are the timings suiting for my family or not? So in fact, I am the live example for this. So while I was in the military, when I was on family way with my first child, I was absolutely medically and physically fit. And that's how I continued my work, day-to-day work, till the last time. And unfortunately, what happened was that in the 8th month itself, I had to deliver a preterm baby from the office. I delivered my baby while in uniform. And after that, after the operation was done, the doctor suggested that I should have rested. And she also suggested to the other lady officers who were on the same way that you should take rest. So that was the time when I decided that, yes, this is genuine point and we shall take rest. So now that as I speak to you, in fact, today, I am 27 weeks pregnant. And I was on a job when I left the military. And then, recently, now I have quit my job. Why? Because this point is basically to make you understand that this organization wanted me to be physically available at the workplace, even in this pandemic, or while, considering my situation. So having had such experience already that, I had to deliver a preterm baby, I decided that I would not like to continue with my job now and I had to quit. So we have to think overall. It is not that today when my husband has to go out for a outstation duty, it's easy for him. He will only tell me that this is the date I'm going and I'll be packing my bags and I'll go. But when it comes to us, so we have to think about 100 things. Whether somebody would be there with my children, how would my husband get food, and all those circumstances, if I have a family support and all. So it's a total situation based thing rather than, and it's a reality also, we'll come to that how is it related to, and continuing that journey, even the facts also say that, Google says that as on May 2020, only 37 of Fortune 500 companies have women CEOs. I've not written down the percentage considering that most of you are CAs and from the finance background. You would calculate the percentage, faster than the computer. And even in the Indian military, the women officers were commissioned firstly in 1991, and it took 25 years for us to realize that we can also fly jets. Okay. So now, having known about the facts, the situation, what is existing, you people have been learning a lot about leadership and would be continue to learn about leadership. So my aspect here is not to make you understand about leadership. However, I have jotted down some points in leadership, which if we consciously see that how are we doing it in our day-to-day life, like the multi-institutional study. So L stands for lead by example. Lead by example. A woman, by default, she is leading by example, even be it in a family or otherwise. We have seen examples wherein women have shown enough of resilience in their life. Their husband were martyred at the LOC and now they have become army officers or Air Force officers. So the kind of pain which they have gone through, yet, they have taken that decision. They encourage everybody. It's on regular basis. When we are young, so we encourage our own friends. When we get married, we encourage our children, our husband to do good in their career, right? So that journey of encouragement continues. I would request the male participants to think about these for themselves, that how have they been continuing with these examples in their life. Appreciate diversity. Appreciating everybody. It's not that if I belong to the southern part of India, I would only appreciate those people who belong to that area. In fact, diversity in all aspects. Right? D is for develop people's potential. They are already doing it, isn't it? Enable and empower. So we are enabling, we are empowering our counterparts. There are a lot of examples from where we can learn the kind of hardships a woman goes when her husband is no more, or she is thrown into a circumstance where there is no earning, but then still there are other women who would come forward and help them. They will empower them. Be a realist. Whatever is happening is okay, but what is the reality, and let us act to the reality. Serve. It's a major part. You cannot become a leader until unless you're serving others. Help when necessary. So a woman, when she sees that another woman is in pain, or in fact rather anybody in the family, even if is in pain, she's always ready to help out throughout her life. It's not that for a certain period it would be there. Throughout her life, these qualities in her are already there. She's somewhere or the other doing the leadership quality she's showing. Inspire a shared vision. Inspire a shared vision. So collaborate. It's not that only her idea would be there, which shall be heard by everybody. Let's have a shared vision and inspire that, and progress with that. And the P is for process challenger. Even if the society, my parents said that don't join the military, don't join the military. But then I challenged the process that no, this is my dream. I have to do it. Let me do it. Come what may. Okay. So having now understood leadership and how we are applying it in our day-to-day life, so what comes out is it's very, very important for all of us to understand. Very important. Leadership in itself is just an attribute of a behavior. It can be a woman, it cannot be a woman, it can be a male. It has certain qualities which we have already seen, and it is situational based. Today, a girl might show, a woman in the corporate sector might show some leadership qualities based on that situation. Tomorrow, a man would do that. So leadership in itself does not have anything to do with men or women. It can be anybody. It is just that our unconscious bias, like the surgeon, has gone towards the male fraternity. And also, including the reality of a woman, what she goes through. So having said that, I would like to give you one example. So I was at Jammu, and the mobile technical radar which sir talked about, this is the story of that time. And we were having a single radar there on which we were two officers in the unit. This is me during the Republic Day parade. And so both of us were not trained on this radar, and all of those officers who were trained, they were pretty senior and they were posted out. So now a signal came that one officer of the unit has to get trained on this particular radar. Now till date, there was no other lady officer who got trained in this radar, because it's a mobile radar. We have to go to far-flung places and all that. And there was this, respected officer there with me. And this was the month of July. Now by then, I had availed, I think, only 10 days of leave. And this fellow officer had not availed any leave, and he had planned his leave that time. From the time the course was to start, he had planned his leave. So my boss asked that now what is the way out? I mean, there has not been a lady officer who has gone through this course. So now maybe, you can go. But he was adamant that it's been already 6 months. I have to go on leave. I have to meet my parents. I have to meet my family. So I took a decision that let it be, even if, if air headquarters do not have a problem in getting me trained, I do not have a problem, and let me go for the course. So I went for the course, and it was an amazing opportunity for me, because this is what happened next. I stood in the first in the order of merit in that course. And this, so it is a situation based, this that was just a situation. Thank you so much, Shankar sir. Narayan sir, I could see your claps. And it was just a situation wherein I had to show my qualities, that being a military does not matter, being a man or woman. If I have to go and fight on the LOC, let it be. This for what I have adorned the best uniform of the country. And this gentleman had his own priorities, that yes, it's been 6 months, he's not been able to go and meet his family, and that's what he felt and did. Right. So it is proved now that it is a situation based scenario as far as leadership is concerned. Now, understanding the issue with what is happening in the female counterparts, with the female counterparts, and why every time this leadership or woman in the corporate sector or otherwise also it becomes an issue. So there is a reality which exists, and there is one dream which we all of us have. Okay, and we have to just find out a way in between. So what was the old reality? We have to first understand the old reality. Dream is very clear that we want to be at the leadership positions. But what was the old reality? Old reality usually was more of patriarchal sites, wherein, the history also had it. I mean, it's been there for ages that women have been left at home and men have been going out and earning, and women have been taking care of the family. Right. The truth is also that men cannot bear a child. Be it fortunate or unfortunate, it is the nature's law which is there, which is sacrosanct. We cannot change it. We are a little more on the emotional side. Maybe it could be a gift of God, or you can relate it to the hormones or anything. But then bearing a child for 9 months in your stomach, of course, will generate enough kind of emotions for your family. Right. The education was not that everybody, in fact, earlier it was much less, but now also it is less. When you go to far-flung areas in your villages and everywhere, people, hardly just to pass the time that the daughter becomes eligible for a marriage, they would send her to school. Otherwise, there is no motive behind it that yes, we want our daughter to. The scenario is little changing, but then it is like changed to an extent wherein we cannot quote it. And of course, everything is passed from father to son, father to son, father to son. Right. But these days, what are the issues? What is the new reality which we face as women? The new reality is about the thought process. That what is the woman's natural instinct? The woman's natural instinct is about being a feminine, being little softer side, has emotions, is touchy, gets hurt very easily, or she is not able to hold her emotions, the way men does. And what is men's natural instinct? Of course, on the stronger side, yes, they can, they can hold on their emotions. They're not very, they are not as attached as the women are to their family, or they care. And that's what our surveys has also shown. Women are always ready to give up, but men are not ready to give up, because that unconsciously, that thing has come into our mind that we are the head of the family. Right. And what is the leader's instinct now? We have seen that leader's instinct, like the surgeon's instinct, is all towards male, the masculine side. Right? Unconsciously, it is there in our mind. So what is the real issue? The real issue which women face is the inner barriers and the outer barriers. The inner barriers, see, the multi-institutional study, it said very clearly that women, they are using these qualities very generally in their life, yet they were not very confident of becoming a leader in the future. So that self-confidence is not there. The internal fear is there, whether I would be able to do it or not. Would I be able to, stand to somebody's expectations or not? If my boss is expecting this, would I be able to do it or not? Right. So in fact, when I quit this job, people were appreciating me that, oh, I mean, such a nice thought she had. She's leaving before taking the maternity leave. Otherwise, women think of on the other side, okay, the time has come, take 6 months leave, then take the salary and enjoy. But then my thought process was something different. My thought process was that, having already had a difficult time, and unnecessary, why to give a chance in this pandemic to another child which I am bearing? So why to unnecessarily take that risk? Let us put our feet back, and it is time for me to, maybe for another 1 year, I can give this time to my family. So those psychological things are already there in our mind, right? But what people are perceiving is, they are perceiving it as more of a monetary benefit, that yes, we are saved from the lakhs of rupees which we would have paid, while the officer is not working with us. And the outer barriers, of course, we cannot deny it. We are from, a well-educated family. We understand that ladies do have physical security issues. You cannot expect a woman to go into the bus in the nights at 11 or after 8 o'clock. Even for our daughters also, we get worried. We get worried for our sisters. So these physical challenges, that yes, this, if it's about the maternity time, yes, the lady would have those physical challenges. You cannot expect her to, do what other people of her peer group are doing. So these are the actual real issues, and let us understand, and not only understand, let us accept them as, because the girl and the boy, both are species, human species, gifted by God. And these are very normal things. The internal barriers are something which are drawn because of the history, the time we have been evolving, how we have, the kind of education we are giving to our children. If a husband is only doing office work, that is what is seen by the children in the family also. That yes, my mother goes to the kitchen, my father goes to the office. So this is given by us. So let us not blame anybody for this. The outer barriers is again our society. It is we who are posing threat, and the physical challenge is one which is out of our control, right? So now, having understood what leadership is, what the statistics says, what is the real problem, we got to see what is the solution way ahead. Instead of work hard is already there. I mean, if you again I take the statistics, it will be very difficult, and I'm sure that all of you would know that the kind of pressure a working woman or the woman has at home is way more than people who are going out and working for the job. So working hard is not the solution. Working smart is the solution for women, right? So how do we work smart? We work smart by being aware of our own unconscious bias and limitations. Let us not claim that, today I cannot become a superwoman today, that in the 9th month itself I would also travel in the bus. Let the pandemic be there. I do not care. I am a superwoman. I have to prove. No, these are your limitations. Please understand and accept them beautifully with lot of respect. Okay. And related to yourself, not what others are thinking. Develop self-confidence. Maybe the 1 year you might have to take break. Maybe there is a difficult time in your family. Maybe right now the children needs you, but then the time will come wherein you would be getting a full chance to fulfill your dreams. If you want to be a leader at leadership positions, you would get a chance. Life is not going anywhere. So develop that self-confidence. Measure the outputs then inputs. So what we have been doing generally is, as women, that whether the company has those kind of leave policy, whether would I be able to give time to my family. So we are already measuring the inputs, and what this does is, we are already holding our own way of moving towards the leadership positions. Why? Because to cater for all our requirements, we would go to a company which might not would give us the chance which maybe a better company or organization would give us. So we are measuring the inputs first and then the outputs, but we shall measure the outputs first and then the inputs. Stay inspired and have a role model. It gives you a lot of way out whenever you are in difficult circumstances, where if you have a role model, that how this person would have behaved in this situation, right? So I personally have my role model as Priyanka Chopra. The kind of bold decisions she makes, the kind of struggle she had, and the kind of breaking of glass ceiling she always does. She doesn't care about who thinks what about myself or herself. So that's what mindset I also put across, that it does not matter what everybody is thinking about. Right now my family, of course, is not liking me doing everything in the 7 month. Right now I'm giving this speech, I'm attending seminars, I'm having clients. So they are saying that, come, sit, relax. And I say, no, if I'm able to do it, let me do it. By the time the right time would come, I would, of course, be on the bed resting. A mentor will always keep you on track. Women out there, please listen to this. It's very important to have a mentor. In fact, this point is very legible for everybody. As a coach, I can tell I have 2 mentors right now. Tony Robbins, people, I mean, the best on the planets also have their mentors with them. They keep you on track. So role model is somebody whom you can, assume you never meet him. I mean, you're not planned to meet your role model, but then for a mentor, you have met him. He or she is interacting with you quarterly, monthly, and is keeping a track on your performance, so that if there are difficult times in your life wherein you are not inspired or motivated enough to continue on your success journey, your mentor will keep you on track for that. Develop strong networks. Now this is a very important point. What happens generally, what is in practical, what happens that whenever there is to be a seminar or networking thing wherein we have to collaborate with people, we generally push away ourselves, that no, this is the time I've got after the office, so let me give it to my family. No, I cannot go and attend. But for a success ladder, all of you would know that how important it is to have stronger networks. It is a kind of foundation. And get comfortable in I rather than we. Take yourself as your priority and stay true to your values. It's very, very important. What is your true value? Find out an organization which is aligning with your true values. Not that, keeping everything in place, you will see that this is the company which I should join. What is your true value? If your value says that you should join this designation at Amazon, come what may, you better join that. And if the values are aligned, there would be no organization in this world who would not appreciate or recognize your efforts. This is my personal guarantee. And look after yourself. That's a very, very priority kind of thing. I mean, it is now, there are certain things which we cannot change in life. Okay. So it's better that we start to look after ourselves now. Counsel and rise together. When you have risen, take care that the people around you are also rising with you. It's not that, you are on the success ladder on your own and forgetting about others. So it's very important that we rise together. And there's a very, very beautiful quote which I had seen long years back, but while I was preparing for this presentation, I thought that I must find out, and it took 5 minutes for me to find out this quote. And this is by William Golding. He is a Nobel Prize winner in the field of literature. So women, I mean, please hear this out. I think women are foolish to pretend they are equal to men. They are far superior and have always been. So, just look at this and have that kind of self-confidence, which you sometimes lose. Okay. And for the male counterparts, I would say that this is nothing to demean you, but then it is a thing which women shall, inculcate in themselves and always have that kind of fearless and, courageous behavior in themselves. And now it's time for us to convert his dream or her dream into our dream. Isn't it? So Ritesh ji, you can say yes like this. Apurva ji can also do like this. Yes, this is the time wherein we have to convert his or her dream into our dream. Let us give those wings, beautiful wings to our women. Let us once ask them that what do you want in life? Do you aspire for a career? Do you aspire for this? Shall I step back a little bit for you? So small little examples, if we will set, then I'm sure the society in itself would bloom, and we will leave very nice examples for our society, the next generation. And before closing, I have only 2 points to tell you that are very, very important. If you are holding an organization, if you are owner of an organization, please see this, that according to McKinsey, the most gender diverse companies get 21% more above average profitability than others who do not have. Right? So because it will be both have their own gifts, be it women or men, both have their own gifts. And it is like, when we combine those gifts, of course, the results would be, amazing. And for women, I would say, be the change you want to see. As Mahatma Gandhi said that if you want to be at leadership position, forget about the circumstances, because what does a leader do? A leader does not come to the circumstances. He or she creates their own circumstances and shows that he is a leader or she is a leader. That's what we have to do. We cannot change some things, or there's no point also cribbing about those situations. So let us keep that all in mind and look forward to our success journey. Discuss it with people, discuss it with our partners. This is my aim. This is how I look forward to my career, and not to look or lose that self-confidence that the society thinks something else. Do what your true value says or asks you to do. For now, thank you so much. Enjoy your day ahead. Thank you so much for listening. And I'm open to questions if you may have. But I had an amazing time talking to all of you. And I could see some smiles also and some yawns also. And I'm sure that this is I asked sir that, what is the time, sir? Is it after the lunch or before the lunch? Thank you so much.
Yeah, if you could stop sharing, then I'll quickly
Yes,
get
sir,
into.
I'll do that, sir. I'll do that.
Okay. Any one question if somebody wants to ask, because we still have about 2 minutes.
Sir, there is a question by C.A. Bharat Mittal, that if you could throw some light on term dream coach. So may I have your permission, sir?
Yeah, please.
Sir, so dream coaching, actually, Mr. Mittal, the thing is that since childhood, I had my own struggles. I have broad lips, I have broad nose. So my family would always tell me that, she's the ugliest child of the family. And, and later on, I'll tell you, this is a real story. You won't believe it, sir. But it happened. We were in a unit and there was a game played there wherein people would cut the eyes and all that of actors and actresses, and we were to guess who the actor or actress is. So there was this picture there which only had lips, and everybody said Deepti, it's Deepti. Somebody with such broad lips would be only Deepti. But then when it was uncovered, it was Priyanka Chopra. So that gave me so much of confidence that, oh no, I do look beautiful. So whatever dreams I had, I have been, I've got the courage, and by support of everybody around, I could achieve all my dreams. I have nationals. I got into forces. Then I got the best all rounder. Then I stood best in the order of merit. RD parade was somewhere in my dream. I did that also. And then I've been teaching the underprivileged for the past 15 years. So whatever I wished for, I have achieved it. So that's how dream was a very word which was very near and dear to me. And I started searching for it, that how can I become a coach for the dreams of others, give life to dreams of others. And that's how I fell into this coaching, and my mentor is respected Marsha Weeder. She's America's #1 dream coach, and I got trained under her. And I now help others. If they do not have dream, I make them have dreams. Realize them that they do have dream. They have not realized it as yet. And if somebody has dream but is very busy in day-to-day hustle and has not been able to achieve that dream, so I coach them to achieve that, give them a strategy, a set of tools which they can actually apply in their life and reach their destination. So dream is a beautiful part of the journey called life, and everybody should have it. That's it. That's Mr. Mittal. I hope I've answered you. And somebody has asked about my poem. I would certainly share it with Behel sir. Behel sir, I would request if you can put across this poem to everybody, because there are people who are asking about it. They want to read this poem to their daughters and wives.
Great, I'll do that. And so nice, Deepthi, to see you here. And I mean, after a long time, the Air Force has brought us together. And
Yes.
you were a great officer when you were in the Air Force. You led from the front. I didn't find you any different from men officers. In fact, your initiative was a very high initiative, and it is a privilege to listen to you here. And
Thank you
it's a
so much, sir.
privilege. The men you had commanded in your time, it must be a privilege for them also. And we will keep having you here. And may God bless you always. And may your second child be even more naughtier than the first one.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So there's another question by Srini. We usually give the task that requires stretching beyond normal business hours to guys so that women don't have to stay late hours. My HR head keep telling me what you do it wrong. They can take those challenges. I mean, if I'm able to understand it correctly, it is related to women that, of course, when it is beyond some particular hours, we give those tasks to men because
Yeah.
they can stretch their late hours. And the HR tells what?
Yeah, I'll explain in brief. So we work for an MNC. Some tasks come in the late hours in the evening, right? So somebody has to sit back and do sometimes up to 9 p.m., 10 p.m. and all. I always give those tasks to the guys so that women employees, they can leave as per their regular working hours.
Yes, yes.
So my HR head, who is a woman, and I very closely worked with her 7 years in the organization. And she keeps challenging me, what you are doing is wrong. You cannot do that. If they cannot do that is a different story, but you don't make it a habit, and they can take the challenges and they can do the work. And somehow I have a different view. Or it doesn't mean only people stretch beyond normal working hours only will grow, and I don't want them to trouble, and let them work for more years than more hours is my view. I mean, I'm just still, this is always a puzzle for me, which one is the right option.
So very, very beautiful question, Mr. Srini, you have asked. So, there are two things in this. First is, if you're accepting that you do not have a mental bias in terms of when you are looking forward to their promotion,
No, in fact, I hired also more than 50% of people I hired are women. But total team is not. I mean, total team, by the time I joined, there is no woman employee in my team.
So as far as you have, in fact, rather you have put an example, a very good example in front of the society. Make your HR understand that if it is not related to anybody's, judging the capabilities of him or her, it is only about, that is what I said. Please understand the situation. As women also, we are stretching our limits beyond our capabilities unnecessarily to prove others. So if it is very clear that Mr. Srini does not have a mental bias, so let your HR understand that Miss HR, I do not have a mental bias for this, but then this is what situation demands for a woman. She has to be at home, looking after her family, to look after her children. So let them go. And also what you can do, Mr. Srini, is to take a note that those women who are not yet married, most of the responsibilities come after marriage. Let us be honest to this. And if the parents are not ailing or something like that, so you can still make an option to look, choose those kind of women who are ready to do this.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for
it. So I hope I have answered it.
Yeah, sure.
Thank
Thank
you,
you so
Deepti
much.
ji. Very nice to have you here. Great. And now it's also the time. And it was nice. And it was a very frank exposition that you did. So you didn't spare the men at all. at, this, at the same time, you put across the point so beautifully that
Thank you so much,
actually,
sir.
if we take care of a few insecurities of the women, they can be very good productive members of our society. And the
Yes, sir.
time is changing, the thinking is changing. Women are
Yes.
shouldering more and more responsibility.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. And
Thank you so much, sir.
basic leadership traits are the same. So
Same.
this is embedded. Right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Now we
Thank you
have
so
a
much, sir.
thank you. We have a K. Srinivas Rao. He's actually a friend of mine, and more than mine, he's a friend of Daya sir's. And through him I met, but we have been having very long chats on phone, and he calls me chief because though I've never been chief of the Air Force, but he calls me chief. And he's the human capital strategist. He's a passionate researcher. His expertise is in human capital value chain, and he's worked both as internal staff and external consultant. His expertise is in core HR areas. He's been doing leadership development, performance management, change management, and he's authored many books. He's a managing partner at The Strategist, and basically he looks after the role of all core roles of HR, whether it is in team building, whether it is in employee engagement, whether it is leadership development. And he has made such a name for himself that people today call him the strategist. So I will not waste any time, sir. You have the stage, and I have made you the co-host also.
Thank you very much, Chief. So, Chief is because you are the boss of this program and many other things. So,
Okay.
good afternoon, good afternoon, everybody, and good to be here. And thanks, Deepti, for such lovely session. I couldn't attend the whole one, but I was listening for the last 15 minutes. And it's always a very difficult topic she handled. You know, the topic that I'm handling is pretty easy. Whenever we talk about masculine, feminine in India, there are a lot of biases that come in. So good that she handled it so sensitively. And what we intend to do is we'll basically address three topics in the next 2 hours. Number one, we will talk about understanding why people come to work and how people come to work. Then we will understand what is engagement all about as part of it. The second topic we'll understand is the new generation at workplace, which is basically what we call as the millennials. And the third one is Deepti touched upon briefly on the coaching aspect. We will touch upon the skill will grid, which is a very useful technique for all of us as leaders. How do we manage people? And how there are different sets of people who require different kinds of attention, and how do we go about and do that. Needless to say, my sessions are typically built or designed in a way for interaction. So whatever thoughts you have, please put it in the chat box. Don't wait till the end of it. I always believe when you have a question, just shoot it and get it answered so that your mind is free to pick new things. So whatever you have, please keep shooting in the chat box, and we'll try to attempt sharing whatever I can know about. So I will share the deck, and there are one or two quizzes also I have incorporated just to ensure that we have some excitement in our life. I will not keep it in the full slide mode, so please pardon me for that, because I operate from a MacBook, and the moment I put it in full slide mode in MacBook, Zoom takes away all the controls. So I will keep it as it is, and please bear with me. So to start with, whenever we talk about people at work, so what makes it business? And we've all, whoever has done economics would have gone through this theory. There are four ends that make business, which is nothing but man, machine, material, and money. The interesting aspect is when we look at machine, money, and material, you'll realize that they all work with specific contracts. In the sense, if I go to a bank and I take a loan and it says it will charge 8% or 10%, it will charge 8% or 12%, irrespective of the fact that today is a Saturday afternoon or tomorrow is a Sunday morning. It doesn't matter. The same is with a machine. If it is producing 1,000 units per unit, it will produce 1,000 units per unit. It doesn't matter whether it is Saturday afternoon or a Sunday morning or a Monday morning. But the interesting aspect is when you look at a human being or when you look at man, you will realize everything with man doesn't work only with the element of what we call as the physical contracts. So the physical contract says that Srini has to be excited, Srini has to be motivated every day of the day job, because there is a contract signed between Srini and the company saying 9 to 5, we need to work. But it doesn't work like that. Srini's mood on a Saturday afternoon will be very different from a Sunday morning. Monday morning, he will have Monday morning blues. Thursday, he will have weekend blues. God knows all kinds of blues he'll have. And that is the first important thing that we need to understand when we are dealing with this element called man. When we look at man, it is not only the physical contracts that come into play, but there is also an element of psychological contract. And many of us as leaders miss this. And many of us as leaders get very surprised to go back and say, yaar isko roz kyun kuch karna padta hai? Isko roz kyun ped pe chadana padta hai? Why can't this fellow understand that when he's been told something, he has to do it? There are many of us who will also go back and say, "Aapne offer letter nahi dekha kya? Usme likha hua hai aapko ye karna hai." And people will go back and say, "Theek hai, I will do it now." But where does it say that I have to do it now only? I can do it tomorrow also. And with all those elements that you will realize, it becomes difficult to understand why is this person behaving in a particular fashion. So what we will try to understand for the next few minutes is to understand this whole concept of psychological contracts. So whenever you're interacting with a person in your team, please understand that your reference of physical contract is not so important as much as psychological contracts. Whereas with the other three elements of business, whether it is money, material, or machine, it is physical contracts that come into play. So if there is an AMC written says once in a year you'll have to do an AMC, you have to do an AMC there once in a year. But with a man, there is no contract written where you have to do AMC, but you realize that you have to do AMC with your team members probably every month. Every month you have to take them to a drinks party and have a gossip and have a chat, and that is nothing but your AMC. You stop doing that AMC and then you suddenly start realizing this is the machine, man is going off the track. And that is what it is all about. So how do you go back and build psychological contracts is the whole question. So let's quickly understand what are psychological contracts. Psychological contracts is nothing but basically going back and building an emotional bond with your team members where you mutually respect each other. So the person is more than for the company, he's more than anything is working for you or believes in you as a leader. So irrespective of the fact which company we represent, which brand we represent, he is in love with you because you are a good boss or you are a great leader. And that is where the psychological contract works for. So in short, it is nothing but friends for life. So will this person be there with you throughout his life, irrespective of the fact whether you give him promotion, whether you give him increment, whether you send him to the next training program or whatever it is. Irrespective of the fact whether you call him on a Saturday or a Sunday or you meet him in a mall or you meet him in office, if the mutual respect is going to be high, that means then we build a psychological contract. And this is what we have to strive for. One of the big things that we have to learn as leaders is that aspect. If you really want your people to follow you, if you really want your people to admire you, that will only happen if you build the psychological contracts with them. And this is what some of the great leaders have done over the years, if you've seen. They have this charisma, they have this amazing power with themselves that they do. So what is the difference between these two? Very simple. If you look at physical contracts operate at a very rational level. They're very logical. They're very rational driven. Whereas psychological contracts, you will see they are very emotional driven. Physical contracts will only deliver as signed off. So if you look at the physical contract which says I will deliver to you XYZ, I'll only deliver you XYZ. But in psychological contract, you will realize you are always delivered XYZ plus. क्यों? क्योंकि बस आप दिल आ गया तो कर दिया. So you may ask the employee to do only X, Y, Z, but you'll realize he's doing a lot of value additions. Why? Because he's in love with you, he admires you, he respects you. And that's the beauty of psychological contracts. So you will realize that all of us operate in the same ecosystem. Say, for example, if I take airlines, whether it is Air India, whether it is SpiceJet, or whether it is Indigo, they land at the same airports, they are paying the same fuel price, they are paying the same airport charges to Airport Authority of India, they are leasing the aircraft from the same Boeing and the Airbuses. Then why is it that Indigo is able to report profit after year, quarter after quarter, and Air India and others are not? Because somewhere, if you look at, the Indigo has been successfully able to build psychological contracts where people are doing more than what is required. And that's why you will find that cabin crew of Indigo runs faster every time to serve you. At Air India, they take their own sweet time to do. Because as much as the physical contracts, both of them save the same thing to serve the customer, but a psychological contract of one company is much higher than the other, and that's why that company employees are doing more than others. If you look at physical contracts, they expire, or their expiry doesn't expire with employee moving to different orbits. In the sense, if you are a GM today and tomorrow you become VP, the offer letter doesn't change; it still remains the same. But in a psychological contract, they expire every time, and that is what we need to remember. People will expire. So as soon as my promotion comes, as soon as my appraisal is over, I expect you to take care of me and my emotions again and again. And that is what I kept saying again and again. You should not treat, the biggest challenge with HR department is that today we treat humans as resources, which is very wrong. We should treat humans as capital, because with capital, you always pamper. And a chartered accountants, more than me, you take care of capital so well. But the moment we say it's a resource, we always treat it as an expense. So we need to be able to go back and change that attitude where we see humans as expense, but you should see humans as something you actually invest on. And in psychological contracts, the most important thing for us is that we need to go back and keep reinvesting in our people from time to time, which otherwise may not be so important for us to do otherwise. Now, the second element which we need to understand is why as leaders we need to build culture, and how culture will become a part of this. So please understand this point very clearly. As leaders, we need to understand that your competition will always replicate the compensation. But what your competition will never replicate is your culture. So you pay 10 lakhs, competition will take 30 minutes to reach to a decision to make it 11 lakhs or 12 lakhs. You make it 15 lakhs, they'll make it 16 lakhs. But for example, you've built a culture where every Monday morning, as a boss, you come and have a coffee with your team members and check with them how was the weekend. You go to the competition and let your employee ask that, sir, aap mere saath coffee piyoge kya Monday morning? Because my past boss used to drink. He will say, go take a walk. I don't do all that stuff. So if you look at today how leaders are being able to retain employees, one of the things they are focusing is not compensation, but building a culture which is very unique to us. And that uniqueness is what brings smile on everybody. That uniqueness is what makes people work for somebody. So if you go through the WhatsApp groups, or if you go through Facebook, you will hear so many stories of Ratan Tata, or whether it is Narayan Murthy and what they've done. And all these stories talk about the same human element. They build a culture which was very unique that made people stick with them. And you talk to Dr. Singh or Deepthi or anybody, and you check with them in armed forces, what is make them people tick? It is the same thing. Why we love working under an officer, why we take great pride telling, I've had the honor of working under somebody, because they have done that. They've built that culture over the years. They've done some things which makes people go back and stick with them. And those are the psychological contracts. Even today, like I keep telling Dr. Singh all the time, I did my master's in military sciences from MAU. And when we were taught by many of the armed forces officers, many of them have retired today. But if they bump into me in airport and all that, by default, I'll stand and wish and salute them. And it is not required, and they laugh. They say, Srini, you just studied one semester with me. What's the big deal? But I always keep telling them that that comes by default. Nobody taught us to do it. Nobody is forcing us to do it. But that comes to us by default. And why? Because during that one semester, that psychological contract was built. That whole culture of mutual respect was built. And this is something which we need to take care of. Today, as leaders, we are so busy discussing the top lines and the bottom lines, the future and the strategy, that we've forgotten the basic element of connecting with our teams. We've forgotten the basic element of going back and engaging with them. And it is important to engage with them because that is what makes the difference. Why is it that if you look at cricket as an example, why is it that Hyderabad Sunrisers had to replace David Warner? He was the same guy who for 3 seasons brought them to finals, made them win, and this time he just barely could win one match. So there is that element. Leaders can make that difference. Leaders will make that difference, and that is what we need to understand. As a leader, are we doing enough for our team? And people are extremely smart. People understand what we are doing. People understand what we are talking. So many times if we do things which are only for the sake of a checklist, people understand that very clearly. Whether are we trying to do really what is required or are we just trying to go back and do that? The next thing is, there's one question from Shankar Narayan, so I'll just pick that and I will take it forward. He says, running an open office with access to the last employees have been very effective among many other factors for me to motivate the entire team. Absolutely, Shankar. And that's what it is, the key. The key is our ability to walk up to the last mile in the chain and ensure that we are able to build that kind of a sequencing. So the whole question is, who's the engaged employee? So what is the difference between an engaged employee or an employee who's always there? Now, many times we confuse ourselves. We think is somebody who's coming at 9 o'clock every day or somebody who goes late in the office is an engaged employee. Definitely no. Timing of a person, what time he comes and what time he goes, doesn't determine whether that employee is engaged or no. What determines an employee is engaged or no are some of these factors. Like, for example, when you talk to your employee, does he say that this is not my job, or is he aware of the full business context? So typically, if you go to, with all due respect, you go to one of the public sector banks and you talk to the teller or clerk there, you will see how they'll speak. They'll say, this is not my job, you please go to that window, or you please go there. Whereas if you go to somebody who's an engaged, motivated employee, he will say, no, you sit here, I'll get it done for you. And you will find when you go to some offices or when you go to some showrooms, it's such a pleasure that you go to a wrong counter, also you get your job done. Why? Because that employee is aware of the business context, that irrespective of the fact whether it's his job or her job, if he doesn't serve the customer, they will ultimately land up losing. And they don't want the business to make a loss. They know how to connect the dots. They know how to things work there. To someone as an employee who's more than happy to help others, he or she doesn't come back and say, "Oh, this is not my thing. Why should I do it?" They're always looking out. So, for example, how many of your team members in the evening while at 6:30 going home check with their work colleagues and figure it out? Is there a way that they can help? So typically, you may realize there are a few people who are sitting beyond the working hours and trying to complete few things. Do we say bye or do we just go and check with them? Is there a way something that I can help you? And you will realize that there are some who always do that, and those are the people who are actually engaged with the idea of being in love with the organization, being in love with the team members. Going beyond the norms, that is very critical for us to understand. An engaged employee is always going beyond the norms. Like, for example, if you see somebody sitting in the reception of your company and is lost, will you go back and say, that's not my job because I don't know for whom he's come? Or will you volunteer to go back and check with them? Is there a way I can help you? Whom did you come to meet? Is there something that I can do for you? So you will realize some of these traits some employees display, and these are the employees who will go back and clearly indicate to you that they are the ones who are the engaged employees. So if I take a cricket parlance, these are typically people like Jadeja. Whether you ask him to bowl, he will bowl. Whether you ask him to bat, he will bat. If nothing, he will field. If nothing, he'll get you water for the drinks he'll get for others. You will not see him behaving in a fashion where he'll say, no, I'm a specialist bowler. So when you ask me to field, I can only do that much. And these are the traits that typically you will find in some of our employees. They are super specialists in some areas. They take great pride in that. But when you ask them to extend themselves to other things, you will typically realize that they are not doing that. Vignesh has a question, says, what are your thoughts on how engagement can be effective in the world work from home, non-personal commitment, where personal connections is minimal only on the screen? And that's a very interesting question. So there is this big debate happening, is work from home going to stay for long, or is it just a fad? So I don't know what about others, but I personally believe work from home is a complete failure in Indian context. Our researchers have shown that people are only 1/3 productive than what normally they are. And organizations cannot afford having people who are only 1/3 effective. Now, why we are 1/3 effective? It is very simple. So if you look at the sociology aspects, as a society, we are called as collective society. So collective society is what? My identity comes from the group. So like Dr. Bahel introduced me, he said, I'm Srinivas Rao. So why do we need to tell Rao, or why do I need to tell, like, for example, Rishabh has written some thoughts. So he says Rishabh Garg. The second name is very important for us in Indian context because my identity comes from that. So in a collective society, what happens is I cannot cut off myself from others. So when I'm talking to you, for example, the doorbell rings and my neighbor comes, I cannot typically tell him, boss, I'm busy because I'm 9 to 6 I work and I'm working. I will always feel कि नहीं यार इसके साथ तो मुझे जिंदगी भर रहना है. If I tell no to him, कल साला पानी नहीं आया, गैस वाला नहीं आया, कुछ आया, he will not help me. So what will I do? I will go back and I will talk to him. So that my neighbor will go and spend some 15-20 minutes gossiping. Do you think Modi is doing good? Do you think vaccinations are good? Do you think that Sputnik 1000 is worth? Some bullshit gossip will do. After 15-20 minutes, I will cheapishly tell him, boss, मैं काम पे हूँ, थोड़ा जाऊँ क्या अंदर? He'll say, हाँ, जाओ, and then I'll come in. But as most of you are chartered accountants and you'll understand this, there is a concept called switching cost. In portfolios, you must have seen. There is an element called switching cost. It works in human psychology also. So whatever work I was doing, from that work, if I move to that gossip, and again I have to come back to that work, that switching cost will take off my productivity. So again, to concentrate back to the work, again, go back to what I was doing is going to be that much difficult. And this disturbance happens not once or twice, but at least 8-10 times in a day. It could be my maid, it could be my parents, it could be my neighbors, it could be the doodwala, or God knows who all. And in India, we don't have this element where we can draw a line and say, at 9 o'clock, if I'm going and sitting on my system, I'm working. The other element is, as a society, we are ones which is very, very built on the idea of collectivism, which is basically sharing our thoughts. So even at workplace, if you see that where we go back and, at workplace also, when I come to office, it is not that I come to office and I directly start working. We are not Germans, or we are not built like that. So we will come, we'll have that morning tea, we will have that coffee, and then there are two people, then there is a debate, there is a conversation. And as much as people think that is disturbance, but that actually excites us to work better in Indian context. And that's why we keep going back, and that is where it keeps coming again and again to us. So we work better in groups. And when you work from home, typically you realize that working in groups is very difficult for us. because we are not there. That whole bonding is what drives us to do more. But at home, when we are alone, it actually makes us go mad. We are not trained for that. In schools also, you have seen, we were more interested to know what our friends bought in their tiffin box than what we had bought. We were more interested to, see what others are doing than what we are. So our bonding is very important for us to produce more. And in the West also, they have seen that it is not as great as working from home. So, for example, JP Morgan too, others have already started going back and telling employees that we have to come back to workplace. Shankar says, this is an interesting point. In my efficiency have gone up by 60% and has been very successful. In fact, I'm afraid to go back to offices. Yes, Shankar. So people who are, so there are two sets of people in psychology. So if you like, you should read this concept called intrinsically motivated and extrinsically motivated. Intrinsically motivated are people like typically Shankar, Virat Kohlis of the world, They are driven by their own motivations in life. And most of us as leaders who are very successful in life and typically probably who are part of this group are like that. So people who are at the middle senior management level are mostly intrinsically motivated. They don't require any, like for example, they don't require alarms to wake them up. They actually wake up the alarm bell. So if 90% of the time you wake up before the alarm rings, that means you're intrinsically motivated because you have an agenda in the head and there. So when you have an agenda in the head, you're intrinsically motivated, you do very well when you're alone. But 80% of our janta, our team members who you have to drive are extrinsically motivated. Extrinsically motivated are those guys typically either you give them a carrot or a stick. Now, when you leave these people alone, they become completely, what we say, dispersed and distracted. So you will find many of them, you'll ask them to do a Google search, especially your children, you must have seen. They will start with Google search on a particular topic, and after 10 minutes, you realize they're on some other topic. Why? Because some other link got excited, from that link, they went to some other link, from some other link to some other link. These are typically people who are extrinsically motivated. They get easily excited by what's happening outside. They get easily excited by where the world is going. People who are extrinsically motivated can't do good in small groups or alone. They require the discipline. They require the structure of office. They require that wholesome of the big vision to be able to do that. And that is why you will find that some of us are able to do well and some of us are not able to do well. We don't practice concentration, but instead we practice distraction. That leads to switching cost mindset. Absolutely. So concentration, again, as I said, will come to us provided we are very disciplined. Now, if you see as what we say, Indians as a race, if I may say, we by default are indisciplined. We are rebels. We don't like discipline per se. That's why you will find that in that 30 seconds of red signal turning into green also we jump signals. That is why you will find that we love cutting each other when we are driving. That is why you will see us driving on footpaths. Now, is that a bad trait? Obviously, it's a bad trait. But that bad trait also has helped us to send what we say, the whole missile to moon from our side, the whole satellite to moon. That indiscipline, that rebellious, that thing why we can't do has the positive effects also. But we basically by default, if you ask, we are indisciplined. We are not disciplined people. We are not like Japanese or Chinese who are extremely disciplined. We love that jugaad, we love that thoda sa kirkiri karna, Otherwise, a classic example is why do IT returns date have to be extended every year? We know by default that date is all first wala to extend hona hi hona hai. And why? Because we know that it's part of the deal. Yeah, what's the big deal? And that's why, thanks to companies like Indigo, which got that discipline of time at least in us, because Indigo made it sure that you don't come a minute early, you're out. And I know so many because Indigo is a client, so we've seen them growing. And we know how many efforts they had to take to get people disciplined, saying, "Baba, नहीं होता है. Otherwise, we love that. So, as you rightly said, the distractions are part and parcel of our game, and that's why we are like that. And we, as leaders, need to understand some of these concepts, because that is how we will be able to manage our people. So, when you ask your team members to come at 10 o'clock, if they come by 10:05, don't take it too seriously on your heart. That's how we are structured as humans, as Indians. But when they come at 10:05, ensure that you set the agenda and tell them very clearly that this can be done and this can't be done. And that is how the agenda sets, and that is where things will move. Anu has an interesting question in current times. Yes, please. Okay. Anu has an interesting question. In current times, there are many employees who are losing their jobs unexpectedly. There is a question of organization trust. To what extent organization trust has a bearing on employee engagement and productivity? Oh, absolutely bang on, Anu. And I'm glad, and that is one topic that we will pick as we proceed. Why is it, like, for example, all of you must have seen this case study when people gave their lives to save Taj Hotel in Mumbai when the terrorist attack happened. Now, tell me, in whose job description was it written among those people who died that day, from the GM to the chef to others, that if a terrorist attack happens, they have to give their lives for Taj Hotels? Nowhere it was written. And nobody, even wildest thoughts, think, that when I join a corporate world, I have to give my life. When you join armed forces, you are mentally prepared that it is required. But when you join a Taj kind of a hotel, nobody believes that you have to give your life. But still, people went ahead and gave their lives to save that hotel. And why is it that? Because there was a degree of high organizational trust that this firm or this company is something which I live for. Now you look at the new age companies, with all due respect, companies like OYO to others, who the moment a pandemic came, the first thing they did was sack people. Now, when you start sacking people without thinking the high end, you will realize that some of the smartest employees are not going to join you in future. For the simple reason is because when people will do Google search on you and figure it out, whether he is as a company, can I trust you or no, the answer from the Google search will come, no, they are a typical company which will ask for his pound of flesh. So if we become purely, if I may say, very capitalist oriented, saying, I trust my competence, I don't care a shit, I know how to make money, I know how will I grow in this company, then people will join those companies. But people who expect a degree of mutual respect are the people who will avoid those companies. And today, I don't know how many of you are aware, but in the last 4 months, the employment market has jumped by 40%. And why? Because some of these companies which sacked people is wanting to recruit people back, and people are not ready to come, and they've gone ahead and increased their salary brackets by 40%. Because people are very scared of joining them. People are saying he's paying me, but will he keep me after 3 months, 6 months? If the second wave turns bad, I have no clue. So if you are intending to build an institution, Anu, then it is very important that organization's trust plays a role. But if you believe that your organization is going to be quarter on quarter and saying in few quarters down the line, you may just, you're not bothered about where it goes, then it is okay to go back and, junk the organization trust. But if you're building an institution, organization trust has to have a priority, without which we will not be able to do. And today, when you look at organizations like Saint Gobain is 360 years old. And it is DuPont is 280 years plus old. Now, how does an organization survive 300 years? They've seen world wars, they've seen pandemics, they've seen your depressions, everything. Now, if an organization has to go beyond 100 years, it will only go if the value systems are very strong. And those value systems is something we as leaders have to build. Organization is nothing. It's a collective energy of all of us in this room. So how do the top 10 guys in the organization behave is what the organization culture is all about. So if the top 10 guys in the organization keep saying that I don't care, I'm ready to sacrifice people, but I need results, then you'll only land up with mercenaries. And you can't hire a mercenary and expect him to turn into a monk. That is impossible to do. If you hire a mercenary, you will lose a mercenary because the mercenaries only work for money. So the moment your competition says, I'll pay you 10% extra, they're happy to quit. But then if you build monks, if you build a set of work culture where you trust people, you will realize their productivity levels are very, very high. And some organizations, you will realize why their productivity levels are very high. When you talk to them, when you do research, it basically comes from that fact that they go and they check. Like how Tatas were able to build the cheapest steel in the world is a classic case. It taught in Stanford. And one of the reasons they say is that people were so engaged and their productivity levels were so high that they were able to produce what they were looking into it. Rishabh says value system is very important. I also see Glassdoor reviews when the company I like to invest in. Absolutely, Rishabh. And you will realize this. So if you like reading, you should read a book by Jim Collins called Good to Great. In Good to Great, he did research of 500 companies which are in Fortune 500 companies. And with data, he showed how they are doing far better in terms of their performance in stock exchanges. So he says how organization values actually help the economic value also to grow. So there is enough and more researches that have shown that companies which follow a pattern, an SOP, a value system, are the ones which always deliver in the longer run. And companies which are, if as somebody said in the beginning, trying to do shortcuts, you will realize they may impress you for a quarter or two. And we've seen many examples from WeWork to others. They were so-called the blue-eyed boys of the stock exchanges, and within few quarters, we have seen them going into dumps. So that is good for speculation and making money, but it is not good for building institutions. So as a leader, we need to have our agenda very clear. Are we looking at only the stock value and the stock prices? And is that what is going to be determining your legacy? Or are you trying to build an institution which people will take pride and keep referring to you, saying that this organization was built by so and so? If you're looking at the latter, then value systems and other things become that very much critical for us. So in short, what is employee engagement for us? Typically, employee engagement is nothing but, in short, it's a two-way relationship that we build. So organizations need to invest on employees to go back and give them understanding that we love you, we respect you. So how does engagement work? It's a function. It's a very simple. So I know many of us are married here, and we all believe that happy marriage is a myth, but we will try to believe for some time. If it is not a myth, then what it will look like. So engagement is nothing but a function of C plus D is equal to E. So C is nothing but typically what we call as connect. D is something what we call as delight, and E is equal to what we call as engagement. So Vishnu is saying, okay, the book name is Good to Great, Vishnu. It is Good to Great by Jim Collins. So what is connect? Connect is nothing but concept is very simple, which we say is like marriage. D is delight. Delight represents happiness, and E is equal to happy marriage. So engagement is nothing but a happy marriage. Now, typically what happens is in organizations, you will find there are people who are C, that is connected, but D, not happy. Then what happens is then you are in a sad marriage. And this is typically your State Bank of India employees, Will they quit and go? No, they're very happy. Why? Because they're getting their pension, they'll get all the social security, they don't have any headache. Are they happy? No. So what happens is, there are a set of employees who will regularly come to your office, but who are not at all productive and who will not at all believe in making the organization grow. So these are the people who will come to your office and create a vacuum. So they will not quit and go. They are very happy. Why? Because they'll not get a better job than what you are. But are they happy? No. So they will come with sulking faces, sad faces. Every time you will tell them a work, they'll give you excuses why it can't be done or why it should not be done. So these are relationships like what we call a sad marriage. The marriage is on, but it is very sad. The other is what? where I am happy, my delight is high, but my C is not there. That means I'm not married to you, but I'm very happy with you. So this is typically what we call as a living in relationship mode. So in living in relationship, what is the idea? The idea is I'm here today, I'm very happy, I'll produce more than what you want. But will I come tomorrow to office? I am not sure. Why? Because raat gayi, baat gayi. So these are another set of employees, and these are very dangerous employees for us. Why? Because they're doing exceedingly well. Your hopes are very high with them. But will they come tomorrow? Will they come next week? We are not sure. Why? Because they are not connected to you. That means they are not married to you. So what does that mean? That means we need to have a set of employees who are connected to us. That means who are married to us and who are also happy. And these are the employees who will take the organizations forward. The other two sets of people, where they are connected but not happy, or happy and not connected, are the ones that we are dead. So Shailesh has this question, how do you ensure employees are connected? The answer is here, Shailesh. So if you take care of these 5 elements, which is here, is one, how you will build connect. First and foremost is people love to grow. There is an inherent need in us to grow. And that is why as a race from monkeys, we've become humans. All others, animals have not evolved, only we have evolved. Why? Because there is an inherent need for us to grow. So if you are showing people that very clearly that you can grow in the organization, they will not quit. But every time when I come to you and ask you, boss, 2 साल के बाद मेरा क्या होगा या 3 साल के बाद मेरा क्या होगा, and you are not giving me any definitive answers, then you will see me, I will decide to go somewhere else. Why? Because I don't want to die as a deputy manager or a manager or a general manager in your company. At some point of time, I want to become the CFO of your company. And I will keep asking you, boss, how many years? You tell me, I will stay, but I want to grow. The second way of building connect is basically when your brand of the organization has high credibility. So today, when you look at there are organizations like whatever, say Infosys to others, which are so, the brand is so nice, like Google, for example, people don't want to quit. People want to stay and grow. Third is the organization pride. You believe that this organization is doing something great for mankind or something good for them. So like companies like ISRO, for example, people don't want to quit ISRO because they take great pride saying, I am putting man on the moon, I'm putting the first Indian on the moon. So if your organization is doing something which is really awesome, or your organization is trying to do something which is really great, then people stay with that organization. Like for example, when we were in Satyam, and people have a lot of stories of Satyam, but we will only have good stories because we were very proud of what we were doing there. We were very proud that we were becoming the youngest billion-dollar company in India. We took exactly 9 years and 7 months to hit the $1 billion, whereas others took minimum of 15 years and 16 years. So there was a great sense of pride in what we were running after. So that sense of pride also makes people stick in the organization. The other reason why people stay is because of the leadership. If the leadership is inspiring in the organization, people will go back and people will always stay with them. And the last one is like somebody's, we were discussing in the previous point. If the organization culture is about trust and fairness, people stick. Fairness is very important for us. And please understand this. If you really want to be a good leader, at any cost, you cannot dilute fairness. People are extremely sensitive about fairness. And somebody like Arnab Goswami has made his whole channel work and made a lot of tons of money only on the element of fairness. If you look at his 9 o'clock debates, out of the 365 days, 300 days his topics are around fairness. He will pick topics like why does Vadra's don't have to stand at the airport, or why does Vadra's car has to not stack at the red signal. Is it fair? Most of his debates are around fairness, and people, why does his TRPs run is because of that. People love the idea that fairness has to be there. Now, these are the elements that typically go back and talk in terms of how do you build connect. Now, connect is very long term. It is like a 5-day test match, So it's like I'm there, but and I'm working towards it. On the other side, today's generation also believes in T20. So T20 is delight, what am I doing on day-to-day basis? So if somebody, supposing if I come to say you and say, like say Rishabh is my boss, and Rishabh says, Srini, aisa hai, you stay 3 years and you will get a promotion and you can become the head of India. I am very happy and I say, Rishabh, thank you very much. You are the best person here. But for next 3 years, Rishabh says, every day मैं तुमको गाली दूंगा या तुमको मैं बदतमीजी से बात करूंगा. Will I stay? Obviously no. The second option is what? Rishabh says, नहीं मैं तुमसे रोज मीठा मीठा बात करूंगा. I will respect you a lot. पर तुम promotion की बात मत करो. तुम जिंदगी भर यही काम करोगे और यही तुम you will die. Again, will I stay? No. So the idea is with this 5-day test match, there is also some elements of T20 which we have to play, and those are the delight factors. The first and foremost is what? A manager connect. Whoever is the manager reasonable? Is the manager fair? Is the manager doing good stuff? Because you realize one of the definitions in Companies Act is, we are a company's perpetual nature and it's a third-person entity. But nobody knows what company is. Company is represented by leaders and managers. So the way you behave with me is what the company is to me. And that manager connect becomes very important. Work environment is very important. Again, when we talk about work environment, here we are talking about a physical infrastructure. So we did a very interesting study, and it was so there was this big telecom company in North. They were doing very well, and they decided to give all their senior executives who were VP and above, they gave all foreign cars. So suddenly there were some 50, 60 cars that came in, because in the corporate office, everybody got a BMW, Mercedes and all that. And after 3 months, they started attrition. There was huge attrition among those people. So the company HR came to us and said, this is very strange. We were giving cars as a recognition. We gave them cars. We thanked them. और सब गाड़ी वाड़ी देने के बाद attrition start हुआ. Why? And you will get surprised when we did the diagnostic study. The reason was very simple. All these guys got the cars, but they didn't get any parking lots. So every day morning they had to come from Noida, or they came from Delhi to Gurgaon, and they had to fight for parking their cars. And all these senior executives after 2 months, 3 months got so fed up saying, यार सुबह सुबह रोज लड़ाई करनी पड़ती है गाड़ी पार्क करने के लिए, मेरे को इस कंपनी में काम ही नहीं करना. People will quit jobs if they don't get good work environment. If they don't get basic infrastructure to work, they will not work. Another reason why people quit is if communication is not happening across the organization. I don't know where the company is going. I don't have ways to talk to my leadership. I can't communicate with somebody. People don't want to. Please understand, we are social animals. One of the reasons why you will realize the second wave of COVID came was that. As a social animals, we were all told to sit in our home in wave 1, and we sat sincerely. But the pressure was so high that the moment the relaxation happened, we started coming on streets and started forgetting. And we were very happy doing Nagin dance for marriages on streets without masks. And why is it that? Because communication is part of our ethos. We cannot sit at home for long. We need to talk to, we need to gossip, we need to interact with people. And if organizations don't permit that, you will realize that attrition happens. If you find leaders who are very stiff, leaders who don't laugh, leaders who don't smile, leaders who don't talk, you will find quickly that people want to get out. The other reason why we quit is recognition. People want to be recognized. And this is very, very critical for us to understand that you need to create avenues to recognize to people. If people don't get recognized, you will quickly realize them moving out. And recognition doesn't mean कि कभी तो साल में एक बार आप उसकी तारीफ करोगे. It could be small little recognitions, but do it on monthly basis at least. Every month, once in a month, you give him feedback. Giving feedback is also a recognition. Please understand that. Recognition doesn't mean I have to give him a gift voucher or it's simple. Tell him you are doing good job or you could do better. I think you should improve here. I think this is something good, doing good. This is something which you should stop doing. Anything like that was good enough. The last one is creating opportunities to learn. And this could be very formal learning where you send him to a training program or a program like this, or it could be informal learning also. Or it could be on-job learning. Give him a task which is never done. Like for example, if he doesn't know how does gap work, put him into tallying a gap balance sheet too. Or if he's never done treasury works, put him in treasury for some time. Idea is to give people chance to learn, something to learn, because we, as I said, we all love the growth element in us. So you will get surprised that all the 10 elements here, out of these 10 elements, 6 to 7 elements are in your control. And if you are able to take control of these 6 to 7 elements, you will be able to realize that you can do a lot of difference for your teams. And this is what we keep telling all the time to leaders across the globe. HR can only do that much. HR is responsible for policies and processes, but the actual execution and the actual joy of driving this comes in with us leaders. You even take these 2 elements in connect and 2 elements in delight, and you say, I will do it to my team, and you will realize that you can do lot of difference to people. So how do we build connect? These are the 5 elements. How do you bring joy to work daily? These are the 5 elements. And these 10 elements you take control, and you will realize your engagement scores will be much higher vis-a-vis other leaders. And we have seen this globally, all the studies that we've seen. Gallup has done a lot of work, so have others. And everywhere the answer is simple. People join organizations and quit managers. And why do they quit managers? Invariably, one of the 10 reasons drops in. So these are the elements of engagement and which you can build upon. Now here we've given some examples, so you can always go back. Anyway, this deck will be there with you. So I have given some ideas also how you can do things for yourselves, and these are country. Like for example, in leadership, if you've seen, there are 2 things that are written and which I would like each one of you to pick up. One is leaders as teachers. It is important that you take a target for yourself. At least 5 days in a year, you should walk into the room as a teacher. That day you will forget your whatever vice president, CFO, whatever title you have. That day you are just a teacher and you are completely shamelessly going about and teaching whatever learnings you have. And you will realize your credibility in the system will go very high. Because what you can teach your subordinates, no books can teach, no Google can teach. The tacit knowledge that you have is immensely important. The same thing, listening leaders. Listening leaders is nothing but once in a month, sitting with your team members and just listening to them, where you will not utter a single word or try to advise them. It could be as simple as somebody coming and asking you, Rohit sir, मैं Pulsar खरीदूं कि Hero Honda की वो नई वाली बाइक खरीदूं? To somebody coming back and asking कि Rohit sir वो छुट्टी लूं कि नहीं लूं? कुंभ मेला जाऊं कि नहीं जाऊं? It could be anything. You just listen. The idea is if you come across as a listening leader, you will do great service to your organization. Like one of the things I keep telling all these leaders across the world is that, are you a good CLO? And when I say CLO, CLO is nothing but Chief Listening Officer. How many of your team members can confidently walk up to you and without any hesitation can talk to you whatever is there in their head? Open door policy is nothing but a policy wherein you can walk into any of the senior leaders' room and share your thoughts and concerns without a hesitation that they will be reprimanded. So I can ask any question, I can ask you any thought. So it's like in armed forces, we always say, permission to speak free. So that means that day the hierarchy will not come into place, and my boss will not get offended. How can Srini ask this question, or how can Srini ask a question which is very insensitive? That day the boss is becoming more like an elder brother. So if you had an elder brother in your life, you would see that he was the one who scolded you for doing wrong, but he was the one who also probably gave you your first drink or your first cigarette. So open door policy is where the boss, instead of becoming a strict dad, becomes a compassionate elder brother. So he listens to them, he is a hearing, and you can speak whatever you want to speak. So many organizations have this open door policy wherein there are identified leaders across the organization You can seek a time, or you can just walk in and say, I have something to share. And the leaders take out time and they spend time with them. Good. So these ideas you can pick and you can build on them with your team members. Okay, innovation chambers. Innovation chambers, if you ask, so there are organizations which are going back, and okay, I will answer one by one. Okay, Hari has asked innovation chambers. So innovation chambers are nothing but where organizations have devoting time and budget for new ideas to come. Where so it's like you are a VC fund, and you tell the employees, if you have a great idea, please come to innovation chamber, make a presentation, and if we like it, we will fund it. It could be a lakh, or it could be 50,000 rupees. It could be anything. But you go back and tell, where the organization acts as a VC fund or acts as a PE fund, where you say, I will fund if I like your idea. Employees as a brand ambassadors, Ankit, where employees act as brand ambassadors. So employees are taught how to represent the brand. So for example, you come to an institute like this and you give a lecture, or you go to forums like CII, or you publish papers, or you go to industry forums, or you go to government bodies, where you're representing your organization, and employees are trained, so what to talk, what not to talk, how to behave, what is good behavior, what is bad behavior. And organizations fund and encourage that. So for example, you write very well and you have a nice article written, but you don't know the publishers, you don't know how to publish the article. Then the organization says, don't worry, I will publish it for you. You write a good article for me. Say you're a great speaker, then the HR will help you to get into few colleges where you can give guest lectures. Now, every time you are doing this, you are not only Ankit Jain, but you're Ankit Jain / your organization name. And you are promoting your organization that way. And that way you become a brand ambassador for the organization. Yep. Rishabh, yes, I will send you a bunch of articles and books if you're interested in this topic. There are quite a few books which are very well written. And I'll give you a lot of references. So to Dr. Behel, I will send a list of books and articles that you can read.
Definitely, sir. Definitely.
Thank you. Now comes the very interesting topic. Is once we've understood engagement, why is it the current generation which we look at? So I don't know how many of you are aware how do generations, or just a moment, let me copy this so that we'll do some interesting exercise also. Otherwise the topic will become very boring. So for all of us to understand, there are 3 generations at workplace. So all good concepts, this concept also comes from Harvard. Like I keep saying, they have a lot of money and nothing else to do. So they keep creating all management concepts. So there are 3 generations at workplace today. The first generation, which is almost retired or retiring, is called baby boomers. So baby boomers are typically born in 45 to 65. 1945 to 65. Why are they called baby boomers? Because in economics, there is a theory which says when people are under a lot of stress and and when there is depression, people actually land up making more love. And when people make more love, they produce more babies. So if you look at the world population between 45 to 65, there was a big spike. There were a lot of babies that were born which were not planned for. And that's why that whole generation is called baby boomers. So this typically happened because of World War II and the Great Economic Depression. Then 65 to 85 is called Gen X because in the US, when you see 65 to 85, there was a lot of rebellious uproar in the society. There was Vietnam War, there was Martin Luther King and others. So there was anti-institutions generation that was. So the professor said there is some X factor in them, which is making them think differently. And that's why that was called Gen X. Then 85 came internet in the US, and that's why that generation is called Gen Y, 85 to 2000. And post 2000 is called millennials. For us, typically the difference is instead of 85, we call it 95 because actually we saw economic liberalization in 95. So we see the people who are born after 95 are the ones who behave very differently than the ones who were born before. For us, the big distinction is the economics, in the sense that people who have seen scarcity while growing up. When I say scarcity, means like, for example, to get a gas connection, we had to wait for 6 years. We only had one channel called Doordarshan. To buy a scooter, we had to wait for 4 years. We've seen a lot of scarcity around us, and generations we saw that typically behaves like Gen X. Generations which have seen a lot of abundance, in the sense that everything that they wanted, they got it. Typically, today's generation, you see, they'll ask for one, and as parents, we give them two. Are the ones who see a lot of abundance, are the ones who are typically ones who behave like Gen Y. And Gen Y is associated with abundance, and Gen X is associated with scarcity. And that's why age is not so much of a matter. If you are 45, 50 years old, but you've seen a lot of lot of abundance, and you believe there is a lot of abundance in you, you'll typically behave like Gen Y. And there may be a 21-year-old person who's coming from a tier 2 city, seeing a lot of scarcity. Even at 21, he will behave like a Gen X. So Gen X has some traits, and Gen Y has some traits. And what Gen Y traits are, we need to understand so that we are able to manage them better. Now, there is a small quiz I have pasted in the chat box. If you can click it and answer, you will get to know how much you are aware about Gen Y. And it's just a fun quiz, so just to break the monotony. So can somebody confirm, is the quiz working?
Yes, sir.
Good, thank you.
Yes, sir, working.
Yeah.
So you can give the quiz and then we'll see how many answers you get right.
Excuse, I couldn't see the quiz. Where is it?
You have to click that link which I pasted.
In the chat you have pasted?
Yes, I'm pasting again.
Okay.
Sir, I have I have given eight questions correctly.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I also have the 8 questions are correct.
Thank you. I will tell you. Great. So anybody who gets above 7 is good. Anybody who gets above 7, 8 is good. That means you are aware how that today generation talks, behaves. Why, we may not sure, but we are aware that they have some traits and characteristics which is there. Great. So I will take a few minutes to explain what is this generation and how do they behave, and why is it for us to understand as leaders, why do they behave in this particular fashion, so that we are able to manage them better. So here are a few things that will define, and that goes back and changes this. The first and foremost is we all believe that this generation has very short attention span and limited knowledge. And that is our interpretation. And is this interpretation right? If there is a red bulb, that means it is wrong. And if it is a green bulb, that means it is right. Now, typically, if you see this generation, it is very interesting. So if you see my background, you will see there is a library, there are a lot of books. And this is one of the 3 libraries we have in our home. So my elder son, he loves reading, and most of his books. So one day he came and again asked for new books. So I said, have you read all these books? He said, obviously, Papa, I've read them. That's why I'm asking for new books. So as Papa, you get curious, no? So I asked them, so if I take out any book and ask you what is there in that book, can you tell me? He said, obviously, I'll be able to tell you. Then I became a bit more bolder. So I asked him, if I take out a page number 63 in this book, can you tell me what is there? And then he gave me a very interesting answer. And that answer defines what this generation is all about. He said, Papa, your generation uses brain as a hard disk. In our generation, we use brain as a processor. And his answer was what this generation behaves. He said, your generation use brain as hard disk. You by-hearted 12 into 12 is 144, 13 into 12 is what? You remembered all the tables. We don't have to remember. For us, we know there is a calculator somewhere. If I hit 13 into 12, I'll get the answer. So I know what is there in which book. Now, how does this translate into workplace? This translates into workplace is very simple. When this young 21, 22-year-old kid comes saying, yeah, I'm a CA topper or whatever it is, or I'm a CS, and you want to take his interview and you say, okay, can you tell me what his Companies Act is able to define? Then you boldly go and ask him what is in section 63. And he says, why you don't have Companies Act book with you? I'll take it out and tell you what is there. Why should I remember? What is our interpretation? Our interpretation is very superficial. यार दो क्वेश्चन पूछा साले को नहीं आता इसको फेल कर दो. What is that kid's interpretation? Is this man mad? Why I have to parrot everything? You know, gone were the days of Kendriya Vidyalaya where I had to parrot everything. Now there is books, there is Google, there is Wikipedia. I can refer. Why do I have to parrot everything? And this is the first big difference we need to understand between our generation and this new generation that is coming in. Today, the new generation that comes in, we quickly diffuse them and say, no, they have very attention span, very limited knowledge. Why do they have limited knowledge? Very simple, because there is so much to learn on that Wikipedia and Google that they're interested to know everything, a bit of everything. We never had access to that knowledge. I remember reading the same Tintin comic 150 times because my father couldn't afford another Tintin comic. So whenever I used to get bored, I used to read the same comic again and again. But today my son is not so. So when they have access to 150 comics, they want to read a bit of everything. This generation, does it want to connect with older generations? Definitely. We are under the impression this generation is snobbish. They don't want to connect with the other generations, but that is not so. They are extremely agile to connect with others. This generation doesn't think about future. Again, it's a mistake. They do think. Now, our generation, we used to think very linear. So when I was at 30 and somebody asked me, Srini, what is your 5-year plan? Oh, I knew very clearly. I am today manager. In 2 years, I'll become a general manager. In 3 years, I'll become VP. In 5 years, I'll become CHRO. My thought process to my life was very linear. It was a straight line that was going ahead. Today's generation, when you ask them what is your future, he'll say, boss, abhi पैसे कमाने 2 लाख बचाना है. Then he'll say, क्यों भैया 2 लाख क्यों बचाने? He'll say, साहब वो ऋषिकेश में ना व्हाइट रिवर राफ्टिंग के लिए 2 लाख लगता है. मेरे को 2 lakhs बचा के व्हाइट रिवर राफ्टिंग करना है, फिर हिमालय चढ़ना है. अच्छा, then what will you do? नहीं, वो रिवर राफ्टिंग 3 महीने लगेंगे हिमालय चढ़ने के लिए, फिर 3 महीने छुट्टी. Then you will very sweetly tell, company doesn't allow 3 months leave. He'll say, sir, मैं छोड़ दूंगा ना job. I will quit the job. I'll do river rafting. I will do हिमालय पे चढ़ूंगा, फिर आ जाऊंगा. I am a CA topper, मेरे को कोई ना कोई तो नौकरी दे देगा, फिर कर लूंगा नौकरी. फिर 2 साल के बाद क्या करोगे? सर वो अमेज़न रेन फॉरेस्ट में कीड़े पकड़ना है मेरे को. You will go mad. You will say, what is this career? You know, कभी ये बोलता है, कभी कीड़े पकड़ना बोलता है, कभी हिमालय चढ़ना बोलता है, कभी बोलता है CA करना है. Today's generation, they don't have a linear future. And since they don't have a linear future, you and I think they are mad. But they think about their future, and the future is crisscross, crisscross. They believe in living life every moment. So if you've seen this movie, Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara, Katrina Kaif is a classic example of this generation. And she tells Hrithik Roshan, you know, when he says, I want to grow to 50, I want to have enough money to enjoy my life. And she asks him simple question, what is the guarantee you're going to live till 50? And this generation is like that. He says, I don't care. I don't want to live. 2 years, I will make 2 lakh rupees. I will save 2 lakh rupees. First thing I want to do is I want to go to base camp of Himalaya because that is what I've been dreaming. So when you talk to this generation and you check with their future, you will realize their future is crisscross. And when they talk crisscross, please do not go back and say they're stupid. Just listen to them and just appreciate that fact that they are very different from us. Just because you and me had a very linear future and we thought that linear future was the everything, it doesn't mean that they also have to think in the same way. Again, very interesting thing. We think this generation is disloyal. So they will come, they will join you, and after 2 years, suddenly he'll say, "Sir, thank you very much." Why? Because he says, "Sir, वो मेरे को था ना." Now, what is your interpretation? Your interpretation is, ये देखो साला कितना disloyal है, इसको नौकरी दी हमें, and ये चले जा रहा है. He is saying, my loyalty is towards my dream. My dream was never to retire with you. Na? My dream was to go to Himalaya base camp. So I am loyal to my dream. You and me have these dreams of retiring from our organizations. And this is what we keep telling again and again. Gen X looks careers as marriages. जब आपने और मैंने नौकरी ढूंढी थी और करी थी, number one, we saw scarcity. Number two, when we were getting into a job, हमने कुंडली मिलाई थी. 4 लोग से reference लिया था, जाऊं कि नहीं जाऊं. Why? Because in a marriage, you and me were very sure, irrespective of the fact whether it is good or bad, we will stick. Today's generation looks careers as living in relationships. They are perfectly okay to show 3 months, 3 months, 3 months in their resume. आप पूछोगे इतने सारे. I give you a very interesting example. There was one of my partners came and told, talk to this kid for interview. मैंने कहा, why should I take his interview? 2 साल में 8 जॉब छोड़ी उसने. पागल आदमी है साला. 2 साल में कोई 8 जॉब छोड़ता है क्या? She said, नहीं बात तो करो ना, एक बार 5 मिनट बात करो. So I went into the room, and typical boss वाला snob होता है ना. I went into the room and I asked him. I didn't even sit, and I asked this fellow, why should I give you a job? 2 साल में 8 जॉब छोड़ी तुमको. Why should I give you a job? And this bugger looks into my eyes and says, as a consultant, what do you look? You look for exposure at young age. I got exposure of 8 companies. और क्या चाहिए आपको? And I was stunned. And I just, no other question, I just gave him a job, and he stuck with me for 4 years, and then he said, boss, bore ho gaya, ab main ja raha hu. But this generation is like that. They come, and like some of you are saying in the chat box, Mayank and Ravindra, others are saying, because they have a financial backup from their parents, their appetite to taking risk is much higher. And this is the interesting aspect for us. As parents, we are ready to spoil them by telling them, live your life. But as bosses and leaders, we ask them to stick to the SOPs. And this is the big difficulty they are facing. So my little fellow who was like 11 or 12 years old, at that time I had taken him for taking internship in my office because my wife was fed up of him. She said, summer vacation mein bahut pareshan kare, tum office leke jao, isko kuch kaam pe lagao. In 1 week, he decided to quit. So मैंने पूछा उसको डाइनिंग टेबल पे, अबे क्या हो गया 1 week में quit क्यों कर दिया? And he gave a very interesting answer to me. He said, Papa, at home, अगर मैं यहाँ पे अभी पानी भी डाल दूंगा ना फ्लोर पे, you will praise saying कि वाह मेरे बेटे कितने अच्छे से पानी डाला तुमने फ्लोर पे, कोई नहीं डाल सकता. Any shit I do at home, you will say I'm the best person in the world. But in office, moment to become a boss, you will try to tell me all the rule books. Don't sit like this. Don't keep your leg on the top. You should wear this kind of dress. You can't be shouting. You can't be playing games. So he says, no, you're a very good papa. You stay good papa. I don't want you to as a boss. And that is the big lesson for all of us. That today as parents, we are spoiling them by giving them all the accessories they require. But the moment they come to office, we are more than happy to show them rule book and tell them you don't do this and don't do that. And they are not able to reconcile to that. They are not able to adjust that. Somewhere we need to build that bridge. And that bridge can be built by becoming a bit more stricter parents and a bit more liberal bosses. Because that is when this generation, we will be able to build the bridges and take it forward. Some more elements for us to understand in terms of what they are. We all believe they are pampered and spoiled. You ask them, they say, no way, we are not pampered and spoiled. So as usual, probably it happens in every family. One day my dad was giving gyan to my kids, how lucky they were. So he said, पता है मैं जब स्कूल जाता था 20 किलोमीटर पैदल जाता था. तुम्हारे पापा कितने lucky थे कि he went on cycle. And you are very lucky that you go in an AC bus to Oak Ridge. And my little fellow said, दादाजी आप टेंशन नहीं करो, आपका जो परपोता होगा ना वो लिमोजिन में जाएगा. And he was very clear. He said, you can't blame me for, setting my baseline by my parents sending me to Oak Ridge. You can't hold me against it. Just because they send me to Oak Ridge doesn't mean that I'm pampered and spoiled. That is the baseline they set for that. So we mistaken that. So we get very apprehensive when this fellow whom you are giving a fees, paying a salary of 14 or 15,000 rupees, And first day he comes with an iPhone 13 and you're shocked. And I did ask one of these girls, your salary is only 15,000. How can you afford 1,30,000 phone? And she was smilingly, proudly, she said, Papa ne diya shagun ka, because this is my first job. So this generation is very different. And she didn't think it was pampered or privilege. She was very proud, saying, Papa ne diya, because she is very proud of me that I'm started working. So we think this generation is pampered and spoiled, but they are not. Their expectations are different from jobs. Their expectations are different from careers. Their expectations are very different from organizations. Now, organizations like Google have understood that and they're changing themselves to manage them. And some of us are struggling to understand them and manage them, and we are stuck in the old ways. And that old ways, this generation is not able to understand, and that's why you will find them quitting much faster than others. Because they're completely lost. Because they don't understand why is that organizations are behaving in the way they are. We as a generation like weak boxes, हम लोग बड़े खुश थे. I at least used to be very happy when my boss wouldn't call me, or when my boss would tell, but today's generation doesn't like that. Today's generation wants strong bosses. They like bosses who are extremely technical. They like bosses who are extremely smart, extremely agile. So as a boss, if you go back and tell them, I don't know, they will lose respect for you. But if you tell as a boss, I don't know, but give me 24 hours time, I'll learn and I'll come back to you, they'll respect you a lot. Does this generation requires constant praise? Obviously, yes. And the answer is, again, we are the ones who spoil them. So for example, when you and I were growing up as Gen X, we were typically 2-3 siblings. In the home, there were always a chacha, kaka, mama, chachi, somebody was there. At joint families, we grew in 8-10 people in our homes. So our mothers never had full attention to us. But today's generation, typically, if you see, there is one child, both the parents are working and all the attention is on the child. Now the child, you'll send him to some international schools because both the parents are working. In our generation, you and I had to actually win a competition to get a prize. Today's kids, they actually have to participate just to get a prize. They don't have to win, they just have to participate. So your child or my child will typically go and participate in some competition, and in the evening, he'll come to home very proudly saying he's got a star on his hand. So I don't know how many of you have seen that your children come with stars on their hand in the evening. So he'll come with a star in the evening. Now he's come. Now your wife, typically spouse, would come at 6:37 in the home. She's already going through working mother's guilt. Working mother's guilt is what, basically I'm supposed to be a good mother, but I'm working. I'm not giving so much time to my kids. So that guilt is there. So to take away the guilt, what she does, she gives him another star on the hand and says, oh my ladla, you've got such a good star. I'm so proud. Lo, ek aur star. आधे घंटे के बाद पापा आते हैं. Now papa is not only competing with mother, but he's also going through the guilt. So he has double effect. एक तो मम्मी ने बाजी मार ली और दूसरे as a papa I'm also feeling guilt that I'm not spending enough time. So what does papa do? He gives another 2 stars. Now what does this kid goes? This kid goes to sleep in the night with 4 stars in his hand saying he's the world's best kid. Now this kid comes and joins to you and you do fantastic job. आपने उसने बहुत अच्छा काम किया, बड़े खुश होके बोलते हो बॉस बहुत अच्छा काम किया आपने. What does the kid do? He takes his hand and says star किधर दो. What will you tell him? ऐसा है ना, अभी मई आज 15 तारीख चल रही है, ये क्वार्टर एंड जून में होगा, तो जून के एंड में आपको आपका स्टार मिलेगा. क्योंकि हमारी पॉलिसी तो एचआर की वही है, एवरी क्वार्टर एंड में हम देते हैं, ऐसे बीच में नहीं देते. And the disappointment set in this kid. He says, यार ये फालतू की कंपनी है. बचपन में देखो, मैं जब भी अच्छा काम करता था शाम को 4 स्टार मिल जाते थे. अब देखो इनको इतना अच्छा काम करने के बाद भी बोलते जून में आओ, जुलाई में आओ, मेरे को नहीं काम करना. And that is where the disengagement of this generation starts. Because we as parents are given the feeling that every day you will get constant praise. And you need to remember this as leaders, that you need to take out time to go back and give them that recognition, give them that praise. And if you do more constantly you will do, the more you will realize they're engaged. The less we do, you will realize the less they get disconnected with us and go out. So these are some of the important elements to understand the difference between these two generations. Number one, we saw a lot of scarcity. So as a generation, we are very, what we say, controlling. We like controlling things. So typically you would see, you will give a task to somebody, after 2 days you will ask, और भाई क्या चल रहा है उसका update क्या बताओ मेरे को. And typically you will go back and see that why we are doing that, because we've seen scarcity, so we like power controlling. This generation feels very empowered because they've only seen abundance. We see careers as an end. Many of us, when we joined careers, we thought, we will retire as a CFO or all whatever it is. For this generation, career is always a means. They want to do river rafting, they want to do bungee jumping, they want to do something else. So for them, jobs is always a means to an end. The last one is very interesting. We as a generation were taught to keep our feelings private. हम लोग को बहुत गुस्सा आता है बॉस के ऊपर, बहुत गुस्सा आता है किसी एल्डर के ऊपर, we don't express. But this generation has been taught to express. So the moment the boss says something wrong, or the moment the boss says something stupid, they don't mind going to a Glassdoor, or they don't mind going to a Facebook and write, this is a shit company and this boss is the shittest person, never work with him. Why? Because as parents, we told them, man mein jo bhi ho bola karo, chupa ke mat rakho. And they come with that attitude to workplace also. So this is the generation that is completely okay with doing emotional atyachar on YouTube bindas. You and I can't think about doing it. This is a generation which is completely okay to do all the things they do. Why? Because they've been told to express in public. So we need to understand that the current folks who are coming into workplace are very, very different than what we were. And we can't use our sets of rules or our sets of thoughts to manage them. We will have to change our game, because it is no more playing hockey on grass. It is playing hockey on AstroTurf. So we need to change as leaders. We can't go back and say, मेरे साथ ऐसा हुआ तो मैं यही करूँगा. We need to bring in a new style, and that new style will help us to be able to do that. So I'll just take a few questions. Yes, what is this generation? So typically anybody who's born after 95 in India typically may behave like Gen Y. So 95 is the baseline. But after 95 also, one more caveat is I should have seen abundance while growing up. If I'm born after 95, but I've seen scarcity, then I'll still not behave like Gen Y. And that's why many organizations you will see still are going back to tier 2, tier 3 cities for recruiting. Because tier 2, 3 cities, but they've not seen so much of abundance. So the generation of workers or the new workforce that is coming is still behaving like Gen X. Now, why is that? Because our policies are towards Gen X. Our company policies are not still Gen Y. Just say, for example, that till what 5-7 years back, Infosys had a policy that girls cannot wear sleeveless. If they wear sleeveless, 150 rupees fine, and boys, if they don't wear tie, 150 rupees fine. And there were many Gen Y who would come and say, "ये रख लो 4,500 रुपए, हम तो रोज ऐसे ही पहन के आएंगे, जो करना कर लो, क्योंकि 4,500 तो पापा भेज देंगे पॉकेट मनी में. What's the big deal?" So the generation is like that, their traits are very, very different, and they come with a very different attitude. So if you've seen abundance, that is what it is. So many companies, like, they don't go to all these St. Stephen's and all these premium tier 1, tier 2 colleges. Why? Because they feel abundance is there and this behavior will be very different. And they rather go to a Marathwada or Aurangabad or some kind of tier 2, tier 3 cities where you'll still find Gen X generation. This generation is going into depression more than often. Obviously, it is going into depression because they've seen so much of abundance and they've seen so much of away from reality that they are not able to cope up to what reality is. You will get surprised. There are researches being done to check, because COVID is the first crisis the generation has seen in life. This generation had not seen any crisis in their life. For the first time they've seen a crisis is in form of COVID. And they have no clue how to manage it. They are supposed not to go out of the homes. They are supposed to stay. They are supposed to take so many precautions. And it's a whole traumatic experience for them because this generation had only seen abundance in their life. Now, when you see abundance and when you see the kind of security net you have around you, when things don't go the way they want to, the chances of depression are very high. So there is this saying which says, depression is a rich man's disease, and it is true to a large extent. Because when you're fighting for your necessity and bread and butter, you will not get depressed. So in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you'll always see that, depression kinds of only comes when you are at the higher levels. So these are the few things that you need to keep in view when you're working with these young millennials. So this is a chart. Please take a printout and keep it with you. That will help you to understand what are those few things that you should do and don't do when you're working with them. Like few things, they are very, anti-authority. They will not respect you as a boss just because you have a title of a boss. They'll respect you as a boss only if they see that you have the knowledge and you have the bandwidth of behaving like a boss. For them, like for example, what's in for me is very, very important. So if they don't see a reason why they should do or how is it going to help them, they are not going to take that task. So whenever you're going to give a job to them, you need to tell them how this job is going to help the company and how this job is going to help him or her also. So it is very frustrating, but you have to tell this person, you will pick up a new skill, you will be able to learn new things, and this is what it is. They hate status quo. So if you ask them to do the same job for next 2 years, they will just run away. So you'll have to keep thinking ways and means of giving them new things to do. They love networking. So you need to create things and you need to build things around that. Kusum is asking, how can organizations as Gen Y ensure that loyalty and continuity is as Gen X? Absolutely right. And I'm glad you asked that question, Kusum. So typically Gen Y is chasing dreams and you need to anchor their dreams. So for example, Kusum is a Gen Y who is joining my organization today. As a boss, I will spend time with Kusum and ask her कि भैया तुमको जिंदगी में करना क्या है? And for whatever reason, Kusum says कि sir, when I was growing up ना मैं वो Animal Kingdom channel देखती थी, तो मेरे को ना before I turned 25, I want to do that African safari, and I love to do that African safari. So you should go back and tell, अच्छा ठीक है Kusum, you work with us for 3 years. I will ensure that I book the African safari for you, and from an organization point of view, I'll send it to you. Rather than going back and telling her कि कुसुम 3 साल में तुम ना assistant manager बन जाओगी या तुम ना 3 साल में ये हो जाओगी. Because Kusum's dream is not becoming assistant manager. Kusum's dream is going back and doing African safari in 3 years' time. So it is important for you to understand, if you want to anchor this generation, you need to understand what their dreams are and anchor those dreams. The moment you start anchoring those dreams, this generation doesn't quit. And that is what the Googles, the Unilevers of the world are doing. If you look at their strategy is very simple. They just go back and spend time in terms of understanding what each person's dreams are, and then they try to anchor that. And the moment you start anchoring that dream, it will not come. Because the Kusum, the day she gets bored from Srini and says she decides to join somebody else, say Dr. Behel, she will go to Dr. Behel and ask first thing, Srini to promise किया था मेरे को 3 साल में अफ्रीका भेजेंगे, सफारी के लिए आप भेजोगे क्या?
भेजूंगा सर, पक्का.
पक्का भेजेंगे, तो फिर चांस है कि कुसुम छोड़ देगी. पर अगर डॉक्टर बहल बोलते हैं कि नहीं भैया वो सब मुझे नहीं पता, मैं 20% हाइक दूंगा, तुम चुपचाप आके यहाँ काम करो, ये अफ्रीका हमको नहीं पता, एंड कुसुम विल नॉट क्विट. शी विल से कि नहीं बाबा मैं तो श्रीनी के पास ही रहूंगी, क्योंकि श्रीनी तो भेज रहा था, डॉक्टर बहल नहीं भेज रहे. एंड दैट इज व्हाट द ट्रिक लाइज फॉर अस, कि where we need to spend that time with them to understand what is this that they are coming to office. 90% of the generation doesn't come to office for its next promotion. They're coming to office to drive or to get something else, and that something else is what we need to anchor. So that is the answer, Kusum, how to go back and build around that. Ashish says, does it mean that middle-level organizations will have higher attrition rate as a design for Gen Y? Absolutely, Ashish, and that is what the trends are showing today. The kind of attrition rates you are seeing in mid-level organizations which have not adopted themselves are facing. So whatever level, this is even the large organizations or mid-sized organizations which are not changing their policies for the new generation are facing attrition. And attritions are crazy today, 25-30% attrition. So that means in 2 to 3 years, you have a complete new organization with you, and which is very scary. because the amount of knowledge and the amount of competitive advantage you're supposed to have, you're losing out all. But you see progressive organizations, even in startups to others, who are actually changing themselves to behave. There's a very interesting study that Google has come with. Just last week, it was there in Economic Times. If you get a chance to go it on internet and search, they are again changing the workplace dimensions. So they are calling it IKEA meets Lego. So they're saying, no more workstations will be built. The whole workstations, so they're saying offices will be like IKEA floors, which is one big floor without any pillars or with minimum pillars. And every workstation will have wheels below. So today morning, I have to work with Dr. Behel. I will move my table, chair and cupboard to Dr. Behel's place. Tomorrow, if it is with Kamal, I will again move my table, chair again to and go to Kamal's place. So they're saying every day morning teams will work in amoebic fashion. And Google has started developing all its offices like that already. Why? Because in this pandemic, they did a study with all the Gen Z. That means people who were born after 2000. That is the generation after Y. The sociologists have spent time with them, checked with them what is that workplaces they are looking. They are already designing workplaces like that. Like Google has policy which says every year you spend with me, you get 2 additional leaves. So for example, if I joined Google today, I get 30 leaves, and Kamal, who's there in that Google for last 5 years, he gets 40 leaves. Why? Because 5 into 2, 10 leaves he gets. Why? Because they say that this generation wants to see the world, wants to go to do that bungee jumping, river rafting. अगर छुट्टी नहीं होगा तो कहाँ से करेंगे वो? इसलिए they are saying you work with Google, every year you work, you get 2 additional leaves. So there are organizations who are doing things like that, which is making companies be active towards that. So Ashish, the answer is very simple. Organizations which are not going to go back and change themselves and will say कि नहीं भैया हम तो वैसे ही हैं, are going to suffer. Organizations which are going to adapt themselves to the new generation are going to evolve. Thank you, Srini. I think he's pasted the article. Sushil has a very interesting question. So instead of shifting chairs and tables, why can't they shift places? Because the human psychology is we all love our comfort zones. So the answer is very simple. The way I sit, the way I table, हमारे Hindu mythology में वास्तु बोलते हैं, बाकी psychology में comfort zones बोलते हैं. So we like our tables, we like our chairs, the way we sit. We like those photographs. कोई अपनी पापा की फोटो रखता है तो कोई अपने कुत्ते की फोटो रखता है, but we love that. And every day morning you don't want to change it. So rather than changing all the photos and everything, you just go back and move the tables is what people have their comfort. And that is why they do that. Ananya says, is it not possible to have a balance between Gen X and Gen Y instead of Gen X to understand Gen Y? Absolutely, there is balance, So, okay, so I may be biased here telling why Gen X should adjust to Gen Y, but we do a lot of workshops where we actually tell Gen Y how to adjust to Gen X. So it is a two-way traffic. So it is not that only Gen X has to change themselves to Gen Y. Like QME, Murgappa group does a lot of work with Gen Ys where they're teaching Gen Ys why Gen X behaves in a particular fashion and why they should appreciate. And many Gen Y go back and laugh in that classroom when we teach, saying, yes, now I realize why my papa behaves like this or why my mommy says this, So they also understand, they also realize. What is important for us as leaders to understand is that we need to bridge this gap. And that is your job and my job. Because many of us don't understand this, that there is a gap, and that gap can be only filled by we trying to build the bridge. If we don't build the bridge, then we have this challenge that these two generations will stay apart and create more mess. But definitely, yes, to answer you, it is not only we have to change, but they also have to change. So the question comes is, when we know as leaders we have to supposed to be nice, kind, and understanding, then why don't we do? It is not rocket science. So why is it that as leaders, can you elaborate the previous slide? Okay. So the new age leaders are typically either it can be Ram or Ravan. So Ram has been an enabler. If you read Ramayana or if you've gone through Ramayana, you've seen Ram has always enabled others to do what they do. So when he goes to fight Ravan, he never had an army. and he built resources on his way. So he helped Hanuman to realize his potential. He helped every other resource that he found around him, he enabled them. Whereas Ravan was a gatekeeper, he tried to hold everything around. So as leaders, we have the option to be either of the two. We can be enablers. So enablers are like, for example, like typically if you see the biggest enabler for us has been MS Dhoni. So MS Dhoni was a classic leader who enabled Virat Kohli to be where he is. He never felt insecure about him. So even when we won the World Cup, you will never see him in the center of the photograph. You will see him in the side of the photograph. And today, if you see Kohli, Kohli is doing the same thing. When he wins, it's a Mohammad Siraj or Rishabh Pant who is in the center, and you will see Kohli in the back. So the idea is, as leaders, are we enabling the next gen, or are we trying to create identity for ourselves and build around that? So what is the problem with us? Why as leaders, we don't do things the way we are supposed to do, in the sense that we are supposed to behave like Ram, but we'll end up behaving like Ravan. These are some of the challenges that we do. And these are the challenges that we need to be careful of. So as leaders, there is always this temptation for us to, hog the limelight. Now, one of the reasons why as leaders we don't enable others is the challenge of being seen very good. In a collective society, one of the challenges is we want to like playing demigod. So for us, and one of the big reasons as leaders we are failing today, and I'm shameless to say about it because I'm also part and parcel of that. I can't take away myself. Is as leaders, when we were growing up, we were told or we were taught the things like "Mard ko dard nahi hota." So for us, the definition of leader is machoism. 56 inch ka seena to what Donald Trump does. We were not taught as leaders to be compassionate. And that is one big challenge as leaders we are failing today. Vulnerability is strength, we need to understand. So the New Zealand Prime Minister was very okay to come on the TV and tell I'm failing as a Prime Minister, I'm not able to get vaccinated, please forgive me. She said that. So what Deepthi was saying previously, if you take away the gender part and if you put it into energy, today if you see leaders who are displaying feminine energy are the ones who are doing good. It is not a coincidence that the top 5 countries which fought COVID very well, all the 5 countries were led by women prime ministers. Data has shown that. Why? Because when you, as a leader, when you go and activate your feminine energy, so we are like Ardhanarishwari, both Shiva and Parvati are there in us. It is up to us in the morning which energy you want to activate. So if you activate your feminine energy as leaders, you will be able to do far better than if you are going to do only masculine. And that is something very important for us to understand. So Ravan represents the masculinity. It is the typical Donald Trump thing, where you go back and say, I will only behave in a very masculine fashion. But Ram represents masculine and feminine. Ram was okay to cry when he lost Sita. In fact, he's supposed to be the most romantic hero if you go back and see. You and I do not dare to walk even 10 kilometers in a mall with our spouse. But he was ready to walk 3,000 kilometers to get his spouse back. And he shows during the whole experience, it is okay to be vulnerable. It is okay to go back and say, I need help. It is okay to go back and say, I don't know. It is okay to go back and ask your people's help. And that is something which we need to learn to do. Today, as leaders, we cannot go back and say, I have all the answers. Even if I don't have the answers, I will act as macho. I will try to go back and push my ideas. If we try to do, we'll quickly lose out. And that is something which we need to understand. We need to stop playing demigods. That days are gone. Today's good leaders are the ones who go back and say, I don't know, can you teach me? Can you help me? Can we go together and do it? And we don't have to feel worried saying, if I say I don't know, people will think I'm weak. No. We have enough examples from Mahatma Gandhi to Ram to everybody who said at various stages of their life, they don't know how to do it. And people were more than happy to help them. So it is important for us to understand that we do some of these things of doing. So I will just skip this and I'll come directly to this. So leadership is all about what? Leadership is about not leading but being ready to lead. And this is something which we need to understand. Today, in an ecosystem where everything is interconnected, it is important for us to understand that as a leader, as much as you will lead, you should also be ready to get led. Because these young interns who come, these young chaps who come, they're brilliant in some of the areas. So it is okay to go back and learn from them. And that's what you find in cricket. And today, if you see why Indian team is doing so well in cricket, is one of the reasons is that Virat Kohli is okay to learn from a Rishabh Pant. Rishabh Pant is okay to learn from a Ajinkya Rahane. Gone are those days when the captain would say, I know everything and you just follow what I say. No, people today, it's all collective leadership. And that collective leadership can only come in your system if you are ready to being led. So somewhere we need to go back and dilute that whole machoism in us. And one of the legacies of Modi's success or failure is also going to be that. Is he going to learn from the mistakes that he's making and collectively is he going to build, or is he going to go into the watershed movements where he could have done some brilliant stuff and he would have failed because he's not getting others to participate? And today you look at all the corporates, some of the best balance sheets that you see are the ones where leadership is collective. So as much as you are the CEO or you are the leader who's going to drive it, there is no harm in being a good listening leader and being ready to be led and build around that. Now, this is very important for us to understand how do you lead your team members? And whenever you find gaps in them, how do you build around those gaps? So whenever you are supposed to guide somebody, you need to understand where does this person fall into one of these four grids. So people are not able to perform to their 100%. So for example, you buy a Ferrari car and you decide to drive at gear 2. There's nothing more stupid than that. You buy a Ferrari because you want to drive at its maximum speed. So you hire a top talent and you want a top talent to fire at all will. Then you need to keep checking with the top talent what's troubling him, that why is he not performing. The skill will grid tells us that. It goes back and checks with us. Okay? If a person is not performing well, is it an issue of will? Will means he has everything he knows to do the job. It is that his intent is not there. He is not motivated enough to do it. So this is typically like Chris Gayle when it comes to play. You are not sure whether it's going to hit 100 or a 0 that day. His intent, you are not sure about it. He has all the skill that is required. Then there are some others in the organization who have the will. They're extremely committed, but they don't have the skill. So whenever you are supposed to guide somebody, you need to spend that few minutes to understand to first person to put into one of these four buckets. Is he highly skilled and willed? Is he low skill, high motivated? Is he low skill, low motivation, or high skill and high motivation? And based on these four buckets, you will go back and realize what to do. Somebody who is highly skilled and highly motivated, you need to empower. And this is what MS Dhoni did with Virat Kohli. He knew Virat Kohli wants to be a leader and he knew he has all the elements of being a leader. And he just went and empowered him. He just went and gave him what is required. Now, a person who has high skill and low motivation is where you need to motivate him. So there you don't have to teach this person anything. You just need to go and give him positive thoughts. You need to. So this is typically what Jamwant did with Hanuman. He never taught Hanuman how to fly and how to do all that. What Jamwant told Hanuman is this part of it, where he said you had everything in you, but he had to be given the pep talk to do what you have to do. Somebody whose motivation is high but doesn't have the skill, that is where you need to guide. Here is where you need to use your technical skills to tell him how to do. So this is where all your tacit knowledge will come. This is where you will go back and get things done. And then you will have some kids who are neither skilled, neither willed, but you landed up with you. There you need to direct them. So यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा डंडा देना जरूरी है कि भाई, this is not going to work. If you don't do it, then things are not going to be that exciting for you. Today, what happens is, knowingly, unknowingly, one of the four things we try to do with all four of them. So to a Virat Kohli, if you try to direct, you are in soup. Why? Because he's so smart, he's not going to take directions because he knows what is to be done. So you don't have to teach him how to bat. He knows how to bat. He's motivated enough to bat. So you don't go and teach him ki ye karo, wo karo. He's going to get frustrated and he's going to come back and tell you, boss, chhod do na. Jaan ke piche kyun pade wo. And you need to be careful about that. So you need to quickly identify these characters in your team. So when you go back tonight or whenever you are going back and doing this exercise, look at your team members, try to plot in one of these 4 boxes. And then when they come to you, you try to behave accordingly. So people here, you be very technical here. People who are here, you don't have to be technical. Here you have to be a typical behavioral leader where you'll talk with them, you'll pep, you will chat with them, you'll pep them up and all that. And this is something which will help you to be able to guide people based on what they look for. So I have given what are the things to be done. So there is enough and more you can read. And this is a very famous theory. So there is a lot of literature also available that you can do. Before I wrap up, the last topic is, or the last thoughts before I take questions from you is, the question is very simple for us is, if not now, when? So we will have to change because it is very important for all of us to understand what got us up to here will not get us to the next stage. We have to evolve, and that evolution with people management has to begin now. So if not us, who will do? And if not now, when will we do? So it is important for us to go back and revisit the way our working styles are, especially with people element. And the leaders who are going to make a difference to organization in days to come are the ones who are able to manage this element called man in the 4 elements of man, machine, business. Because we have the only resources that are unlimited potential. So you will realize that if you are able to take care of your team members, then you are be able to build whatever you want across. So I'll take a pause here. I'll look for questions and then I'll answer them and take it forward from there. So thank you. And any questions, please shoot. Yes, Mayank has said he has 2 questions related to psychological contracts. Can I unmute myself and ask the same? Yes, Mayank, please go ahead.
Sir, am I audible? Mayank this side?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. My first question is related to psychological contracts. So, on the basis of the employer and employee both. So do we tend to see that psychological contracts tend to expire as time passes on, because at initial level, the employee shows great commitment and does what he's not asked to do. But as time passes on, he sticks to his schedule and he focuses on what he's asked to do. So is that a red flag?
Absolutely. So I'll tell you an interesting story. So most of you are Hyderabadi, so you'll understand this. So you have this Nagarjuna circle. In Nagarjuna circle, they sell a lot of flowers. And there is a signal. So one day, me and my wife were, I'm a Telugu and my wife is a Guju. So ours is a love marriage, 25 years into relationship. So one day we were driving there, signal pe ruka tha, so my wife did like this, kona maar rahi thi. So I said, kya hua? So she showed the flowers. And then she said very interesting thing to me. She said, ऐसा है ना, वैलेंटाइन दिन छोड़ के अगर मुझे फूल दोगे ना, तुमको कोई पाप नहीं पड़ेगा. And that was a hint to me that if I had to sustain this relationship, I need to nurture this relationship. It cannot happen that I give flowers only once in a year and get away with it. So psychological contracts are like that. They expire every day, every minute. So forget about years. They expire every day, every minute. And we have to nurture those psychological contracts. So like I do with my spouse now, I have to surprise her with flowers once in a while. It is important for us to surprise the same with our team members. Once in a while, you have to take out them for dinners. Once in a while, you have to bring gifts to them. Once in a while, you have to go with movies to them. Once in a while, you give gifts like books to them, saying, I read this book of Jim Collins. It's very nice. Why didn't you read it? So physical contracts are at least a year, 2 year, 5 year, 10 year, but psychological contracts expire on every day basis. And we have to take out time to invest on that.
So basically we have to focus on delight and connect once again when we see the red flags.
Absolutely. Absolutely. More on delight than connect.
So one more question I had. It's
yes.
You said psychological contracts are unwritten expectations. So
yes.
To contain those expectations, because most of the time, organizational trust is broken when an employee is sacked for example, or when he doesn't get the appreciation he deserves. So how to
Yes.
correct those expectations?
So two things are there. Number one is when you're setting expectations, you have to be realistic. So people generally expectations, when you don't set to them, they go back and go wild expectations. So for example, if I'm your team member and I'm before getting into a project, you should be very clear. Saying, Srinivas, aisa hai na, acha karoge na, badhiya gift milega. Now, when you say badhiya gift milega, badhiya gift can be from a diamond necklace to Hawaii trip to could be a dinner at Chutney's. You need to set that expectations. Ki when you say badhiya gift milega, you need to tell that ki boss, this is where it is, and this is what the daira of that badhiya gift is. Second is you need to make me understand by spending time saying ki how I should maintain my expectations. Today, every Tom, Dick, Harry in town thinks he will put a startup. That startup will become Facebook. It doesn't happen that. Somebody has to tell this generation that you need to curtail your expectations. So when these interns comes to you, when these articles come to you, you need to spend time to tell these articles कि भैया ऐसा है ना, CA पास करोगे, ISB में MBA कर लोगे तो तुम सीधा PE firm में you will not manage 100 million fund. There is a biological cycle. That biological cycle will expect you to go through some ups and downs. Today, nobody is doing that, and that is our fault. As leaders, as parents, we need to set those expectations with these kids to tell them what life is. Today, every kid thinks he can hold a cricket bat or he's the next Virat Kohli. We need to set that expectations, and that expectations are heartbreaking. But that is what we need to go back and do that. That's our big job as leaders to do that.
Yes, sir.
Vishnu has a, thank you. Vishnu has a question. Should we say that we are generations who need to adjust with baby boomers and Gen Y? Absolutely, Vishnu. और ये बड़ा frustrating है. I don't know whether you've played cricket or not बचपन में, but बचपन में हम लोग का क्या होता था कि like for example आपके पास बैट है तो by default बैटिंग आपको पहले मिलेगी. तो आप बैटिंग किए 4 ओवर, फिर आपकी मम्मी ने आपको खाना खाने बुला लिया. So you said कि बॉस मैं तो जा रहा. अब श्रीनी की हालत खराब, 4 ओवर बॉलिंग करने के बाद साला बैटिंग ही नहीं मिली. टुडे एज अ जनरेशन वी आर फीलिंग दैट. जब हम सिस्टम में आए थे हमको बोला गया था ऐसा है ना, 15 साल रगड़ो, जब तुम लीडर बनोगे तब तुम्हारी टाइम आएगा, तुमको जो करना है तब करो, अभी 15 साल तक चुपचाप रगड़ो. और आप और मैं पूरे 15 ईयर्स तक चुपचाप रगड़े, 20 साल तक रगड़े. 20 साल के बाद जब हम बॉस बने तो हमको बोला जा रहा है कि नहीं भैया बैटिंग तुम्हारी नहीं है, जेन वाई की है, वो लोग डिसाइड करेंगे व्हाट आर द रूल्स ऑफ द गेम. So it is frustrating for us, no doubt. But then we are also the generation that can link these two generations. And if we don't link these two generations, then you can be sure that we are going to fail. And the organizations are going to fail. So wherever leaders are quickly adapting themselves are the ones who go back and getting it. Shailesh has a question. How do you get good feedback? How do you get good feedback? So I'm expecting this question in two forms. How do you get good feedback? So one is you need to go and take your team members out to understand how do you get, tell them. So first is you need to build trust among your team members. Whenever they give feedback, you're not going to come back with guns firing at them. Because when you ask for feedback, two things are going to be good. One thing is not going to be good. And you need to be very clear saying when people are giving you not so good feedback also, you will take it with a smile. The moment you start doing that, you will start getting feedback. The moment people feel that, you are ready to accept it. So Sushil and Hari have questions. So I'll first ask Sushil to ask question. Yes, Sushil ji.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
So this whole concept of being led by others and shared leadership.
Yes.
Now this actually exposes a person, and sometimes it backfires. And the person, you see, the entire team will get to know what the so-called leader actually knows, what is his experience, what are his traits. So this is a risky zone actually. So being led by others or shared leadership is slightly, I think, in some organizations it can backfire.
So that's if you ask me, that's a psychological fear we have, Sushil ji. If today I ask you whether if you get 1 hour to spend with Atal ji or Advani ji, whom will you spend? 90% of us will say Atal ji. Even though Atal ji actually standing in parliament cried the day he lost his thing, and Advani ji never cried. He took the battle in Rath Yatra.
He cried because he lost by one vote.
Yes, but he cried. And still we respect him. Still we respect him. We never said he is a weak leader. अरे ऐसे कैसे उन्ने parliament में सबके सामने रो दिया and all that. So as much as we think showing our weaknesses people will exploit, some people may exploit for some time. But in the long run, people will respect you because people know you are a human being and you are a good leader. So one of the ways of when you show weaknesses to your followers actually respect you more because they realize he is a good human being also, besides being a good leader. What is important for us is to balance that good leader and good human. And that comes when we show our vulnerability. But yes, if you have an organization culture where people exploit it all the time, then we should be careful. I completely agree with you. There are some organizations whose maturity levels are not so high and they would exploit, then we'll be careful there. Yes, Mr. Hari, please go ahead.
So this is regarding two aspects. One is what I feel is the Gen Y is not taught as a practice that it is a life journey wherein failures are part of the life, and they are not trained, or that is why I feel that they are pampered a lot or spoiled in that way, and they are not trained in their expectations because of the evidence. They are available with everything. Everything is at the tip of the thing. So social life, personal life, and the future, they are not able to balance once they fail. So how do you respond?
Absolutely, and it is that is the big challenge for all of us. As parents, we have failed in terms of teaching them the realities of life. So we've kept them in a very cocooned fashion. We've kept them protected from all the harsh things of while growing up. So your parents and my parents were okay to put us to the roughness of it, so whenever things happen. Like, for example, when I failed in my exams, my dad wouldn't mind picking up a stick and hitting me. I never did it to my child. I always told him, no, there is always a better chance you do it, extra classes lagao, ye wo ye. So as parents, we've used an approach which was very different and which is backfiring now. Now it is important for us as parents also to take that baton and tell them when failures come, it is going to be there. So whenever failures happen, we need to teach them, this is a part and parcel of the game. You're not going to win every match. It is like any other IPL, if there are 12 matches being played, 11 matches being played, there are a few you're bound to lose. What we need to teach them is when they fail, it is okay to fail. Today, one of the persons who said in the beginning, depression cases are rising because they see failure as a big ego. We need to tell them failure is not ego. Failure is part of the game. When you're going to play a game, there are times when you're going to win, there are times going to lose. And that realism is to be bought in both at office and at home.
And second question is, sir, many in the technical sides or pharmaceutical side or the FMCG side or the specialization sides, we have to face a problem between indispensable. An employee feels that he is indispensable and the organization is stuck up between alternatives. So indispensable versus alternatives. How we have to, balance this?
No, we need to, till the time indispensable is not doing anything which is against your value system, you're okay with it. So Virat Kohli is a Virat Kohli. Nobody can replace Virat Kohli. But tomorrow Virat Kohli starts dictating terms to BCCI and says, this is how cricket has to be played. That is the day BCCI will say, thank you very much, I can create another Virat Kohli. So till the time your resources, your smart guys are adhering to the values of the system, till the time they are adhering to the ethos of the organization, you should perfectly okay to tolerate them. And alternatives is by default we have to create, because succession planning is one of the key components of any good leader. Because tomorrow, as for example, what does Companies Act says? The Companies Act definition is we are an independent identity which is perpetual in nature. So if an organization has to be perpetual in nature, that means you need to have a talent pipeline of alternatives which can go ahead beyond Hari and Srini. And that can only happen if you have alternatives. So it is not about either of them, it is both. We need to pamper those people who are doing exceedingly well. At the same time, we need to create alternatives so that the business can go ahead. Yes, Ravi, please go ahead.
The last 5 minutes.
Okay, then I will. There are a few questions here that I'll also answer. Thank you. Yes, Ravi. I think he's lost. Have I lost?
Am I there? Am I audible,
Okay,
sir?
Yes, please.
Hello?
Please go ahead.
Sir, my question was that the photo of this in your all the slides, there's a photo of Facebook sites like, subscribe, and hashtag, and this follow, and then this there's a
Yes.
content. I was connecting those things, but I was not able to connect things. Maybe I X generation, Y generation, or maybe more older generation. I don't know.
No.
So
So,
can you
okay,
help
good.
me
So
out?
that is. So, for example, this photo, if you see, this is when you fall in love for the first time. You are head over heels, right? So you will remember your college days, when first time they were there. So the idea is कि उस time पे you never saw any fault in the person who you are in love with. You find everything blissful. You find everything nice. So if employees are in love with the organization, then they are not going to get easily distracted by competition. So just because somebody is giving them ₹1,00,000 or 2 lakh extra, they are not going to quit. So each photograph is like that we try to create with the storyline saying ki, what does that mean in terms of this. So like for example, here it is all about, if you see, just a moment, I'll show you. So this is all about leadership. So leadership is all about what is underneath the water. So it is like the iceberg theory, So good leaders have more depth in them. So the visibility is less, but the depth is very high in them, and that's what makes them good leaders. So that was the whole logic. Okay, I'll take few questions which are written. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Apurva says, so if you want to form new teams, then should we combine Gen Y, Gen X, or keep them separate? Definitely, we have to combine them because it is like a railway engine. So railway engine, the headlight is the Gen X, and the power of the engine is Gen Y. So Gen Y doesn't have the vision. They are still very young. They have not seen dunya. They don't know where the world is going, but they have the energy. And Gen X doesn't have the energy because they are on their sun is setting there, but they have the experience. So we have to combine this energy and experience, and that's why you need both of them in the teams. You cannot have separate teams. Chandrasekhar says we are a sandwich generation. Absolutely right, and that is what we've been talking about. Srini says if majority of the team are Gen X and few Gen Y, millennials, how do we manage expectations and balance? Any tips? The tips are very simple, Srini. Again, as I said, we need to be more compassionate and we need to be listening to more. Today, unfortunately, as leaders and as managers, we've fallen into the Donald Trump and the machoism kind of a logic where we are trying to dictate things. But if we are understanding, then that will be better. Gen Y usually puts their frustration in Glassdoor when they can't follow and they're signed up for. This damages the reputation. Absolutely. And we need to be very careful about it. So if you give Gen Y an outlet inside the organization to share their frustrations, they'll not go outside. Because the idea is to share a frustration. When inside the organization, nobody is ready to listen to them, that is when they try to go out. And due to automation, yes, please.
Chandrasekhar, yeah. This is regarding the Gen Y and the Glassdoor question. See, usually what we're seeing is where they sign up for something and when they're not able to follow up that, there are definitely repercussions. Where they are not ready to face the repercussions. Whenever there's a repercussion, whenever there's a disciplinary action on that, they would go out and put it in the world saying that, okay, this company is a shithole company. And
absolutely. So the two ways of handling it. Number one is listen to them and let them vent out their anger, frustration inside the organization. And number two is whenever they let out that frustration on Glassdoor, as an organization, respond to it. Don't shy from it. So whenever something is said not so nice about on Glassdoor, from the organization, either the HR or organization, somebody has to answer with facts. So when others are reading it and when they see the company response, the respect for company goes high, saying this company is transparent enough to and has the courage enough to confront. Today, as organizations, we refuse from doing it. We generally say, oh, that mad fellow is saying something, why should when elephants walk, dogs will bark, and why should I respond? And that gives a negative feeling in the other millennials saying, oh, this company is not responded to this point. That means they are, there is something fishy, that's why they're not doing it. But as an organization, if you start responding back to people on Glassdoor with facts and saying, this is what happened or this is what it is, you will see the credibility goes up. And that's what the Swiggies and the Zomatos of the world are doing. Every time you put a bad feedback, they quickly respond back by giving you a gift voucher or apologizing or doing something. And that's why we keep going back to them again and again.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Bail, all towards you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And I mean, you are absolutely brilliant as always. In fact, sir, you will not believe I was completely rooted to the chair. That's why when you put that question to Dr. Behel, you said immediately the answer was given. So that is the kind of effect you have on me, sir. I'm sure the same effect you have on everybody else. May I request CA Harsha, please give the vote of thanks.
I'm honored to give the vote of thanks, sir. So before I say thank you to end my short speech, I just want to say that let us all acknowledge that this was the subject we all wanted to seek validation for, even if subconsciously. Whether being an employer or an employee, the money-minded relationship always cautions us that, leave your emotions at the doorsteps. But some people leave their ethics and sensibility also, which worsens the case. So today's session, I heartily thank Mr. Srinivasji to be the speaker for today on this topic and enlighten us on critical issues of employment and its environment with your dynamic and rich experience. Truly glad, and I'm truly nervous because it was a very, very good session. And so yeah, I can't thank you enough, but very, very enriching. And after this, I would like to mention a few key points that I saw from your presentation. First of all was generation. I mean, I'm going backwards, but generation Y and Z, of course, there is a huge gap because of, I would say, not only parenting, but also technological advancements. Even if your parents are like backward area villagers, but generation Y will always be forward towards the technology. So yes, bridging the gap is what leaders need to work on. Secondly, it was humans are not resources, but capitalists. So a big thumbs up on that. And what else? This was, these 2 points were the major ones. Okay, so after this, I would like to thank Ashminda sir and Dayanavas Sharma sir for creating this platform and bringing all of us together so that we can connect here in these challenging times. And last but not the least, I would like to thank each and every participant without whom this session could not have been possible, for making it so very interactive and being very keen on the topic. So I thank all of you once again and for making these 2 hours worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you, Harsha. Thank you very much. And Sridhi sir, we'll keep seeing you again and again.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and pleasure to be here, and I hope it made sense because 2 hours is very valuable time for all of you, and I hope I made that little bit of delta difference, and I look forward to again interacting. Thank you very much.
If you want, you can most welcome to remain on, sir. If you want to leave, you're most welcome to leave, whichever way you like it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. No, I'll leave because I've got a small work to run. So I will leave, and I thank all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
For all others, I will quickly go over the next assignment. Now, because we have this time together, the next assignment is on negotiations. There are 2 case studies. Actually, the person who's going to cover this, the faculty who's going to cover it, he's here along with us. He will answer. He's slightly under the weather for COVID, so he's going to answer questions as and when you ask. But I will quickly cover the main aspects of it. There is an XYZ company, which is a German company, and it has stores in lots of countries, including mostly European countries. It has manufacturing base at Bangladesh. Let me assure you, I stayed there for 3 years in the embassy. And I went to these manufacturing companies who used to manufacture garments, children clothes, t-shirts, etc. In fact, before I came back to India, I bought the rejects because rejects were as good as the actuals at virtually throwaway price. You know, in 10 to 20 takas, which is virtually equal to rupee, I could get a very nice t-shirt because they were rejects. There may be slight mark here, slight mark there. But that is the kind of quality which is made in Bangladesh by those manufacturing companies. So what do these manufacturing companies do? They buy the raw materials from many other countries, including from Bangladesh. Like cotton comes from there itself. Then they may have stuff from China and from other countries. Then when they manufacture these products, garments, a quality check is carried out, and then they are sold in the European markets. But this company XYZ is outsourcing this activity to them, but they buy the raw material from other countries. And there has been an increase in the raw material cost. There has also been an increase in the logistics cost. It could be because of COVID, it may not be because of COVID, but it has taken place. You must have seen, if you have been following stock market, that the prices of steel and other commodities have shot up. You must have also seen the logistics cost have shot up. You also seen the raw material cost of other things have shot up. So now the manufacturing company wants to increase the price because its supplier is charging it higher and there is a logistic cost involved. So there are two different case studies and you are negotiating as a buyer and you are negotiating as a seller. So we have divided every group 1 to 10 into two. Group 1 is half is buyer and other half is seller. Group 1 to 5 carries out case study 1. Group 6 to 10 carries out case study 2. Is this absolutely clear till here? So what we need to do is that the buyers, that are 5 buyers, in case your group still has 5 people there, you know, because there are some groups where people have dropped out. There are totally 4 people who have dropped out from this program because of COVID or COVID-related exigencies. So these 5 will have, whether you are buyer or seller, will have an independent Zoom meeting within yourself. And you will discuss the case study, you will discuss your strategy, you will identify a representative, you will determine what your walkaway price is, you will determine in which manner you are going to negotiate, and you will also determine your zone of possible agreement and what is the maximum price that you're going to pay for that. In case you are a buyer, in case you are a seller, the lowest price that you're going to come to. Now, the price is not given, but what is given is percentage. So you are going to negotiate for percentages. Now, the buyers have been given some specific information for buyers and the sellers have been given some specific information for sellers, which you should not share with each other. But it gives you an overview of what is happening in your organization as buyer and what is happening in the other organization as seller for the seller. Is this absolutely clear till now? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so now I come to the other point. Now, once both buyers and sellers have had
one
their
question.
Yeah, please.
Does it mean that XYG is the buyer?
Actually,
XYZ, let me answer then.
Yeah.
So first of all, good afternoon to everyone. And I took my second jab yesterday, so I'm a little bit down on fever, but hopefully I should get better. And I hope all your families and everybody back in India is okay. So let me just answer what XYZ is. XYZ is the company which is buying the garments, finished garments to be sold in Europe. But they also nominate certain raw materials for their suppliers. So in case 1, the raw material is thread, and case 2, raw material is metal trims. And once you read that, you will understand. But each of you, depending on which subgroup you are, you will role play buyer or seller. So if it is 5B, for example, would be playing role of buyer, and 5S would be doing same for seller. So when you are acting as a seller, you are deciding your strategy, how you're going to negotiate that, based on what facts and figures would you do that, and what is your, I think Angaji has explained the rest part very, very well. So I didn't have to do that. But it depends which group you are sitting, and then that role you are going to play.
Sir, excuse me. It's not clear. I am in seller group. So should I represent from XYZ or should I represent from the supplier of XYZ?
supplier of XYZ, and that is also mentioned the name of the company would be, I think, ABC in case one. I don't remember the second one, but so
Seller is
if
ABC.
you are in seller, you represent seller.
Okay, okay, it's clear now. Thank you.
Okay, and what are the questions that need to be answered? I'll just quickly go over them. First is goals of negotiation. What was your goal? Second is negotiation strategy itself. What strategy you're going to follow, whether win-win or other strategy or any other strategy that you so feel. And also, what is the methodology of that strategy? What is the walkaway price? What is the final agreement price? And why did you reach that final agreement price? And if that is, if the agreement was reached, if the agreement was not reached, why was it not reached? Was it because of the walkaway price, or was it due to any other reason? So what are the points you're going to cover in the presentation? Presentation will be done for 2 minutes each by the buyer, 2 minutes by the seller. And we'll be, this assessment team we have here is phenomenally good, I'm assuring you. Ritesh ji exercises such a danda over everybody so that it'll, you know, he's got everything very crystallized and laid down. You must have seen all those points that were given yesterday are given by him. It's not prepared by me. He and his team had prepared it. So you have to be very careful of time. You have to be very careful of these 5 points. Again, I'll say goals of negotiation, negotiation strategy, walkaway price, final agreement, and anything else, you know, that is relevant to the negotiation. If the agreement was achieved, why was it achieved? If the, why did you agree to that price increase? And if the agreement was not achieved, why was it not achieved?
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, Deepa ji.
So when we are a subgroup of, for example, seller, one subgroup will be for seller and one subgroup will be for buyer. So finally, we both have to again have a Zoom meeting and coordinate with each other and then give the joint presentation, or it will be only for seller?
Yeah. So first thing is that you have individual Zoom meetings between buyer group within itself, subgroup itself, seller subgroup itself, so as to you determine your strategy. You can extend that for as much as possible because it's all your free time.
Yeah.
Now, the second is between the buyer and seller, you come to a common Zoom meeting.
Okay.
And then you have a negotiation between the two. But I would strongly recommend, because there are five people each, I would strongly recommend that you have one person as a representative who's clear, who negotiates, and the others can come up to his support.
Yes.
But if all five are trying to negotiate, then nothing will get done. So same way is for the seller. You both negotiate. If you are able to come to a negotiation strategy, a negotiated price increase, that has to be mentioned. But the presentation on the final day will not be together. The buyer will give his perspective, the seller will give his perspective, and they will say why they agreed to that price or why they did not agree to that price increase.
Okay. Okay. So there will be one presentation from the seller side and one presentation from the buyer side. That's clear.
For 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay.
Good. Any more questions?
Sir, a confusion has arisen because of Mr. Vishnu Agrawal. XYZ company is a supplier, but it is purchasing raw material. So it is doing both the activities. One is purchasing activities, and in the market it has risen so many things. So and it is selling. So XYZ company, suppose I am in the buyers team, right? So XYZ buyers purchases team, I will be XYZ purchaser team, and the other person is XYZ seller team. Am I right?
No, no. So XYZ is not the seller. XYZ is the purchaser in both cases. So if you see, XYZ is the retailer who sells the garment in Europe. So it's like a fashion store, what you see in H&M in India. So you go and see. But these guys source out of Bangladesh. And they have manufacturers who are supplying to them. Okay. And then manufacturer also buys some part of raw material from different raw material suppliers. These raw materials are actually controlled by XYZ, saying for the quality purposes, okay, if you need to buy this raw material from here and that from there. So that raw material supplier want to increase the price. And they are coming directly to XYZ and saying, we are going to increase the price. That will have a net impact into the price of the garment. So then garment price goes up, you know, consequently everything goes up. So XYZ remains. So let's take the example of case 1. XYZ is the retailer, the buyer, and ABC, thread manufacturer, is the supplier. Just to be very, very clear on this.
Okay, so it is actual case. He is not telling you anything fictitious. This is actual case where he is working. In fact, he's operating from Hong Kong right now, and he's a outsourcing. I mean, he's a sourcing manager. So it is the actual case which has been brought to you with names changed for real reasons, for obvious reasons. Is it absolutely clear? Sushil Kumar Sharma ji, anything, sir?
From my side, I'm okay.
Thank you, sir. Ritesh ji?
Sir, Anand ji has question.
Yeah.
Sir, how to derive at a throwaway price? Because quantification is not provided. So are we in the position as a buyer to ask to the seller to give justification for his price increase expectations?
Yes.
So I think that's the point we shouldn't discuss today. But that's actually the part of real negotiation. But this is part of your strategy, how you're going to convince a supplier to keep the price. Because your objective is basically to keep the price, even if the raw material price cost is going up. And the objective of the seller is to get that increase back.
Okay.
Correct.
So as far as we are a buyer, we can ask to the seller team, please provide your justification, and then accordingly we can justify the throwaway price as far as the buyer is concerned. So within our team, so if I am from a buyer team, and whether who is going to be the seller team of my own group or of some other group?
To start with, you should do that within your own group, even though you are a buyer, so that you understand the psychology of both sides, and you are in a position to negotiate. But your next, as Angaji explained, the next discussion would be with the seller team.
Seller team within my own group or seller team?
No. Seller team of, so if you, which group you are, Anandji?
I'm of the group 2.
2B.
Yeah.
So your first discussion is within 2B. Even as a team of the seller, you need to understand how buyers think, correct? So that you can convince him later on. So you are in buyer. So you need to think how seller is thinking, what information has he provided. I mean, these are the strategy. I didn't want to discuss that openly today. That's something for every negotiator to think. And then once you've done that, then you do a simulation exercise with 2S.
Understood, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sorry, my electricity went off, but it's come back again. Any other questions?
I have a question. I want to validate my understanding. So we have 3 parties here. One is China, who is supplier for the raw material company.
Sir, you're going on the wrong way.
China,
you're going wrong
you're
way.
taking it wrong route, I think.
You just look at buyer and seller. You just look at buyer and seller.
I just wanted to see the impact.
I think let's listen, Angaji, let's listen. I want to clarify you, Shailesh. I think you are asking the right information. May not be related, but okay.
Europe is deciding the price for China. Yeah. And ABC is negotiating with Europe. So we are in our group, we are ABC and Europe. So XYZ. But actually the impact is coming from China.
Impact is in, are you talking about case 1 now? So I'll be specific.
I'm in case 2.
You're in case 2. Okay. So in that case, the ABC is based in China. Okay. And then it sends those raw materials to the garment manufacturer anywhere. For example, it could be Bangladesh or China or anywhere. So impact is coming, it's a global impact, raw material prices have increased. So now the buyer, which is XYZ, is directly negotiating with ABC to keep that cost at the same level. They don't want to give any increase. And ABC is definitely want to cover their cost at least. Does that answer your question?
No, because I'm a little confused. There are 3 parties or there are 2 parties?
Okay. There are 3 parties, but you have to really look at 2 parties. There are 2 parties which are buyer and seller. There's another manufacturer of the garments which is not involved in this negotiation. In this negotiation, only two parties are involved.
Okay, got it. Now clear.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So should we have a 5 minutes break?
And are we done?
Nitin, just I have clarification.
Yes, we need.
Just this Neelakandan.
Yeah, Neelakandan.
This I am part of case one,
Okay.
seller. So
Yes.
this some of the supplementary note what you have given, the seller has the other corporate buyers who has accepted the cost increase. So and so, so and so you have mentioned one of the points.
Yeah.
So is that then what is the point in selling it to excise? That is it to retain the volume or see why we need to focus only on selling it to excise?
Actually, your question answers it. Again, we will, if you go too much in detail, then we will be discussing the strategy,
Yeah,
which I
we
will
will be
not today.
discussing everything here only.
Yeah. But
I
on
think
the other
everything is
hand, think
mentioned.
about it.
I think everything is mentioned in three aspects. One is the text of that particular thing. One is the mail, and the other is the supplementary sheet which has been attached. So there are three parts of it. I think if we collate the all entire information, the answers will be there. We can.
Even your question has an answer in it, Neelakandan. When you say that the supplier is already obviously asking for increase, and do they need to sell to this guy? It may be, that information is there. I don't discuss that information now because that's a sensitive information for negotiation. So don't discuss that now. But obviously, if you look at any factory, every customer has a share. And if you lose a customer, then what do you do with that capacity? Even if you're able to sell it at higher price to others. So that's something for you guys to think upon. And then when you read those specific information, don't discuss today because that is very specific.
No, the question is, it is to retain the market share or to increase the profit? That's my question.
That is the question.
I leave it to you. This part I won't discuss. Just read the case. You will understand the background. Background is that some part of raw material cost have increased. And there are two cases. In some cases, it will increase a bit. In another case, it's increased a different bit. Okay. So sellers are obviously trying to keep their margin. They had a margin, which is now being eroded due to the increase. Okay. So they send a notice to the buyer saying that because these raw material costs have increased, we want to increase the price of our raw material, which we supply to your manufacturers. And buyer definitely want to keep it same. So that's the situation. Background situation is that. Now, when you read the all information, clearly you will draft your strategy well.
Yeah, but you have to read everything.
Yes.
Then all the three things that were mentioned by Sushil Kumar Sharma ji. All three things you have to read. Right, sir. I think it's we will thank our friend Nitin, who's joined from Hong Kong.
Thanks, Nitin.
Despite his COVID effect. Thank you, sir. We'll meet you next week.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's looking forward to see you all.
Yeah.
Please
Take care.
take care. We are looking
Take care,
forward to
Nitin.
your
Yeah.
session.
Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Nitin.
you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
And we'll have a break of 5 minutes, and exact 5 minutes later, we'll all join. It is 16:33, 16:40. We will be back in air. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ashwaminder Singh ji, for giving us an opportunity to work as a team. I think it's a heartful congratulations to you for leading this program very beautifully, from your heart and soul thoroughly. We had a lot of deliberations yesterday as part of SR's team, and we came up with the ideas which are actually embedded in the core theme which was projected by Ashwaminder ji. So for the benefit of all, to just say we have an introspection around. So like time management was built into presentation. We said, yeah, it should be 5 minutes. It should be 5 scoring. And then on the best part of it, since there is no subjectivity involved at each individual assessor level, a thought process came from Kusamji and Harshaji that why basically we don't involve some other team members who can help the assessors accordingly. So if you see that a lot of updates are happening in the right interest and basically getting input from our next generation why. So for example, Rishabh and Harsha, they have contributed beautifully in developing this whole ideology. So without spending too much time on that, so the agenda of the day right now is basically to have 10 groups presenting it and to ensure there is no subjectivity involved from individual assessor or timekeeper level, the person who is assessor will not be assessing that group. Same thing, the timekeeper representative will not be keeping a timekeeping record for his or own group. So that has been built up. All assessors will be sharing their scoring individually, and then basically I will be updating the Excel sheet. I'll be sharing with Ashwinder Ji tomorrow morning, and most probably by tomorrow you will be getting the results on a scale of 10 for individual groups, which will be used for the overall scoring. So we have made sure that there is no subjectivity involved as far as time management is concerned, other areas. And having said that, there will be 10 groups, and we'll be having 45 markings coming across. So we have built up the criteria of scaling up also. So we're basically one of the group representatives, also an assessor. So the beauty has been built across. So we don't expect any subjectivity or individual bias may come in by any phase, because none of the individual representatives from the group will be assessing that group or keeping a time report also. So with that in mind, I think we'll leave the floor now. So Taran is going to help us with regard to timekeeping, and she'll be helped by Abhishek ji and Chandrasekhar ji also. So we have 3 representatives from timekeeper group. So I'll basically request Taran to take over, and basically thereafter give the floor to the first group representative so they can take off. And we as assessors will start our work to make our own notes and then finally articulate them by end of the day today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ritesh sir, thanks for taking on this huge load. And we also have our speaker, Shubh ji, on. He's got a session at 7, so he'll take exactly 2 hours with you all. So my request to Shubh ji is I will not take too long to brief about you, except that you have been a faculty in IIM Ranchi, you have been faculty in NMIMS and in MIT. And also, more importantly, after being a faculty, he's become a monk. He's written a lot of books, especially related to Mahabharata and Bhagavad Gita. I will not stand between you and him. Sir Shubh ji, I am a fan of yours. Please come on and take up the stage.
Thank you very much, Ashwinder ji. Very, very happy and honored to be with all of you all here on this very beautiful platform organized by ICAI. And hoping that the next 2 hours together is going to be a learning session for all of us. And we will gain a lot of knowledge as well as practical wisdom from whatever I'm going to share and whatever all of you are going to share in the end. So I'm just sharing a screen. So I'm going to be speaking on the topic of team building. Before I start speaking, I would like to just give you all a small overview and also a little bit about my style of speaking, so that we are in tune with what is coming up soon. So usually I tend to speak a lot from the point of view of deep psychological aspect of human behavior and human dealings. And I tend to tell a lot of stories. So what I strongly believe is, in my little experience of training across the world, I've trained to hundreds of organizations and companies and individuals. What I've realized is human beings learn best through stories. So I tend to keep a lot of stories and things that make it very interesting and lively. So that will be coming throughout the session, and also I'll speak for the next 1 hour or so, and then after that we will have question answers. We can have discussions. We can have deeper insights into the session, and that's when you will get opportunities to ask. So please hang on till then, and after that we can discuss. So this idea of team building is one of the very, very crucial and foundational ideas of organizations, because organization is ultimately filled with a group
Sir,
of
the
people.
voice is low, sir. Voice is low, sir.
So I was saying that the organization is a group of people ultimately. So the idea of team building is crucial and foundational to any organization, because no organization can survive without people. How do you keep people together? How do you keep people who are different together? How do you keep people who are different and sometimes difficult together? So this session today is on handling people and keeping people together. So I'll be speaking in the first half of the session. I'll be speaking a lot about the mood with which teams are built and what is the whole mindset behind team building. And then towards the second half of the session, I'll be speaking about a model on team building, which you all have touched upon in the previous session, but we'll be going a little deeper and we'll be going a little more with a little more insights to understanding that model. So that will give you all a deeper perspective on team building. So that's what we're going to be doing today, in essence. So I'll begin by talking about a very simple concept, which is known as the law of significance. Nothing great can be done alone. No one can do anything of great magnitude alone. And as far as the idea of teamwork is concerned, if we really want to do something great together, it is important that we understand the importance of functioning together. If you think about any great achievement in this world, whether it is in the field of business, whether it is in the field of sports, whether it is in any other field, no great achievement has been done alone. Yes, you might find one person right in the front who is the front face, but behind that one person's success, there are many, many people who have been struggling and many, many people who have been contributing. So the fact that, I think that I am significant, it's actually a myth. And therefore, it is very important to understand that we all need each other to achieve anything significant in life. Why do people act alone? Or rather, why do people want to do things on their own without involving others, without involving anybody else? Why do people like to be alone? There are 4 reasons. The first reason is the ego. Probably one of the greatest impediments in working together in teams is the ego. The nature of ego is to bring in a lot of envy. The nature of ego is to bring in a lot of negative thought towards working with others. Usually, an egoistic person is someone who just loves to have the full control and authority on by himself. And ego is actually not just detrimental as far as teamwork is concerned, but as far as any aspect of leadership and life is concerned, the ego is one of the greatest impediments. And therefore, how soon you realize that you can't do everything by yourself. There are no Superman and Superwoman in this world. So the question is not whether you can do everything yourself. The question is, how soon are you going to realize it? Letting go the ego is very important for being able to work together as a team. The second reason why people like to be alone and they don't like to work in teams is because of what is known as insecurity. This is one of the big reasons why people fail to promote teamwork, because people feel threatened by each other. And I can tell you this with great confidence that even in the highest levels of leadership, there is great insecurity. Even if you are the top of the organization, you can be highly insecure. And that's one of the pain points when it comes to leading organizations. That imagine if the person who is leading an organization is very insecure. So insecurity is something that each one of us have to deal with. And the interesting part is insecure people surround themselves by weak people. Let me repeat it. Insecure people surround themselves by weak people. If you are actually secure, then you actually have people around you who are really powerful, who are probably, some of them are even more capable than you, more intelligent than you, more talented than you. But if you are insecure, you can't handle people who are more capable than you. And you surround yourself by people who are weaker than you. So there are 2 reasons why why leaders become insecure. The first reason is the desire to maintain control over everything. And the second reason is the fear of being replaced by someone more capable. And these are 2 reasons why people love to remain in their own boxes and they don't want to work together with others. The third reason why people like to remain alone is something known as naivety. Naivety means these people underestimate the difficulty of achieving big things. So if you really have a dream which is big, you need to have a team. You need to have a team which is bigger than your dream. So bigger the dream, the bigger or the stronger the team. So naivety is about being naive about the fact that to achieve a dream that big, I can do it alone. And the last reason why people like to be alone, and is temperament. Some people are not outgoing. Some people are simply don't think in terms of teams. They are introverts and they like to be in their own small box and they love to be alone basically. Now yes, introverts have their own strengths, but even the most introvert person can take advantage of the power of a team. One is too small a number to achieve greatness. The universe is made to depend. And if somehow introverts can understand how important teams are for them to grow, they will definitely step a little out of their comfort zone and work in teams. What does really work in teams mean? The first and the most important thing probably about what it means to work in a team is about seeing the bigger picture. If you cannot see the bigger picture, then you really are not a team. A team is about a lot of people coming together and seeing a vision. Let me give you a simple example of what it really means to see the bigger picture. One time there was a peace conference organized, and in this peace conference, there were a lot of leaders from across the world who were invited to speak about world peace. And before the peace conference, they had a pre-peace conference where they invited only the leaders to share their thoughts on what they're going to speak in the main event. So it was like a smaller gathering. So each leader spoke his points, and after the person spoke his points, then there was a discussion about who's going to speak first. The slots were being arranged. And when the slots were being arranged, a fight broke out. Each one started saying, I want this slot. I have better points than you, Massive fight. Imagine, this is a pre-peace conference. And people who are coming to talk about world peace, they're having a massive fight with each other. So one of them understood what's happening. And he was just quiet. He was sitting quietly there. Another person observed this person sitting quietly. And he realized, what are we doing? And then he stood up and he had already got a slot. He said, I want to give my slot to this person because he has better points than me. And the moment he said that, all the others got it. And they all calmed down and they realized they have lost the bigger picture. You know what happens in organizations? Organizations are like a jigsaw puzzle. We all are part of an organization. We are all small pieces of the puzzle. When all the pieces fit together perfectly, then you see a bigger picture. I don't know how many of you all have solved jigsaw puzzles in your childhood. If you all have, you'll understand this. The interesting thing, thank you. The interesting thing about jigsaw puzzles is that to solve a jigsaw puzzle, you need to see the bigger picture at least once. That's all, even for a second. That's all. If you see the bigger picture just once for a second, then you can solve the puzzle. But if you have never seen the bigger picture, it becomes very difficult to solve a puzzle. And therefore, each person in a team is like one piece of the jigsaw puzzle. You know what people end up doing? Rather than seeing the bigger picture, they're looking at themselves only. They make themselves the big picture. Rather than focusing on the goal, they focus on their individual role. Rather than focusing on what we are all here together for, people end up focusing on what they are meant to do. And in the process of remembering just your role, you end up being trapped in what we call as a power trap. For a team to function well, every single person has to have a place. I speak this every time we do these sessions, and I talk about the Indian Army. And if you really want to understand anything about teamwork, we cannot speak about teamwork without speaking about the army, because probably one of the most organized effort of working together as a team is what we can learn from the army. And something very, very powerful that I would like to share with you all, probably one of the highest points where there is military anywhere in the world is the Siachen glaciers, 26,000 feet in height. And there, the army is situated. I'm just going to give you some examples of how difficult it is to survive there. They have to wear glasses all day. And these are like very specific type of glasses meant for that cold. If they remove the glasses for less than 5 minutes, their eyeballs become stone. They freeze and they become actually stone. If they are holding a glass, a steel glass in their hand, and if they don't wear gloves, when they hold the glass, when they pull out the glass, their skin gets peeled out along with it. You can imagine the temperature and the pressure with which they survive there. And there, teamwork is not about just coming together to achieve a goal. Teamwork is survival. If they don't work together as a team, they'll die. They have to walk sometimes kilometers. And when they have to tread through the ice, it's very dangerous because these glaciers, they have these cavities and it just goes 20, 30 feet below the ground level, below that, the floor on which they are. It just opens up. And, 6 people are walking and suddenly one person is missing and nobody knows where that person has gone because the cavity opens up and then it closes with ice. Sometimes for a week, 10 days, people are inside that cavity, minus 50-degree temperature, and they have no food, no water, no supplies, and nobody knows where they are. Rescue operations takes at least a week to 10 days to get them out. So this is what they're dealing with on a daily basis. So what they do is, just to support each other, they tie ropes to their waist, and all of them are tied with one rope, which is extending long distance. And if one of them falls into the cavity, it gets pulled, and the others come to know that somebody is fallen. That is the conditions at which people work. Now imagine you're sitting in an AC cabin. You're sitting in AC cabins, and everything is perfectly comfortable. You can afford to, say, I don't care for this fellow. I don't. You can afford to not function as a team. You can afford to, fight with one another. But in conditions like that, imagine the 2 people are having a fight. There's no choice only. You have 6 people. Where's the choice of, not helping one another, right? So when it comes to teams, every person has to have a place. Each person needs a place. If the wrong person is in the wrong place, it leads to regression of the team. If a wrong person is in the right place, it leads to frustration. If the right person is in the wrong place, it leads to a lot of confusion. And if the right person is in the right place, then it leads to progression. And if right people are in the right places, then it leads to multiplication. Then the organization grows. So for any team to function well, 3 things are important. One is you need to know the team. When I'm saying you need to know the team means it's about the vision. It's about what the team is meant to do. What is the purpose for which the team is brought together? So that's what is know the team. The second is, it's not only enough to know the team, you also need to know the situation in which the team is functioning. Because every team functions under a different situation, in a different setup, in a different circumstance. And according to the circumstance, according to the setup, according to the situation, the team has to adopt. And the third thing you need to know is you need to know each individual in the team. That means every person who is a part of the team, you need to know the strengths and weaknesses of that person. Only then you can function as a team and do great. For any team to function well and do great, we have to remember that some people will be visible in the end, but a lot of people will remain invisible till the end, you know. But it doesn't mean their role is not important, right? So I'm going to share a very amazing example of how great teams function together and achieve great things. I'm not sure how many of you all have heard about the story of how Mount Everest was conquered. The first two human beings to step on the peak of the Mount Everest. I'm sure all of you all know of Tenzing Norway and Edmund Hillary. I'm going to tell you the story behind how they reached there. And it's an amazing story. And it just actually talks about teamwork only, you know. So Everest has been something that human beings have been trying to conquer for years together. And for almost like 15, 20 years before it actually happened, there were trekkers going every year on top of the mountain, trying to climb and trying to achieve success. But most of the times, the trekkers would go up and fail many times, and they would die many times. In fact, so many times, trekkers went up with just 2 or 3 people. And invariably, they would die in the cold without the right kind of support. And 15 different expeditions went where Tenzing Norway was a part of all 15. Tenzing Norway was a local guy. He was from that land. And he was a Sherpa. Sherpas are people who carry loads, you know, coolies, essentially. But because he was from that place, he was very, very fast. And not just fast, he was also extremely agile and extremely capable in terms of his lung capacity. In fact, people would actually say that this guy has a third lung. He can survive in the mountains for like, you know, with very less oxygen supply. So this man, he was a part of 15 expeditions, as I said. And most of the expeditions didn't reach the peak. One expedition which finally made it is what we are just studying at this point. They were 15 trekkers who had come from Europe for the climb. They hired Tenzing Norway as a chief Sherpa, and they asked him to form a team. And he got together a team of 300 Sherpas. Imagine 300 Sherpas. And what the role of these Sherpas was is very interesting. They had to carry luggage, you know, equipments, food for everyone, and they were climbing in batches. So 25 people would take all the load and climb till a certain point. And from that point, they would go back home. Then from that point, the next climb, another 25 would take up, and then they would come back. So like that, they kept going up the mountain, just expending energy of 25 people at a time to carry all the load, you know. And then finally, the last leg, which was the final leg of the mountain, was climbed by 4 people. Literally, just 4 people survived till right on top. And of the 4, Tenzing Norway and Edmund Hillary were 2. There were other 2 people who got the chance to go up first. So the first 2 went up and they got stuck at a particular point. And they got really badly stuck. They couldn't go forward, they couldn't come backwards. And they conveyed the message to Tenzing Norway and Edmund Hillary, don't come this side. And Tenzing Norway and Edmund Hillary avoided that side and went the other direction, and they reached on top. And when they reached on top, the question is, did they reach on top? Was it purely them that reached on top? I mean, how can you even say it is only them? Obviously, the world recognizes that it is them. But if you actually study the story, it is not them at all. If those 2 people had not warned them, don't come this side, they probably would have done the same mistake, you know, and they would have got stuck. And if those 13 odd people had not supported them to such an extent, where is the chance that those 2 would have got the credit of reaching on top? There's no chance, right? This is what a teamwork is. This is what it's about, achieving a project as monumental as Mount Everest. Mount Everest represents many things at many levels. Mount Everest represents doing something impossible. Mount Everest represents a sense of greatness. It achieves a monumental achievement, basically. All this. And that's exactly what teamwork is meant for. So when you are working as a team, there is something that you need to be careful of. And the thing that you need to be careful of is what is called as weak links. So weak links are a part of every team, practically. So now, what is a weak link? The strength of the team is impacted by the weak link. As much as the team likes to measure itself by the best people in it, the truth is that the strength of the team is determined by the weak links that it has. One mistake, it actually can end a whole journey, right? So now, what are weak links? Weak links are people who are not exactly of the same capacity as everybody else. They have a little lesser capacity. The fact is, not everyone should take the journey. If you're taking a journey, if you want to achieve anything in life, it's a journey, right? So not everyone will take the journey. Some people don't want to go for personal reasons. Some people, for them, the issue is attitude. They don't want to grow. They don't want to change. They don't want to take risks and conquer new territories. They want to just remain steady. So they don't want to go ahead. So they will not take the journey. So not everyone will take the journey. And not everyone should take the journey. Where you are going is not the place where they want to go. Some people want to go somewhere else only. So if they end up in your journey, they will create more obstacles for you, then good. They should not be taking the journey with you. The third thing is, not everyone can take the journey. So what is the meaning of not everyone can take the journey? Here the issue is ability. They may not be able to keep pace with your teammates. In fact, there are some people, it's not very easy, very difficult to identify weak links. In fact, they're the easiest to identify. Why? They can't keep pace with the team members. They don't grow in their areas of responsibility. They don't see the bigger picture. They won't work because of personal weaknesses. They won't work with the rest of the team. They can't fulfill expectations in their areas. So now you find, so these are all weak links. These are typical characteristics of weak links. If you have people who are weak links in your team, you have only two choices. Either train them or trade them. A weak link in your team may actually be the strongest person in some other team. So we think that they are weak links in my team, but actually that's not their strength. They shouldn't be here. They should be somewhere else, right? So when you say that, when you try your best to train them, but if you can't train them, trade them in the sense, send them to a place where they can function at their optimum best, right? So now, when a leader does not identify weak links at the right time and does not either train or trade the weak link at the right time, then this is what happens usually. The first thing is that the stronger members immediately identify the weak link. A weak link cannot hide, and especially they cannot hide for a long period of time. It's a matter of time that the stronger members will understand who a weak link is. And the second thing that will happen is a strong member tries to help the weak link grow, or try to help the weak link in their, whatever capacity they have. So now they, usually, they will not ignore the person. They will just help him whenever they can. They will try to help him. But if they keep helping him again and again and again and again, that's when the stronger member starts resenting the weak link. They start feeling that it's a botheration again and again, I need to keep helping, basically. No one likes to fall behind because of the same person every time, right? That's when the stronger members become less effective. Because when you're carrying somebody else's load in addition to your own load, it compromises your performance. And if you do this for a long period of time, the team suffers. A weak link eventually robs off the team's momentum and the team's potential. And the fifth thing that happens usually is the stronger members question the leader's ability. They question the leader's ability because the leader eventually loses respect from his team members because he has not dealt with the weak link properly. So if you are a leader of a team and you find a weak link, it is important that you immediately deal with it. Otherwise, it's going to really create an impact on the way the team functions. The second, weak links are still okay. You can still train them, you can still trade them, you can do something with them. But rotten apples are not okay. Many teams have rotten apples, and rotten apples are more dangerous than weak links. What exactly is a rotten apple? Let me explain. It takes talented people with the right attitude to develop great teams. Good attitude among team players does not guarantee a team success, but bad attitude guarantees a failure. So the way attitude affects human beings is very, very crucial. When I speak at the IIMs, when I speak at NMIMS, and when I do events in many corporate organizations, and especially when I know that there are so many talented people around, I often begin my lectures by saying this. There are so many times I've gone into IITs and IIMs and begin my lecture by saying this statement, and it just pulls a rug off people's legs. I start by saying, talent is one of the most useless things you can have in life. And people are zapped when I say that, because all they have is talent. So I tell them that talent can help you open many doors to success. But actually, when you come across a problem that talent cannot solve, that's when you start struggling. Because in many organizations, in many efforts, talent cannot solve all your problems. Some of the problems in life can be solved only by good attitude, especially those problems that involve people, involve human beings. And when you're dealing with human beings and you do not have the right attitude and you have great talent, it becomes a big impediment. In fact, some of the most talented people are also some of the most loneliest people in the world. And that's the sad reality. So the fact is that when most of our education, if you look at the way our education systems is, it helps us become highly talented people. How much of our education system is geared towards making us develop the right attitude in life? Hardly. You're supposed to manage that on your own. Education can make you talented, but as far as good attitude is concerned, that's your problem. And therefore, that's what leads to a lot of rotten apples. So every organization, in fact, ends up having people who have rotten attitudes. What are rotten attitudes? Just giving you some examples. The inability to admit wrong, failing to forgive, petty jealousy, putting oneself before the team, a critical spirit, always finding faults, the desire to hog all the credits. These are all typical examples of bad attitudes. And if you study the corporate history, there's so many organizations in the world collapsing because of bad attitudes. 2008, if you will study the Enron scam, that practically shook the corporate world. I think it was 2001, if I'm not mistaken. So when Enron collapsed, there was a massive surge, and nobody knew why such a huge organization just collapsed like that. And they did a research survey to figure out what exactly went wrong. And they found out Enron worshipped talent. In fact, they hired the most talented people in the world, paid them fabulous salaries, hired people from the best B schools, the best management colleges. And, so the problem with hiring these people, of course, it's not a problem to get the best. That's not the issue. But the problem with many of these people who are highly talented was that whenever they failed or they made a mistake, they couldn't say they made a mistake. They couldn't admit it. And you know what they were doing? They make a mistake, they would hide it. They would hide it within numbers. And so many of them made mistakes and they were not able to admit I made a mistake. Why? Because they're considered highly talented people. And how can highly talented people make mistakes? And they were not able to admit it. So they just kept putting it under the rug, and then at some point it just blasted. So it's important that human beings deal with with rotten apples, especially leaders deal with rotten apples immediately. I'm going to give you all a very, very interesting thought on what I call as the 4 A's of building teams. And these 4 A's that I'm going to share with you all now is powerful, and it can work in any field and in any sort of relationships, not just the corporate relationships, but also with individuals. So please feel free to use these 4 A's in your life. It will really save you many relationships, personally as well as in your corporate atmospheres. So the first A is called as acceptance. We need to learn to accept people as they are, rather than expecting them to become as we are. You know what our problem is? Many times we train people to become a Xerox copy of ourselves. I know so many leaders who like their employees to become a photocopy of themselves. Exactly same style of functioning, exactly same thought process, exactly same kind of likes and dislikes. So the idea is, what exactly is acceptance? To help you understand what acceptance is, let me give you an example from the Mahabharata. The Mahabharata has a section known as the Vidura Niti. And Vidura Niti has a beautiful analogy to help you understand this idea of acceptance. Vidura says, human beings should be like honeybees. If you've seen a honeybee, it sits on a flower and sucks a little nectar from one flower, goes to the next flower, takes a little nectar from the next flower, goes to a third flower, takes a little nectar from the third flower. You will never find a honeybee sitting on one flower, sucking all the nectar till the flower dies and then goes to the next flower. No, the honeybee will never do that. It is very sensitive to the flower. Our employees, people working for us, are like flowers, very sensitive. We need to learn to be sensitive to them. Today's culture is a culture of use and throw, right? We love things and use people. Ideally, you should be loving people and using things. But today, the world is of use and throw. I use someone, squeeze someone completely, and when the person is useless for me, throw that person out, get somebody else into my life. So the idea of use and throw actually is the idea of non-acceptance. When we learn to accept people as they are, we learn to understand their strengths and weaknesses. We learn to understand how much they can give. Flowers are compared to people, as I said, right? And honey is compared to what they can offer the organization. Every flower can offer some honey. Every human being can offer something to the organization. It depends on different flowers have different capacities. So a leader should be sensitive to the flower. That is what is the first word, acceptance. So we have to learn to accept people as they are, rather than to expect them to become as we are, right? So the second A is appreciation. Appreciation should be done in public, and criticism should be done in private. A lot of leaders do exactly the opposite. Criticize in public and appreciate, if at all, in private. Appreciation is so very important for every leader to adopt in his or her life. How much time does it take to appreciate? A few seconds. But the impact of your appreciation can last for many, many hours. And many leaders do not understand the power of appreciation. One word of appreciation can actually transform a person's day and the productivity of the person. Unfortunately, we take people for granted, and we take the idea of appreciation for granted. One time I was giving a talk, and I was speaking about relationships. And while I was speaking, this one old man got up and he stood up and he said, "I'm 75 years old and I've been married to my wife for the last 50 years. Just the fact that I'm staying with her, does it not mean I'm appreciating her enough? Do I really need to say it out?" And I looked at him and I told him, "You have a beautiful smile. And you should have seen that man. His face was radiating with a smile. I asked him, "How did you like the fact that I appreciated your smile?" He said, "Yeah, very nice, felt good." I said, "You have been smiling for 75 years. After 75 years, I'm appreciating your smile. You still feel good about it, right?" The fact is that every human being, the greatest need of the human heart is the need to be appreciated. So appreciation is very, very important. The third A is acknowledgement. Acknowledgement is so amazing. What is the meaning of acknowledgement? Acknowledgement means every person, his presence need to be acknowledged in our lives. We take a lot of people for granted. One time, I'm a part of an organization which has a community of about 5,000 people connected to it. And one time, one man wrote a mail to the management with a lot of complaints about, and like, huge mail. And the management decided to find out who this guy is, and they found out he's like really nobody in the whole community. So they had two options: either ignore him or to figure out what he wants. So they appointed a very senior person to sit with him and figure out what he wants. So the senior person sat next to him and heard him out for almost 2 hours. Sitting, this man was just speaking all kinds of negative, And then after 2 hours, they went away. Again, they met another day, another 2 hours. Third day, another 2 hours. They met like this for 3-4 days, and this man had only negative things to say. After 3-4 days of meeting like this, the fifth day when they met, this man had tears in his eyes, and he was speaking so many positive things, And the most amazing thing was this leader who was appointed to sit next to him and hear him out. He didn't speak anything at all. Very, very less. Hardly spoke anything. But this man, he actually felt his problem was solved just by speaking, just by sharing, In my little experience of counseling, I counsel people day in and day out. And in my little experience of counseling people, there are people who come to me and spend a couple of hours with me sharing their problems. And after 1 or 2 hours of sharing their problems, they tell me, thank you very much, you solved our problem. Most of the times, I'm not even open my mouth. And people feel I solved their problem. Actually, I realize people don't need solutions to the problems of life. They need someone who can understand their problem. Acknowledgement is simply that. Every leader needs to spend some time understanding what people are going through. Not all problems can be solved. Not all problems have solutions. Many problems in life have to be tolerated. Many problems in life have to be neglected. And there are very few problems that actually have solutions in life. But what really people need is they need someone who can understand their problem. That's what the word acknowledgement is. So I spoke about acceptance, I spoke about appreciation, then I spoke about acknowledgement. If these three are not there, then a fourth A comes in your life. And the fourth A is alienation. What is the meaning of alienation? Alienation means suddenly you start feeling that you're living with an alien. Suddenly you start feeling your team member is an alien. What's an alien? Aliens speak different language. They're from a different world. You can't understand them, they can't understand you. Many times it happens in teams that you suddenly feel, I don't have any connection with my team member. I don't have any connection with my colleague. Why does it happen? It happens with husband and wives all the time, So many years living together, suddenly they feel they're strangers. I don't even know this person, Alienation happens when there is not enough acknowledgement, not enough appreciation, and not enough acceptance. When these three are not there, then the fourth thing comes, which is alienation. And if you really want teams to be powerful, it is important that these 4 A's are practiced well in teams. And that's what keeps teams powerfully together. So now at this point, I would like to share with you all something very interesting about how human beings function. I'm going to share some really interesting thoughts on human behavior, which will help you deal with your people and with people that you connect with. So people are neither good nor bad. Human beings are neither good nor bad. Let me tell you a story from the Mahabharata to help you understand this. One time, Arjun, he went to the heavenly planets and he met this man named Chitrasen. Chitrasen was a Gandharva. And this is a fascinating story. You will love the story in the end when I tell you the understanding of it. So Chitrasen was a Gandharva and he was a musician. And he was, so Arjun attended one of his performances and he loved it. He walked up to Chitrasen and from his heart appreciated Chitrasen. And when Chitrasen heard Arjun's appreciation, he was touched. He told Arjun, I'll teach you everything I know. And Chitrasen taught Arjun everything about music, singing, dancing, musical instruments. And Arjun was so grateful. He told Chitrasen, I'll teach you everything I know about the art of war. And he taught Chitrasen everything about use of weapons, fighting, everything. And they became the best of friends. The interesting thing was, after some time, Chitrasen, the same Chitrasen, came to the Earth planet. He was having a picnic with a group of his friends in a place known as Dvaipavan, in a forest. And while he was having this picnic, Duryodhan comes there with a group of his friends. And Duryodhan tells Chitrasen, go somewhere else and have a picnic. I want to have a picnic here. Chitrasen said, I came here first. You go somewhere else. This guy said, no, this is my property. You go from here. And they had a massive fight. And the fight became so ugly that Chitrasen defeated the entire army of Duryodhan, tied him up like an animal and threw him on the ground. The question is Chitrasen good or Chitrasen bad? The understanding is Chitrasen is neither good nor bad. He simply behaves the way you deal with him. Human beings are neither good nor bad. If you behave nicely with them, they behave nicely with you. If you behave badly with them, you can bring the worst out of them out. And therefore, the idea of good and bad is a very relative idea. It's not exactly the idea that we understand. It's traditional good and traditional bad. Every human being has good in him and has bad in him. And therefore, it depends on us how we want to look at people. Therefore, there's something known as a lens principle. Lens principle says who you are determines how you see others. Who you are determines what you see in others. If you are a very critical person, sometimes you look at others as very critical. If you are a very kind person, you can see that kindness in others. If you, look at the way we all think, right? Depends on what our priorities are. If you like to have good hairstyle, the first thing you look at somebody else is what is the hairstyle of the person. If you like to dress yourself well, the first thing you look at the person is see how the person is dressed up. So it's all about the way you see. That's what the lens principle says. So good and bad exists in everybody. There are 5 ways of looking at good and bad in people. The first way is you see a little bad and magnify it. The second way is you see good and bad, but magnify the bad more. The third way is you see good and bad, emphasize both equally. The fourth way is you see good and bad, but emphasize the good more. And the fifth way, you see good and emphasize only the good a lot. Obviously, we are not the fifth way, that we only can see good in others and magnify it. And I don't think we are the first way also, that we only see bad in others and magnify it. We are somewhere in between the second, third, and fourth category, right? Ideally, we are in the second category. We see good and bad, but we magnify the bad more. But we should move towards either seeing good and bad equally, but if possible, see good and bad, but magnify the good more than the bad. That's the ideal way to connect with human beings. And that's when the idea of human beings becomes more conducive. So I would like to introduce you all to a concept of communication, which is very, very beautiful. So I have 2 very important things to share with you all before I conclude. But these 2 important things are transformational. It can change the way you look at human dealings. It can change the way you look at team behavior. It can change the way you look at dealings with other human beings. One is, I'm going to tell you all a story from the Mahabharata, which helps us understand what communication is and how good communication happens between people. The second is known as the 5 dysfunctions of a team. These are the 2 things that I'll be concluding with. The first one, let me explain about communication. Today, we have so many means of communication, right? We have so many devices of communication. We have so many gadgets. Though we have so many gadgets and so many devices of communication, is communication really happening? In fact, today, more misunderstanding is happening than communication. Why so many misunderstandings are happening? Why we're not able to understand one another? Why teams are splitting so badly? Why communication is breaking down so badly? Let me tell you 2 stories in the Mahabharata that will help you understand this perfectly. And I can assure you these 2 stories are stories that you would have never heard in your life. And I can tell you that you will never forget them in your life. The first story is the story of the Mahabharata war when Arjun and Krishna were chasing Jayadratha. So this was the day, on the next day, the previous day, Arjun's son Abhimanyu had died. And Jayadratha was the cause of the death of Abhimanyu. Arjun took a vow that by next day sunset, he'll kill Jayadratha. So the chase was intense. So sunset was a target. They've been chasing from sunrise all the way till late afternoon. And still Jayadratha was very far away. So at that point, Krishna tells Arjun, we need to take a break. So Krishna tells Arjun, the horses are exhausted. They're going to die if you don't stop. So, look at the choice. One is Arjun's life is at stake. But if they don't stop over here, the horses will die. So usually, what do leaders do when it's such a situation? Most leaders don't care for those horses, right? Horses can be compared to any other of your team members or people who are lower down the rung. Anybody who is not your frontline man. So usually they would have said, "Hell with the horses. My life is more important than the horses." But Arjun said, "Stop. Let's take a break." Arjun created a wall of arrows. Krishna took the horses into the wall of arrows. He massaged them, fed them grass, gave them water. Sufficient time to recover in the middle of an entire war, And after about an hour or so, the horses were rejuvenated. They continued to fight. I'm stopping the story. I'll come back to the story later. The second story is of Karna. When there was a particular day in the war when Karna became the commander-in-chief of the Kaurava army. And the day Karna took over, he went to Duryodhan and told him, "I can easily defeat Arjun, but I have a problem." So Duryodhan asked him, "What's your problem?" He said, "I need a driver like Krishna. If I have a driver like Krishna, I can easily defeat Arjun." Duryodhan said, "Where will I get a driver like Krishna now?" So Karna said, "See, I have a choice. I have an option. There is a king named Shalya. If he becomes my driver, I can win the war." It's like, small children sometimes have these strange complaints. You ask them, "Why did you fail?" They'll say, "Pen was bad." And what's the connection with the pen and why they failed? So Karna was like insistent. If I don't get Shalya as my driver, I can't win. So Duryodhan went to Shalya and tried to convince him, "Can you please become Karna's driver?" Shalya said, "I'll become anybody else's driver except Karna." Shalya hated him. And Duryodhan was pleading with him, begging him, forcing him. Somehow he convinced him. Shalya said, "I'll become his driver on one condition. The condition is that I'll speak whatever I want." Duryodhan said, "No problem. You drive, you speak whatever you want." So then Shalya got on the chariot the next day morning and Karna got on the chariot. And Karna told Shalya, "Take me to Arjun." Shalya looks at him and he says, "Looks like you want to die today." Imagine what a way to begin the conversation. Karna said, "Why don't you just shut up and drive?" Shalya said, "Truth when spoken is always bitter." Karna said, "I don't think your parents have trained you properly." Shalya got really angry and Shalya told Karna, "At least I know who my parents are. Do you know who your parents are?" And Karna started blasting him and Shalya started blasting back and forth.
Hello, sir, we lost you.
I thought my internet connection was unstable.
Yeah.
No, I think we have lost him. Yeah, we have lost him.
Yeah, we lost him.
I'll just check with him.
Just getting solace that everybody is not able to hear.
We didn't lost him. He only lost his internet connection.
True. Even I was thinking that.
We are actually active. Only we lost him, the important person.
And that too in the middle of the war.
My internet dropped.
We lost you somewhere in the war.
Karna was fighting with the Shalya.
Right on a climax.
Karna and Shalya were blasting each other.
Yeah. So I think you all heard till the point where Arjun and Karna reached in front of Arjun, right?
No.
You said that
Shalya and Karna are blasting each other.
Okay. They were blasting each other, and somehow, imagine there's a whole war going on here, and right in the middle of the war, these guys are blasting each other like anything. And somehow they reach where Arjun is, and Karna takes an arrow and he's aiming at the neck of Arjun. Shalya sees that aim, he understands. He's a warrior. He's an expert warrior. Shalya tells Karna, "Change your aim. Don't aim at the neck, aim at the chest of Arjun." Karna says, "Once I take aim, I don't change." Shalya says, "You fool. If you want to live, then change your aim, otherwise you'll die." Karna doesn't listen. He shoots the arrow. And the arrow is moving at great speed towards the neck of Arjun. And Krishna understands it. Krishna sees it. And he understands that Arjun is not going to be able to handle it. And Krishna does something simple. And something amazing. You know what he does? He just hits his feet on the chariot. He just hits his feet hard on the chariot. and the horses immediately understand what Krishna wants them to do. The horses fall on their knees. And as soon as the horses fall on the knees, the whole chariot goes down and the arrow passes above Arjun's head. And Arjun's life is saved. Shalya turns towards Karna and tells him, I told you. And their fight continues. Anyway, I'm stopping the stories here, but let's analyze from the point of view of communication. So in the first story, Krishna was communicating with the horses. The horses and Krishna from two different species, speaking two different languages. But communication is perfect. Krishna understands when they get exhausted, and the horses understand when Krishna is pressing his feet down again. Perfect communication. The second story, Karna and Shalya, same species, the same language, but no communication happening. Shalya is trying to tell something to Karna, Karna is not able to understand. Karna is trying to tell something to Shalya, he is not able to understand. So the question is, what is communication? If you understand the answer to this question, you will actually understand what communication is and why communication doesn't happen among teams. So I always say, before you communicate with one another, learn to connect with one another. Before you communicate with one another, learn to connect with one another. Here in this story, what is the meaning of learning to connect with one another? To be able to connect with another person, you need to understand, focus on the needs, interests, and concerns of the other person. When you focus on the needs, interests, and concerns of the other person, that person focuses on your needs, interests, and concerns. Krishna understood the needs, interests, and concerns of the horses. When they were exhausted, he immediately understood. And therefore, the horses understood.
Again, I think it's a problem.
Again, we lost, I think. We lost him.
The horse is
Yes.
Problem, I think.
Yes, we lost him.
It's locked down.
I'm so sorry. I've changed my network now. I've got to my hotspot, so I think it should work much better. Please forgive me for that. Hopefully, it won't happen anymore. So, where did you all stop hearing me?
Communication with different species and communication with the same species.
Okay. So, in the case of Krishna and Arjun, Krishna and the horses, they were from different species, yet communication is perfect. In case of Karna and Shalya, they're from the same species, but communication is not happening. What is communication? So I always say, before you communicate with one another, learn to connect with one another. How do you connect with one another? You connect with one another when you understand the language of the needs, interests, and concerns of the other person. Krishna understood the needs, interests, and concerns of the horses, and therefore the horses understood his needs, interests, and concerns. When they were exhausted, Krishna immediately understood, and when he pressed his feet, the horses immediately understood. But in the case of Karna and Shalya, Karna was not able to communicate with Shalya, and Shalya was not able to communicate with Karna because they had not connected with each other. Karna had not understood the needs, interests, and concerns of Shalya, and Shalya had not understood the needs, interests, and concerns of Karna. When Karna is saying, I need a chariot driver like Krishna, what does he actually mean? He means to say, I need a friend like Krishna. He doesn't want a chariot driver like Krishna. He actually needs a friend, but he couldn't say it properly. And and what does Shalya's need? The need of Shalya is respect. He's a king. Don't treat him like a driver. Don't treat him like a servant. Treat him respectfully. Karna did not respect Shalya, therefore Shalya did not respect Karna. And Shalya did not give what Karna wanted, and Karna did not give what Shalya wanted. As simple as that. And therefore, what is communication? Communication is simply connections. And for most human beings, especially when we talk about teams, we all need to connect with one another. Why do we have 2 ears and only one mouth? So that we speak less and hear more. But unfortunately, do we really hear more? We learn about so many skills of communication in schools and colleges, right? We learn so much communication skills. What are we taught? Reading skills, writing skills, speaking skills. But in communication, the most important skill is listening skills. But is there any course on listening skills in any of the schools and colleges? There is no course on listening skills, and it is assumed that you have to listen. You have to learn to listen on your own, and that's the saddest thing. The unfortunate part is that unless and until we really learn to listen to the other person, what the other person is trying to actually say, what the other person is actually trying to communicate with us, we will never really be able to connect. We'll never be able to understand what the other person is going through. And the last thing I would like to share with you all at this point is the whole idea about dysfunctions. This is a very beautiful idea of team building. And I'm sure that you have heard a little bit about this in your previous sessions. But I'm just going to build it up from the point of view of team building. So for any team to function well together, it needs 5 things. The most important thing, the foundation of any team is trust. So these are the 5 things that are built one on each other. When there is trust, there is no fear of conflict. When there is no fear of conflict, there is no lack of commitment. When there is no lack of commitment, there is no avoidance of accountability. And when there is no avoidance of accountability, there is attention to results. So now, what are these 5 things? Let me take it up one by one and help you understand what these 5 things mean in a sense. The most important aspect of team building is trust. Without trust, no team can function. Absolutely no organization, no team can function without trust. And what is trust when it comes to team building? You know what is trust when it comes to team building in one word? Let me explain. In team building, trust simply means vulnerability. What is the meaning of the word vulnerability? Vulnerability means that I admit my weakness in front of you. That's what vulnerability is. Vulnerability means I am ready to expose my weakness to you. You know what's a family? Family is a place where our weaknesses everybody knows, right? In your office setup, when you come in front of your teams, when you are in your organization, you seem to be a macho man or a macho woman, whatever, So you seem to be strong, you seem to be level-headed, you seem to be in control, you seem to be really sorted out. But at home, you are yourself, right? You have your weaknesses, you have your limitations, you have your strengths. And why do you expose your weaknesses to people at home? Because you know they will not take advantage of you. And you know they will help you with your weaknesses. But when you come to an organization, when you come to an office, you're not that. Why? Because the moment I open up my weakness, there will be somebody who will take advantage of me. There will be somebody who will take advantage of my weakness and use it against me. And therefore, we are always at guard. We're always at, we have a shield around us. We want to protect ourselves. We want to safeguard ourselves. But when it comes to teams, if you really want powerful teams, teams are built on trust. When we expose ourselves, our vulnerabilities to other team members and share what our weaknesses are, and everyone honestly opens up their weaknesses to each other, that's when trust builds up. Trust builds up when we know that we are in a circle of safety. In the olden times, when people would stay in jungles and caves, there were times, there's danger all around, right? Animals could attack, snakes could bite, a forest fire could consume you, weather, anything could happen. So people started staying together in communities, small communities. And the advantage of staying together in small communities was that you can go to sleep at night and be sure that you'll be awake in the morning. Be sure that nothing will go wrong. Somebody will protect you. Somebody will take care of you, basically. That's what the whole purpose of staying together is. That's what is called a circle of safety. In organizations also, same thing happens. There is danger all over. There are competition that is out to finish you off. There is all kinds of technology changes that keep happening that is out to put you out of business. There is stock market ups and downs that keep happening. There's a coronavirus that comes suddenly, randomly, and we don't know what to do. So there are so many dangers all around us. And we will feel safe in a circle of safety. We will feel safe when we are in a group of people that actually take care of one another. That's when trust and cooperation happens. But you know what the problem with trust and cooperation is? These are not instructions. You can't instruct somebody, trust and cooperate, and expect that that fellow will trust and cooperate. These are feelings. I need to feel safe for me to trust and cooperate. I need to feel that I am in a safe place that I'll open up and cooperate. That is what teams are. You cannot instruct people, trust yourself, trust each other. You have to make them feel it. And that's what the whole idea of the foundation of teams is. It's built on trust. And as I said, trust means vulnerability. When team members are confident to open up their weaknesses to each other, that's when trust builds up. When trust builds up, then you can go to the second level, which is fear of conflicts. You know, the interesting part is, I know so many organizations where teams in the organization don't fight at all. Team members don't fight at all. No fights ever happens. Beautiful harmony. But you know what harmony it is? It's called artificial harmony. It's not that they actually love each other. It's just that they are tolerating each other, basically. They're not opening their mouths because they know if they open the mouth, fight will happen. So they just don't open their mouths at all. So that's not exactly the best situation to be in for a team. Teams doesn't mean there is no conflicts. Teams means there is no personal attacks. So one extreme of the conflict continuum is artificial harmony. Artificial harmony is like a goody feeling, you know. Everybody is nice, everybody is smiling, everybody is beautiful. Yeah? Actually, they hate each other. Inside you find out, you scratch a little bit of the surface. Inside there are all so many galis waiting to come out. You know, everybody wants to fire bad words to each other, but somehow they're acting civil. That's what is artificial harmony, basically. You know, the other extreme is personal attacks. So some organizations they don't believe in artificial harmony. They'll say whatever I feel, I'll speak, and they go to the other extreme. They give such bad words to each other, such damaging words to each other in the name of, in the name of speaking up. So actually, they are not talking about frankness. They are actually talking about bluntness. There's a difference between frankness and bluntness. When you're frank, you're open, but when you're blunt, you're hurting the other person. So that extreme is bad, and this extreme is bad. What is needed is in between. In between is known as it's called constructive conflicts. That means when I say that I don't agree to something, it doesn't mean that I don't agree with you. I don't agree with an issue. I don't agree with an opinion. I don't agree with a point. And when people fight, I'll give you a simple example to make you understand this. You know, in the olden days, there used to be these chucky piecing machines, you know, where you have this big stone on top and there's a big stone below. And you put the pulses in between and then you grind it manually, right? And those actually are the best machines. The finest powder happens then. So our opinions, our ideas are like that pulses. And each person's opinion is like that, stone, grinding stone. You grind it nicely. And then what you get is fine ideas, fine powder, fine solutions, basically. So when there is trust with each other, when there is trust between each other in a team, that trust leads to absence of fear of conflict. That means I'm okay fighting with you because I know that I'm not fighting with you, but we are fighting over an idea. We're conflicting over an opinion, over an issue. Why? Because we trust each other. I know if I say something very strong, you're not going to take it at heart because the foundation is trust. So when the foundation is trust, there is conflicts that happen, and those conflicts are positive conflicts. They're constructive conflicts, and those conflicts lead us to what is known as commitment. That means I fight thoroughly, and after I fight, I agree on some points. I may have initially not agreed on it, but after I have fought thoroughly and I have expressed my point, and other people have defeated me, or we all have come to a conclusion, then I commit, even if it is not my original idea. A lot of times what happens? People all agree to an opinion. People all agree to an idea, And then when it comes to executing, they will not put their full heart, right? Many times it happens like that. They don't put their full heart. Why? Not my idea. I told you. Later they'll say, I told you not to do this. This I told you business doesn't work in a team. In that meeting, fight as much as you want. But after you agree, there's no question of disagreement. There's a question of commitment. And that's what leads to the third point, which is commitment. And the commitment is so intense that every single person wants to put his or her best. And the most amazing thing is, once you commit to a cause, once you commit to an idea, once you commit to a solution, you are accountable to each other. Good teams are not accountable to the boss. Good team members are accountable to each other. In most organizations, team members are only accountable to the boss. It typically happens in any organization. If one team member goes and asks another team member, what are you doing? He says, why are you asking me? I don't have to tell you. I'll tell my boss. That's typical. That actually is an indication of lack of commitment, lack of accountability to each other. When people trust each other and when people have engaged in great conflicts and have come to a conclusion and they've committed to the conclusion, they're accountable to each other. They're accountable to each other. That means I can stand up, hold your collar and ask you, why didn't you do this? And you will not feel bad. And you will not say, who are you to question me? Because that is the kind of trust we have. And there's a kind of, so that means I can push you to work better than what you are doing today. Because I love you. Because I have a connection with you. And I don't mind saying it because we have developed that kind of family spirit. We have developed that kind of unity between each other. And when I do wrong, when I fall back from my commitment, you can put, hold my collar and ask me why I didn't do it. That's what is accountability. Accountability is beautiful. And accountability is what makes teams beautiful. And accountability is what makes people connect to each other so very nicely. And finally, the last thing that actually is the result of all this is attention to results. So many times, as I told, if you remember at the beginning, I was speaking about seeing the bigger picture, right? A lot of times we only are focusing on our roles that we forget the goal. But good teams not only focus on their role, but they actually are constantly focusing on the goal. Because all of us are together for a goal. I know so many organizations where two departments are fighting with each other. What are these two departments meant for? The two departments are meant to achieve a goal together. But imagine if there's a war between two departments and there's no cooperation between two departments. What are we going to achieve? Right? So it's so very important to hold the focus on the results. And when the attention is on the results, then there is all levels. Somebody is trying to say something. Samyak ji, you want to say something? I'm sorry.
No, you can just proceed, I think.
Okay.
Nothing, sir. Nothing, sir.
So, these 5 things is what we call as the dysfunctions of a team. For any team to function together, these 5 have to be kept in mind to have beautiful connections. So I'll stop here and we can open up for a few questions. I'm sorry I went a little late, later than what I expected to stop. But if there's any quick questions or comments before we start activities and other things.
Yeah, I have a question. So
Yes.
we were talking about trust in the team members, right? So mostly as leaders, whoever is there in our team, they will be competing with themselves in organizations. So it's not as a leader, I'm competing with my team members, but the team members among themselves.
Right.
So there is high possibility that if they disclose their weaknesses, they will be backfired. So in that case, what would you suggest?
Ma'am, you actually answered your own question. The problem is when in an organization, if team members compete with each other, that is the biggest problem. That's what I'm trying to say. See, if 10 people are working in a team, what is the team meant for? The team is meant to achieve a goal, right? But instead of cooperating with each other to achieve a goal, we are competing with each other. I mean, who is going to gain? See, all of us, 10 people are working for an organization, right? What are you getting the pay for? Are you getting the pay to prove that you're better than the other person? Or are you getting the pay to benefit the organization?
But as can I speak?
Yes, Paraji.
But as a human being, two people will automatically compete with each other to get a natural hike in the organization, right? Because this organization, people come from different background and culture, different, all things different, and they all come. Frankly speaking, they all come to earn money, right? And they can earn money if they are better than other. So it will competition will be automatically there.
Okay. Sir, let me explain my understanding of this. Okay. Ideally, the role of a leader is to ensure that everyone feels safe with each other. That's the role of a leader. So if the leader creates a team where members of the team are fighting with each other, that leader has actually failed in his leadership. If you are in a circle of safety and you don't feel safe within that organization, within that team, you're supposed to feel safe. Do you compete with members of your own family? We don't compete, right? We don't compete with a mother, we don't compete with father. We actually cooperate and all of us grow together. In any organization, when there is intense competition between people of a team, you know what happens? Your entire energy goes on protecting yourself from others. And where is the energy left to create? Where is the energy left to deal with outside competition? Where is the energy left to actually help with the growth of the organization? Yes, we all need to grow, but at what cost? Do we want to grow at the cost of the organization? Or do we want to grow? So usually what my understanding is in any organization which is built on right foundations, everybody grows when they contribute to their best. And your contribution to the best doesn't have to depend on whether you are better than somebody else, right? So assessing your contribution shouldn't be based on comparing your contribution to somebody else's contribution. That's the wrong way of assessing it. That's the wrong way of looking at it only. So this is my understanding. Am I making sense?
What you're saying is sense, but then practically it may not happen. But that's how the corporate world is. But
So
I agree with you.
Yeah.
No, what he said is correct, sir. Because each one performance has to be measured based on his objective setting. You cannot compare with others' performance with your performance. That is why whenever a team comes, his objective will be set first. Then only his performance will be measured. And ideally, all the objectives will be targeted towards the team goals. So that is how it is built.
Actually, the relative performance, right, we are talking about, that is losing its importance over the time. At some point, every organization is only a relative performance, rating you A, B, C within the team, right, comparing with the other team members. But I have seen many organizations, including ours, we stopped rating. We are not giving ABC grades or anything. It's always the individual. You can have all top performers in the team also, but you have to be, see, the whole thing is, the key is, if the managers are transparent and honest, and if they gain the trust, and majority of these problems will go actually. But for the short-term benefits or the favoritism, we ourselves don't follow that, then it start falling. I mean, the entire culture goes for a task.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. That's exactly the point. Is that if a leader is not able to create an environment of safety within the organization where people feel safe, then I don't have to fight and fight for survival there. So my energy is completely directed towards the benefit of the organization and the greater good of the whole team, basically. Otherwise, I'm only fighting to survive within the organization itself. Then how will I be able to contribute better?
Should we move to the presentations whilst you explain the first case studies?
So just before that, will you permit me just one answer? Sir,
go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Sir, Shubji, you have talked about 1 month or 2 years, sir.
Okay.
But you did not talk about the eyes, sir.
Okay, I spoke about the lens principle.
So महात्मा गांधी को आप भूल गए, क्योंकि कई बार क्या होता है कि हम एज ए लीडर जो रॉन्ग बोलता है और फोर्सफुली बोलता है उसके तरफ हमारा झुकाव हो जाता है, और जो राइटियस पोजीशन रहता है वो सब्टिल रहता है, और वो करेक्ट कर देने के बाद भी उसको हमको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए खामोश रहना पड़ता है। तो देखकर भी जो यानी साइलेंट, हम देखने के बाद में भी जो साइलेंट होना पड़ता है इन द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, वो कहाँ तक हमारे लीडरशिप पे क्वेश्चन है।
वो धृतराष्ट्र टाइप ऑफ लीडर है सर।
हाँ सर,
धृतराष्ट्र टाइप ऑफ लीडर्स जो है वो आंख बंद कर लेते हैं, गलत चल रहा है फिर भी आंख बंद कर लेते हैं।
तो इज इट गुड एंड फेयर सर?
That's what leads to Mahabharat.
Okay.
It's the greatest violence of leaders is to keep quiet when there is wrong going on.
Okay, sir, should we go ahead, sir?
Yes, sir. Yeah, sure.
Okay. For the case study one, sir, Shubhalas ji.
Yes. So I'm just quickly, speaking out, or rather sharing the two cases that had been shared with all of you, and then we can discuss the cases in detail. The first case, this is team one, is of a publishing house. It's called Global Green Books. So this is a publishing house which has been there for quite some time, but now this publishing house has gone into an ebook business, and this ebook business is growing rapidly. So with this ebook business growing, the new employees that are actually working on the ebooks, I mean, I don't know how many of you all know anything about the publishing industry. I have been into the publishing industry for many years. I've written almost close to about 20 books, and I myself run a publishing house. I'm heading a publishing house. So I know how traditional publishing works. So this company has been into traditional publishing for so long, and suddenly now the market has changed because ebooks are so much in demand, and so people love to read ebooks. So now, naturally, with the ebooks coming in demand, the staff that is required to run this ebook market is very differently skilled. They are highly techno savvy. They are very they work in a different space. They don't need to physically move anywhere. They can just sit in one place and work. And the idea of supervising their work is so difficult, because how do you quantify what kind of work they have done? So there is a lot of change in trend that is coming into the industry, because of which the whole publishing world, which was traditionally working, is struggling a lot. So there are many challenges that have come into the publishing industry. There are a lot of there are details of all these challenges that are coming up in the discussion. So I'm not going to get into all the details. You will hear them as each person in the team is going to share their thoughts on it. And because of the challenges, there is a lot of confusion that has arisen. There's a lot of dissatisfaction, there's a lot of confusion, and people don't know what is right and what is wrong. And the supervisors themselves don't know what their roles are. And as a result, there is a setback in the whole organization. So that is the background of this particular case. Just a very rough background I've given within the time limit. So now we will go into the first 5 groups, which are going to share about this case study, their understanding of it, and 4 questions are being asked, which to seek clarity. The first question is, what are the skills that the team members need to be effective team members in a particular project? The second question is, why is it important that team members understand the goals and scope of the project? The third question is, think about creating a team charter. What categories of guidelines would you and your team need to agree before beginning work? Why would you include, why would you include these categories? So this is the third question. And the final question is, brainstorm and identify some guidelines that you would suggest teams follow for each of these categories. So team member participation, team member conduct or behavior, communicating between project members, and holding meetings. So this is what the questions are that need to be discussed. So we would now open it up to the first 5 groups to present in the same order: Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, Group 5. And each group can present, one member of the group presents their understanding and their conclusions together. And that one member presents for a maximum of about 3 to 4 minutes, basically. Please stick to that timeline of 3 to 4 minutes. And after that, after all the 5 groups have completed their sharings, then we will have a discussion where everybody else can also share their thoughts. I will also give my thoughts on it, and we'll come to a conclusion. Then we'll go to the next case study. So this is the format we will follow for this. Ashwinderji, anything else you would like to add?
Right, sir. Perfect, sir. Absolutely perfect. I've made everybody co-host. The 10 representatives have been made the co-host. So the first one, yeah.
Please go ahead, sir.
Group 1 is Darshan Pathakji.
Yeah, a very good evening, sir. So should I share my screen?
Of course, sir.
Yeah. So I'll let you all know once I start it out. Ritesh, shall I?
Yeah, I think you can start, but I will basically ask Taran to take a control over that. So Taran will basically advise to the individual presenters. So she will be taking a note of the start time and end time also. So Taran,
let me know.
Are you okay?
Yes, it's 6:06 and you can start.
All right. Okay. Good evening, everyone. A very warm welcome to this wonderful presentation on by the Group 1 on the Global Green Book Publishing. We would like to state that this presentation is mainly focusing on the executive summary on what exactly is this company all about. This being an e-book publishing business, mainly focusing on a very quick updates on whatever that books need to be published online. The task has been divided to the respective supervisors, wherein they have to handhold their team members and get the work done at the stipulated period of time. The main purpose of this exercise is that the team members should be clear, crystal clear with respect to what is the end goal of the entire project that we have. The end goal is to be very much clear so that the expectations which are being kept from each team members is being done at that point in time. We have 4 questions. I'll quickly move on to the first question, which states about the effective team members into the project. It's the employee on what should be the effective team skills of the members into these projects. They should be focused. They should be completely responsible, communicating within their team and having a strong handhold that it is we, which is important rather than an I attitude. They should be enthusiastic, collaborative, and adaptive. When I move on to the second question, which states about what is the importance of an individual team member having a good understanding of the scope of and the goals of the project. It makes a very, very effective execution in terms of the respective team members that they need to be focused that what is the ultimate successful execution mean. So for that, they need to be having that the breakdown of whatever that needs to be delivered to the respective supervisors, wherein they can handle their team as a whole and not just an individual part of their project. It should be the main focus on that we need to publish this ebook and not just the bits and pieces which they have. Even if needed, they need to be moved on to another segment of their different supervisors and the different team leaders as well. When I move on to the third question mainly focuses on what should be the guidelines which needs to be included into the charter of the team. The charter of the team should be very clear in terms of what are the objectives. How are they going to really communicate? What are their guidelines? What are the task lists? How are they really going to be performing in terms of the standard operating processes and the achievements? If they do any, then needs to be rewarded and the incentives to be given to that team member. When I focus on the fourth question, which is on brainstorming and identification of the team member, in terms of their participation, in terms of code of conduct, in terms of the team members communicating within themselves and holding of the meeting. This is a brief synopsis of how they should really perform. The team members should be proactive in terms of their participation. They should be having the similar kind of a conduct in their regular behavior. They need to be communicating within their teams. And of course, in terms of holding the meetings, they have to be collaborating in terms of what is it that is the agenda of the meeting. And of course, this brief synopsis mainly talks about the only way out the team to lead and to get the project done is keep yourself, your ego aside, and consider your entire team as one family. Last 10 seconds, I would like to quote, "Diamonds are nothing more than a chunk of coal that's stuck to their job." It's been quoted by Mr. Malcolm Scott. Thank you so much, everyone, for all the support and all the faith that my team has with me. Thank you. I mean, I'm not sure how exactly, but
it is 4 minutes 27 seconds, and I'll share the screenshot in the group.
4 minutes?
4 minutes 27 seconds. I can show you.
I started the same point in time. The bell rang at exact 4. Now I don't know how to consider this. Can you see my screen?
Ashminder sir, you're on mute.
Yeah, you are on mute.
Extremely sorry. Ashish Kaushalji.
Okay.
My screen visible? I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Ashish ji, are you ready? So should I start your time? Okay, time starts now.
So good evening, friends. I'm representing our batch 2 and case study 1 for the group 2. So just give you quick understanding of the business, like global green book business, who is driving growth through the ebook business, and because of that there is a lot of demand for the new staff which they are adding, and the staff which they are adding is with the diversity set of skills, background, and the motivation. And they have the supervisor who are very good in managing their project. They are known their project business, and the issue is that with them that the new employees they are getting are not really trained and not known to the work, and also the supervisors to the some extent are not available to support the new staffs, and there is a lot of conflicts because of interpersonal skills and the technical knowledge of this particular new business. And with view that we have these 4 questions, like with the team members skill set to be effective team member. So there that keeping in mind the current study, that major part is the interpersonal skill which we need to keep in. Then situational leadership, because we have a very diversified group, so we need to understand the new staff, the existing staff, and the trained staff. Accordingly, we need to put the situational leadership skill. Then communication, corporations, time management, problem solving, and listening, because we have the new staff. We need to really understand their concerns and then accordingly work. And then at last, the critical thinking. The second part of the which is the importance of the goal and the scope of the project. So here that very clearly that we, because of the new staff, there is a lot of change management happening, a lot of requirements changing, that we need to keep that how we can that from understanding the goal and objective, we can reduce this change management and the rework. And then the second part is deliverables and the timelines, that team should be very clear in what is the deliverable as per the expectation of the customer, what are the timelines, and the timelines within the expected timelines, with what are the milestones that we need to cover up, and then team alignment on that accordingly, the objectives of the which we need to deliver, and then finally to if we don't deliver within the timelines and that the expectations, that may lead to the cost overrunning. So that's why we really need to understand the goals of the objective of that particular project. Then third part, like what would be the charter? So as well, clearly that first part should be the objective, then deliverables, what is the deliverable as per the customer alignment, and the team. So we really need to understand like who is the team, who is the leader, what are the roles and responsibility of the team member, and the timelines with the key milestones that we need to understand through the charter, and the limitation of the resources, what are the technologies and resources we have for this, and the assumptions we are taking for that particular project, that we really need to understand. And the last, the guidelines, quickly on the understanding the what the guidelines are. So that team member participation, we need to have a clear progress sheet where members can record their task and the progress. Then team members conduct should be followed through the code of conduct policy, and that feedbacks from the team members. On the communication, that we may have the formal communication as well as informal communication that can be routed through the web-based application for one-over group discussions and for the rapid action item list updations within the group. And then holding minutes. So we need to have very clear holding guidelines for the holding team meetings, and ensure that presence of able to attend, provide the respective input before the meeting and the proxy presentations. So that ensure that compliance to the guidelines of that particular charter. So that is what from our side. Thank you.
Taran, what is the time? Taran, you are on mute mode.
It's 4 minutes, 15 seconds.
Okay. You can post on the chat window also. Thank you, Taran.
So we go on to the next one. Ravindra Bhagwat ji.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Is my screen visible to everybody?
Yes, Ravindra ji.
Yeah. So, good evening to everybody. We are presenting ICI MDP batch 2.
So wait a second. Sorry.
Yeah.
Now I'll start your time. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening, all. I'm presenting team group 3 of MDP batch 2 ICI. So we have been given a case study of a global books agency, and that is facing the major challenges of a transition from offline book to online books. And another one challenge, they are facing the transition between the two generation of the staff. So we have characterized the what are the essential qualities of team member should have. So according to us, there are few qualities that team members should have. One of them is the communication skill, so that these clashes will be taken care of. Second is the domain knowledge. They should be expertise so that timelines can be met. The third one is resource planning management. Each member should be able to manage the resources, and he should be able to manage the scenario which he is handling at his own. And thereafter, he should have a clarity of his role. Then he should be adaptable and flexible so that he can match the timelines and whatever expectation from his role. In order to do that, and as a good team member, he should be able to adapt to the changes, and he should be flexible to mold himself. Like a senior member should be adaptable, flexible to manage the newer people. Then we found out that there are some importance of the goals and importance of scope. Everybody is very much clear about the importance of goals, like a vision of a big picture, clarity of role outcome, what are the objectives from their own respective roles, what are their accountabilities and responsibilities, and This will entirely improve the team effectiveness if they all are aware about their goals. Second is there should be a scope which is well defined so that we can have some assumptions and limitations within which we have to operate. They should be able to follow the process so that the same will be operated. Second is they have to meet the timelines, and there should be effective utilization and allocation of the resources to meet the scope. This is our team charter, so that's why we have prepared our team charter. So these are the members, and we have allocated the responsibilities to them. Then we have focus on like components of the charter, like what are our core values, what are our purpose and goals, what are our strength as a team, what are the rules and boundaries which everyone has to follow, what are the resources and tools we are having with us to get the work done, and what are the backup plans we have with us so that work will not suffer and everybody will meet the project timelines. Thank you.
It's 3 minutes 22 seconds.
Yeah.
Ashrit ji. Ashrit ji.
Just a minute. I'm sharing my screen. Is my screen visible now?
Yes.
Okay. So please give me your go ahead and then I'll go ahead.
Yes, you can start. I will start it.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I'm Ashrit, representing Team 4. As many of my teammates and many others have pointed out about the demand issue that Global Green Books is facing, the apt strategy that I can suggest, or as a team that we could think of, is win the people first and then win the war. So after hearing so many anecdotes about Mahabharata and the inspiring stories from the army and the military, the apt strategy right now is to get the right people to achieve the goal, which is to meet the demand, the growing demand for the ebooks. So the company is going to hire more people. And it's not just about hiring the people, we need the right set of people. So what would we need in a teammate? What is needed for me to function effectively with a fellow human being? So I would expect, or as a team member, we would expect that the person coming in should be willing to listen to us, is willing to have receive feedback, is willing to share his ideas, is a fast learner, is able to quickly adapt himself to the new systems or any process issues. And the team member would be at a better position when he is able to show integrity at work and show that he is someone who can be trusted at work. So these are three critical points that we feel the skills a team member should have. Apart from this, there are also technical competencies which are good to have, but as a must have, the team member should be a good communicator, willing to learn and be trustworthy. Now, the business is hiring the right people. Now, after we have hired the right people, what do we do with these people? How do we bridge the gap between business serving the demand of the growing ebooks? So after having the right people, the next step is to let the people know what needs to be done. So to let them know what needs to be done, we need everybody in the team to know what the common goal is. So for that, we need to give everybody a sense of direction. So they need to know what is the project, why am I doing it, who is going to benefit from it, how do I fit in the bigger picture. And after giving them the direction, we split it into smaller individual bits, give everybody a specific assigned task, and ensure there is coordination within the team. Also, as COVID has taught us, we need to always plan for contingencies. Like we have read in the case study, there are many cases where part-time employees leave all of a sudden, or there may be some interdepartmental demand issues. So to cope with all that, as well as plan the resources, the team members should definitely know what is it that they're doing. Now, apart from resourcing, there is also the reviews. Reviews in the sense, it's a refresher. It's a check on where we are at a given point in time. So this helps the team members understand where they are in the goal. Now, a lot of this is just in thin air. Now, to bring every concept in thin air into a formal policy, we have a team charter, which is nothing but it explains everything that the team does, but in a more formal way. So it sets out what is the objective for my team, who are the team members, what is the responsibility for each team member, how is a team member rewarded, what kind of SOPs are needed, who does what, who reports to whom, how is the progress of the project tracked, and everything. And as mentioned earlier, also a contingency plan in case something goes wrong. Now, we have a fantastic charter in place. We have the right people. We have the right objectives. Now, if everybody operates as a silo without interacting with each other or without any meetings, we cannot achieve our objective, which is why meetings and participative behavior of all the team members is critical. So we have identified 4 key areas when it comes to meetings and participation. So all the team members should be given a chance to speak, because fresh ideas, as earlier pointed out in many anecdotes, that all the pulses go into the machine and then fine powder comes out. So everybody should be free to share their ideas, encourage constructive debates and discussions, as well as improve communication between teammates. And not only this, when they are communicating and collaborating, it should not be destructive. So the behavior of the person should respect everybody's point of view, but then all of them should arrive at a commitment towards one common goal. So which is where meetings play a very important role, and behavior of how a person perceives the other person is also very critical. And the meetings, the periodicity of holding meetings, generally accepted is to have a weekly meeting, but if it's an emergency, yes, we would definitely have meetings much frequent than that. So this brings me to an end of the presentation for group 4, where we feel that in fact, we need to win the people first to win the war, and we can only do that with the collaborative effort of everybody. Back to you.
It's 5 minutes, 36 seconds.
Okay. Sunil Kumar Chaudhary ji next.
Are you ready? Should I start?
Sunil, you are on mute.
Sunil ji, are you ready?
Sunil ji, you're on mute.
Sorry, I'm unmuting myself. I'm working on Mac. So the moment I put this PPT into this thing, it takes over the controls. Okay. So everyone can see the presentation now.
So Sunil ji, are you comfortable with the PPT deck for us to start the time monitoring part?
Yeah, just a second. Let me just quickly see if this is working here.
Yeah, please try.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah,
So
I think.
Should I begin?
Yeah, we can begin.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, start.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this session wherein I am representing the team 5 to give the solutions to the case study that was provided to us. So as an overall objective of our case study was to, put in our thought process to the various questions that were given to us. And I'm straight away moving to the questions that we, everyone discussed in the team, and I'm representing everyone's views out there. Yeah. So coming to the skills of the team member. Uh, so the first and important skill that was, assessed was the task and time management, because given the limitation of time out there, this was the prioritized skill that was required. Second was the quick learner. The team members are expected to be very quick learners, so that we don't, need to waste time around giving elaborations to them. They should be committed so that the task can be, solution on time. They should be effective team players. They should be technical and competent skills. They have to be good communicators. Creative and problem solving techniques are needed. Along with this, there is also multitasking abilities as a skill that is must, and also an eye for detailing, so that once the details are laid out, they are able to achieve their objectives. Additionally, we also listed the skills for the project managers and supervisors, which are in detail here. Moving on to the second question. So what were all the important goals and scope of the project? So first one was the time. So to complete the project in the stipulated time was the first and prioritized objective. Second was to create understanding of the project boundaries, priorities, and work responsibilities of the each team member out there. Third one was to clearly charter out their work plan to have a proper direction and the conflicts resolution there, and also to define give a clarity on their roles, and also an escalation matrix, so that wherever there are conflicts, this can be taken up. And also at the end, when the delivery of the ebook has to be done, the quality has to be maintained, and hence aligning clearly with the organization SOPs was one of the important goals out there. Moving on to question number 3 for the team charter. So the important and first prioritized object was to have a project goal, which will start, and that will everything will revolve around the same. Second was the work breakdown structure, to clearly define the task, activities, and deliverables. And the third one was the skill sets that were required to be addressed, so that the allocation of resources can be done based on the skills. Third one was different. Fourth one was the roles and responsibilities definition, and flow of communication, top down, bottom up, open minded. So that was also important aspect of team charter. And then milestones and deliverables. So deliverables and the milestones can be tracked on time. And also holding of meetings was important aspect of team charter as well, because any problems, issues, and also tracking of milestones would have easily happened through holding of meetings on a timely basis. Next one was the change management, to have all the issues are addressed around the change management, because there is a lot of people with various diversity who are meeting and discussing here. And also to have a grievance redressal mechanism. And finally, review and supervision of the entire process. Coming to question number 4. So each one's role. So the team members participate in the project was to give them clear understanding of the objective, have workflow tracking mechanism, regular participation and communication, effective delegation and timely review, have responsibility and accountability, and adhere to the documented process. And for their conduct, we should have believe in the teamwork, have trustworthiness and transparency, stick to our organization goals, energetic and enthusiastic, and adapt it to the situation. Coming to communicating and holding meetings. So as a part of communicating, we decided top down or bottom approach and open communication was very well needed, also to define clarity to all the team members. And meetings, we decided, okay, the meetings can be weekly, monthly, and task based, and ad hoc meeting, and also milestone meeting, so that everything is addressed quickly. And also take note of the meeting of the minutes, and also to review the meetings each and when everything is done. Thank you. These are the contributors of our team.
It's 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay. All the 5 presentations are over, I think.
Yes, sir.
All right. May I request you, Shubhilasji?
Yes. So, I'd like to thank all of you all for your beautiful presentations. I must admit that you all really put your heart into it, and it came out really beautiful. The group 1, I really loved the question 4, the way it was answered. And especially this whole idea of tables, to meet the various needs. with ticks and checks of behavior and everything else, very beautifully presented. Group 2, I really like the way skill sets were presented. The skill sets part was very nicely put up, and the different skill sets were highlighted very beautifully. In group 3, I really appreciated the importance of roles and scope. The way you all presented the importance of roles and scope, I think that was really fantastically done and presented well. And group 4, I really connected with the skill sets that it was very nicely defined and it was very nicely put up. And this one, the last group that we saw, I love the presentation, and especially I love the goals and scopes of the project. The way it was put up in a systematic order, I think that really made sense, and it kind of helped well. Even the team charter was very well done. So of all the presentations that I heard and of all the beautiful points that you all made, I would like to just add one thing that might add a little value to everything else that you all added. So whenever there is a chaos and whenever there is a lack of communication, there is one thing that is very important that is needed to really resolve such communication gaps. And that is the leader personally comes and actually spends time with each individual, understands the problems, and works on a solution together. There are many things that can be delegated. There are many things that can be handed over to supervisors. There are many things that can be delegated to team members. There is only one thing that a leader can never delegate. And what is that? The idea of dealing with conflicts, the idea of dealing with mediations, negotiations, wherever there is human conflict, that is something that a leader cannot delegate to his supervisors to go and handle it. The leader has to himself step in and actually address it. And usually what happens is many times when these conflicts are just left, for supervisors to handle, it is left for some team member to handle. What really happens is it builds up a certain type of resentment within a person. And it may not reflect now. For now, the problem may be solved, but it will come up again later. So one of the primary roles of a leader is to actually sit and hear out people and understand what they're going through and then come up with solutions. So what I would really recommend all of you all to consider from this point of view is to look at the way in which a leader can be involved in the problem solving, where a leader can actually sit and start communicating with people, understanding what they're going through, and then coming up with a solution. So this is something I thought would be a addition to whatever else you all spoke and whatever beautiful points all of you all made. Thank you.
Anyone would like to ask any question, discuss anything from group 6 to 10? You want to ask anything to group 1 to 5? Or should we go ahead with group 6 to 10 now?
Sir. So there was a always we were talking about all positive, but there was never a reference to back to the basics or resolution chambers or critical thinking or innovation.
Sir, here it was not the scope. No, we need to say the resource limitation was one of the point, but otherwise the scope was to decide how the team will work on this project.
Problem solving has there is top-down approach and bottom-up approach, right? A 360-degree communication is also means innovation is already built in there. Whenever the younger generation has a better way to do a task, that can be communicated. As long as communication channels are open, I think innovation is taken care of.
Yeah, but my request to everybody who asks or answers questions is to come up on the video, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
Shubhilasji, what do you have to say?
Yeah, so the point is that obviously innovation is the reason the whole discussion is happening is because there's a lot of innovation happening and a lot of positive contribution happening. But along with that innovation and positive contribution, there is a lot of backlash and there's a lot of infights happening, a lot of confusion happening. So usually what happens is, especially when there's an upgradation of technology, along with that upgradation of technology, there's a lot of confusion that sets in. So unless that confusion is resolved, the technology upgradation cannot be positively dealt with, So I guess what you are referring to is, to focus on that part of innovation. And what they have been all talking about is how to, first of all, solve the problem before getting onto that positive aspect of innovation. So I guess it's part of the process.
So Vilasji, should we go ahead with 6 to 10 now, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we have with us now for number 6, Snehal Kaplota ji.
Yeah. Sir, can you, for everybody's interest, can you brief that case? Because group 1 to 5 may not know.
All right.
Yeah. So I'll just quickly mention the case. So this case is about 2 employees working in a software development company. One is named as Shirley and other is Abdul. So the general manager of the division, he was the leader, and eventually they hired these 2 people, Abdul and Shirley, and the leader of the whole project, the whole company, he wanted both of them to actually work as joint project leaders. Now, originally, Shirley didn't want to work with Abdul, but eventually she agreed that she was not working under Abdul, but they were both equally working. That means they were equally positioned, basically. Under that condition, she agreed to join, and obviously the leader agreed to it. But within a month, Shirley got angry because Abdul was, according to her, he was representing himself to others as a leader of the project, and that Shirley was working for him. So now there was a conflicting situation, and Shirley, she went on complaining that Abdul called a meeting without consulting her or asking her approval for the time or the content. And the meeting happened, and in the meeting he expected her to be present. And in the meeting, so she was very upset. So this is the whole context of the discussion, basically. This is the whole context of the case. And the 3 questions that have been presented are, Abdul and Shirley seems to have numerous individual conflicts. Identify as many individual conflicts as you can. Second question is, what are the possible ways to deal with this conflict? And third is, given the benefit of retrospection, what could have been done to avoid this conflict in the first place? So these are 3 questions that have been posed.
I would strongly recommend don't cover the background, just get on to the meat of the matter. Snehal ji.
Okay, just let me know if my presentation is visible. Just a moment. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, Tarun, I guess you can start now.
I'll start now. 1, 2, 3, and start.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Snehal here. I'm representing group 6. We have a case study on conflict management. We move directly to the content. What basically is a definition for the word conflict? The dictionary meaning means opposition or case where there is disagreement between people, between organization, between teams. There are different types of conflicts that happen at a workplace, which could be task-based conflicts, which could be leadership conflicts, which could be personality-based conflicts. These can further be divided into interpersonal, that is between people, intrapersonal within a person, intergroup between groups, and intragroup within groups between people. Now, as discussed, there are 2 people in the case study. Shirley has a different approach, while Abdul thinks the other way. So going to the questions directly, we were asked to identify the type of individual conflicts. These are the ones that we identified as team. They are mutual distrust. There was ego clash between the 2 of them, power clash, like Shirley mentioning why is Abdul taking over, whereas Abdul is saying that he's just trying to lead. There could be a possible gender complex because there were 2 genders involved in this scenario. There could be inferiority complex. Both of them had different approach. Like Shirley had a different style of working, whereas Abdul also had a different style of working. We're not here to say that both of them were wrong, but it's just that the approach were different, which led to this conflict. Now, the possible ways to deal with such kind of conflicts could be that there could be more communication and transparency. The roles and responsibilities need to be defined at an organizational level through its own policy framework. If there are two people who are of equal competence, they could be given separate roles and responsibilities. Coupling the people and hearing them out as to what is their problem is one of the possible way to deal with conflict. The third question being things to do to avoid such kind of conflicts is to have a transparent communication in place to build up team spirit, have events that helps them in bonding as a team, to develop a process of how teams should conduct themselves, how they should be treated, as how they can keep themselves accountable, to have an accommodative approach, to there should be a collaborative effort involved. There should be joint leadership between people who are apparently not willing to work as team. Then improper definition of roles leads to such kind of conflict. So as I go back to the same point, saying that defining of roles can help doing such thing. And if there needs to be a formal handing over of leadership by the organization when such tasks are involved. I have covered the points, Taranti.
Your time is 2 minutes, 56 seconds.
Okay.
Vinder sir, you are on mute.
Sorry, sir. Vigneshji, can you come on?
Yes, sir. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Taran, we can start.
Now I'll start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I take this opportunity to provide the response to the case study on behalf of Group 7. Conflicts are part and parcel of every organization, and it is bound to occur when two persons and multiple people work within an organization. It is important to address conflicts through open and transparent communication and team bonding, thus achieving the organization's goals and objectives. We were presented with a case study where a software company recruited an employee, Abdul, to join the project's team, despite opposition from the existing team lead, which was Shirley. Shirley reluctantly agreed to the recruitment with the condition that she was not working for Abdul. The GM quit within 7 months of the recruitment, and Shirley felt that there was, this led to conflict, with Shirley feeling that she was left aside and Abdul leading from the front. Abdul, in the same time, felt that there was lack of teamwork and support from Shirley's side. In terms of questions, we asked in terms of these individual conflicts that we found. There were multiple conflicts that we noted right from the start of the recruitment, right until the stage where, right at the end. There was prejudice in the recruitment stage where the general manager went ahead in terms of recruiting Abdul, but Shirley giving him a case of incompetency and not competent to the situation. This was also driven by a feeling of insecurity and ego of seniority. At the same time, as Abdul felt, he felt that Shirley was quite position driven and position focused and did not work for the benefit and the objective of the team as a whole. Abdul also felt that Shirley was excessively sensitive and also did not look at the overall objectives of the team and keeping her personal goals over the organization goals. The root cause to this was there was a lack of communication and coordination, and of course a lack of leadership where the general manager could have stepped in or did not step in to guide and address the conflict. In terms of dealing with the conflict, identification and segregation of the roles and responsibilities of these two key team members within the project would have helped in identifying and defining roles and accountability. Open and frank communication could have helped in resolving could help in addressing the situation and iron out any differences that may arise. Team building exercises and team bonding, which with regular interaction among the team, not only between Shirley and Abdul, but across all the team members, would further help in effectively addressing any and ironing out any gaps that may arise. finally, the GM is expected to take a leadership role where he hears out the views of both sides and encourage both Shirley and Abdul to take initiatives and address conflicts, keeping the importance of teamwork and the overall organizational goals at the helm. In terms of the how this could have been avoided in hindsight, again, effective segregation of roles and responsibilities, an open channel of communication right at the start, and leadership and direction right from the stage of recruitment, definition of objectives and goals of each individual, a culture of teamwork where each one is open and communicates with each other, relating to the ups and downs within the team, establishment of a hierarchy within the team, and existence of and establishment of a grievance management system within the organization would help in effectively handling such conflicts that do exist within the organization and would help the organization in the larger interest in achieving its objectives and goals. Thank you all and happy learning. I think overall teamwork and communication helps in addressing such conflicts. Thank you so much.
Time?
It's 4 minutes.
Great. We can have Dharmesh Ahuja ji now.
सर ग्रुप नंबर 8 रह गया बीच में.
Okay, my fault. Rajshekhar ji. Rajshekhar ji, continue please. Rajshekhar ji.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to share my screen. Yeah. Excuse me. I'm unable to share the screen, please.
Let me see. Your co-host, sir. Rajshekhar ji, your co-host. Rajshekhar, sir, what is your full name? Rajshekhar.
Rajshekhar K.
So your co-host, sir.
I have to share now.
In case Rajshekhar ji is having challenges, one of his team members can actually share the presentation on his behalf and walk through the presentation, please.
No, but all the participants have been made.
Anubhav ji, I mean.
Yes, sir.
Anubhav ji, you want to be the presenter?
Asminder ji, I made all the participants as all the participants can share the screen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I could share it. Yeah.
You're able to see the screen.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Good evening, friends and dignitaries on the screen and off the screen. I thank for giving me an opportunity to represent our group 8. Today's case study is a typical TV drama, except the characters Sas and our Bahu, the two office colleagues in real life, of course. The story starts with Shirley not confident about Abdul's competence. On the contrary, he gets hired. Few months later, though she is hell-bent, both are assigned to the same project. What can anyone expect from this? Nothing but team chaos. This role conflict and intra-group conflict was nourished by the stiffness in accepting the differences. Everyone has differences. Who is not? But accepting differences and cooperating amongst the team is the key, which they failed. The conflict within the story generally comes out in 4 basic types. That is conflict within self, conflict within others, conflict within the environment, and conflict within the supernatural. In such a scenario, it is not difficult to identify this lack of understanding of others, understanding others' perspective, absence of mutual respect and acceptability. In organizations, often seen the feeling of insecurity between peers at the same level, therefore creating distrust and widening the communication gap. The communication is never initiated with the intention of resolving the issues. Shirley at the beginning wanted to make clear that she is not working for Abdul, which indirectly referred to seek a segregation of duties, but there was no strong system of SOP in place in the organization. It is often said, remove the rotten apple before it spoils the basket. By not resolving this issue, negativity spread throughout the organization. It's not my guess, but I strongly feel it. But before this happens, we make an attempt to resolve it. We have identified acronym. The best way to erase complexities is smile wide. We smile with the 5 C's, we win. The team members remain independent with the clear expectations, with the segregations of duties, which keeps them motivated and enthusiastic. When low level of interference, collaborative attitude, and learning sessions are in place, team gets pushed automatically into the right direction. In times of COVID, when we replace how it happened with, hey, how are you? A simple change of words and a soft tone keeps them supportive and progressive. And when everyone contributes, the team is bound to win respect and be happy. After all this, the question comes, why this happened in the first place? That's what, as an outsider, we learn from the conflict above. You will see behind the wheel, GM never bothered to listen Shirley. This reluctance given rise to assumptions on both the sides. And we should follow, we adapt the principle of 5 strategy, that is avoiding, defeating, compromising, accommodating, and collaborating. With above strategy, both of them will be cooperative and assertive towards the common goal. The key takeaway is drop the ego, framed as a self-esteem, because ultimately in the war of ego, the loser always wins. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
So your time is 3 minutes, 21 seconds.
4 minutes.
Can we have Dharmesh Ahuja ji now?
Actually, he lost his connection. If we can get last chance, means last position.
Can you stop share, Rajshekhar ji? And Apurva Jhalani ji, if you could come on.
Yeah. Hi, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Yeah. Taran, can I start?
So you can start 1, 2, 3. Start.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Apurva Chalani, representing Group 10 on the case study 2. Sorry. Okay, so these are our group members. So I think so. Summary of the cases, I think so this has already been explained, but it is a classic conflict case wherein the general manager took an interview of Abdul and invited Shirley also for an interview and I think so if he had in mind that he should be a joint lead at the same level, and so that's where the conflict started. And when the general manager left the organization, he wanted to keep both Shirley and Abdul as joint lead. And Shirley had a reservation. Basically, as she had interviewed Abdul, she believed she was senior to Abdul, and she cannot be asked to work under Abdul. So I think so we go into individual questions. What are the individual conflicts? So there were conflicts for between, I think so, both of them. So if you look at Shirley, Shirley had a biased view as she has taken Abdul's interview and she believed Abdul was not competent for the role. She believed she is senior to Abdul and hence superior. She always felt that she should be the leader of the project. And she also believes that Abdul treats her like any other member rather than a joint lead, which GM wanted. As far as Abdul is concerned, Abdul believes that Shirley is all about power and title. She has ego. She is too sensitive. She doesn't take initiatives, and he might also have a negative feelings about Shirley because he would have come to know that Shirley opposed him for the job during the stage of interview. And being new to the company, he might also think of proving himself, his worth in the organization, and therefore he might be taking a few of the ways which Shirley has objected to. So what are the possible ways to deal with this conflict? Now, I believe, I think so there are new general manager which would have been appointed. He should have become the project lead. They should have prepared a RASCI chart, basically giving the responsibility, accountable, and consulted and informed roles to various team members so that this can be handled properly. GM can also have an individual and group meetings between Abdul and Shirley to list down what their problems were and do a root cause analysis and exactly what are the issues and how to solve. They should have improved the communication between both of them to have a face-to-face meeting, solve the differences, identify the differences, and solve them. He should have also have discussed relevant each of them strengths and weaknesses, basically, and so that how they can complement each other. And they could also given a clear message that if you don't pull up your socks, you will not be a joint lead. So going into the last, what can be the retrospective action? GM should have addressed Shirley's concern. GM should have avoided Shirley's to be interviewed if she was considering Abdul as a similar level. Before leaving, he could have met the successor as the project lead because joint lead doesn't work. Normal joint lead has its own issue. A RASCI chart should have been formed at first place. There could also have a project charter document should have been prepared for good governance and basically so that responsibilities are there, individual outcomes are clearly identified, and performance are reviewed. Thank you.
So your time is 4 minutes, 7 seconds.
Tarandeep, how much time Apurva took?
4 minutes, 7 seconds.
Okay, good.
Okay, we will have Shubh Vilasji cover his points so that after that we will have the group 9 presentation, which will be assessed as per what it is. So there'll be no negative marking for that at all. But right now, Shubh Vilasji would like to cover his points because he's got to go for another session. Shubh Vilasji, can we have the presentation off for
I'm
unshared,
connected
please?
now.
Yeah, Dharmeshji, don't worry, we'll be having you very soon, very soon.
Okay.
And nice to see you back.
Suddenly, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, can we have this presentation unshared, please? And Shubh Vilasji, if you can come on and cover your points.
Yes.
Okay, sir. You can cover your points.
So I would like to really thank all of you all for making such amazing points. I really appreciated a few things from each session, each of the groups. From group 6, I loved the idea of these types of individual conflicts. I think this particular group 6, really made the list very, very exhaustive in terms of the types of individual conflicts. And the other groups also did really well. As far as my understanding is concerned, I'll just share my thoughts on this. Most people, whenever it comes to conflicts, one of the fundamental ideas of conflicts is that there is a fact and there is a story. most people, they mix facts and stories together. So Shirley had some facts, but she also had some emotions. So she made up some stories of what she thinks is the way Abdul is thinking, and she mixed the facts and stories together so badly in her mind. Now she cannot differentiate what is the fact and what is the story because it's so mixed up, and that's what usually leads to conflicts. When you want to deal with a conflict, one of the most important roles of a leader is to learn to separate facts from stories. Is to learn to separate facts from stories that you cook up. So usually most people don't have the ability to separate facts from stories. So as a leader, if you're dealing with a conflicting situation, the first thing is learn to separate the two. Facts, what are the facts? So Shirley has a lot of facts, but she has also made up some points which are stories. Abdul thinks like this, Abdul acts like this. So she has made up some things which are her stories, which are addition to the facts. And therefore, unless and until you keep separate facts and stories, you will never be able to deal with the conflict. And that's where the role of leaders is. So I would feel that is a very important point to add to this whole discussion. It will make the discussion more meaningful. So I would like to thank all of you all very much for being a part of the session. I'm really grateful to Ashwinderji for making sure I'm here every time. And he is such a loving person. I can never say no to him somehow, I try my best to wriggle away, but Ashwinderji, with his lot of love and affection, he makes sure that we are here, and I'm here just because of him. So very grateful to all of you, and it's been a pleasure and honor to share my thoughts with all of you all. Please do feel free to find me on LinkedIn. I'm in the same name, Shubha Vilas, everywhere, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere. And I'll be happy to connect with all of you and see possibilities of working together. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ashwinderji, once again.
Thank you, sir. Your actual name is Arvind Batri. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah.
Great, sir. But being a monk, it is Shubhilas, right, sir? And a pen name is Shubhilas. Thank you very much,
books.
sir.
I write all my books on the name Shubha Vilas only. And I do all my lectures and talks. So that became.
Thank you very much, sir. It was brilliant. And we are not giving you vote of thanks because you are short of time, sir. Not because of
Thank you, sir. Thank
you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dharmesh ji, can you come up now?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Great. And you are co-host also. And it's so nice smiling face of yours despite so much of pressure on you.
Suddenly,
very nice.
when you took my name and I said that 8th group chhood gaya beech mein, suddenly my internet got disconnected. So bad luck.
I had nothing to do with it, sir. Okay, we can start.
That had to change my way of presentation because I was the last one.
Great,
Okay.
sir. So can we start, sir?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. Is my screen visible to you all?
Yeah, visible.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Just
so, Karen, Anubhav is going to track time this time because you are
I'll
from the
start
same
the
group.
time, and somebody else can also do that. I'll give him just heads up.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
You can start.
1, 2, 3, and start.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm presenting case study number 2 for the group 9. So this is our team members, and coming to the first question, there was we have to identify types of individual conflicts. So the Shirley and Abdul were the team members, had some initial differences from the time Shirley was hired. Shirley considered Abdul as incompetent from the time she interviewed him. So that created some lack of communication between them, and they both had some conflicting perceptions and clash of personalities, which created a dysfunction in the whole team, and they had interpersonal conflicts and relationship conflicts. Since they both were working on the same level, it can be called a horizontal conflict. They were not clear about their roles, so it can be called role conflict also. And they had conflicting working styles. So they were not clear about what the tasks are and how to do it, what is the process. So task conflict, process conflict. They had egos and they were clashing. They had superiority complex. So therefore they had lack of interest, also lack of trust on each other as well. And they had conflicting attitudes and conflicting leadership styles. So that's about the individual conflicts they had. Coming to the second, how to like deal with these conflicts. First is identification and then addressing. So in order to address, what our organization can do is to that remove one of them, and or can also explore segregation of duties, part duties to one, part duties to another. Transfer policy can be invoked through HR. What they can themselves do to try to repress the conflict by agreeing to a solution, because client has to be served, because at most priority is the group interest. They can have empathy for each other, like agree to some compromise and bargaining. And so they can also explore informal bonding, like confronting each other and restructuring their interactions. Alternatively, management can give them a superordinate goal, a bigger goal, so that they forget their differences and go to achieve the bigger goal, and stimulate and channelize the conflict by giving them a new task. Management can also think about bringing in new employees, so to bring in new energy. So negotiations is a good thing, and they can focus on group interest, objectivity, and organizational goals in mind. Coming to the third, how to avoid the conflict given the benefits of retrospection. So from the organization's level, it can be done that they can have a proper induction process, and management should take the decisions and should be accountable for it. Do not leave these decisions to the outgoing general manager, and try to reconcile differences by maintaining effective communication and effective team building between the team members whenever they identify there is a conflict between the team. What outgoing general manager could have done that was to provide Shirley with the reason that how Abdul is an important part of the team and how he can add value to the team. So Shirley and Abdul together can focus on team building with keeping group goals and organization goals in mind, and try to form informal relationship between them and increase their bonding. What separately they can do is to bust their ego bubble and be a team player, focus on group goals, not personal goals, have some acceptance for each other and for the new member in the organization, maintain discipline and decorum, and maintains decency of communication, not mudslinging, and focus on group interest, not on people. So this is it. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai ICI.
What is the time?
Time is 4 minutes 5 seconds from my side. Rest.
Yeah, it is 4 minutes 5 seconds.
4 minutes 4 seconds.
Great. So finally, Dharmesh ji, you're able to do it?
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everyone, for waiting.
Yeah. Now, just one or two things. Since I was listening to all the presentations very intently, first thing I want to tell you all is great, absolutely great work by everyone. I saw in the groups the amount of effort that you all have put, the amount of integration that took place. Now, there was one question that came up earlier, competition. Now, there was competition between the groups, but within the group, I did not see competition. And that's the spirit that is building up. And a lot of people said, when you're rising together in between different people of similar seniority, and very few people can get that rank or appointment. It happens maximum in the military, where there may be a large number of majors, large number of lieutenant colonels, but one person is only going to become a colonel. So at that period of time, what happens? And yet they have the best team building. Do you agree with this? And what are the key causes? Now, I want you to tell me, you all have done these presentations. Let's not discuss the individual presentation. I want to get from each one of you so that there is maximum learning. How does military do it when it has large, and there is only one chief of air staff, one chief of army staff at the top. And there were how many when he started? there must have been hundreds and hundreds of officers, 500 officers in his course, plus 5 courses get connected together, which means nearly anywhere from 200 to 500 could be the number which is considered, and only one person goes to the top. And yet the teams in the armed forces are considered to be the best. Why? Can anybody tell me this answer?
Unified
yes,
goal and
you
objective.
Team spirit,
very
sir.
nice, sir. The mission is very important at the end of
mission.
Mission.
Yeah.
So, no, what do you learn from this? You said mission, Sunil ji. What do you learn from that?
So the moment you have common goal and objective in mind, it becomes very easy for everyone in the team to participate and contribute, because everyone is aligned to that goal. So there is
Very
no
nice.
conflict, and the thought process is very clear out there.
There is a laid down charter.
Why don't you take over my role, and I can take over your role and start attending classes from next time?
Yeah.
Very nice. Somebody wanted to say something.
Yeah. There is a clear laid down charter, I think, and there is a clear cut organizational structure which is available, and that helps. Doing this kind of teamwork.
Well done, sir. Well done. You know what he's told us, and what is the point that we are coming to? Why is this vision and direction very clear? Because there is a proper organization structure, and there is one leader. There are not 10 leaders. You saw in the last presentation, you had 2 leaders. Moment you have 2 leaders, that project is finished. No project can take place with 2 leaders. It will always take place if there is unity of command. And that is why Peter Taylor had come up with this word of unity of command. Is that right, Sushil ji? That's what you wanted to say very clearly? Yes.
That's right.
Now, I want to ask you. Sorry, sir.
That's correct.
Absolutely. On your part. Now, I wanted to ask you all, what is the difference between a group and a team? We always talk of this, groups, teams, but what is the difference?
Group does not have a goal. The team has a goal.
Team has respect and trust among each other.
See, in the team, there is some understanding. Group doesn't have that. They're individuals. It's not, there is no common understanding among them.
Sir, it's like you divided us into groups in the first day, and we'll be ending up as teams on the last day.
So you're coming closer to it.
Group doesn't have any common objective. No, group doesn't have any common objective. Group, it is only.
May I say something, sir? May I say something on this common objective thing? Please do not mind it. I'm not countering it, but I want to say something here. Let's say you go for a political rally. Political rallies, Sadak pe, Zindabad, Murdabad. Is that a group or a team?
Group.
They are going for a common purpose. But what is it? Is it a group or a team?
But there is no commitment.
Of thousands of people.
There is no goal. There is no common goal there.
It is a group.
It is a group.
Sir, can I say about that?
There is no commitment there.
There is a deliverable in the
Group
team.
means group could be having identical people, but team doesn't. Not necessarily all are same, but they work as a team, because in spite of having differences, they work as a team.
Group is an informal activity.
Group does not have a vision and mission.
Group is informal. Group is
informal.
Together, everyone achieves more. So
now let me go to the specifics. What do you find are the qualities? See, group is a collection of people which comes together for a common purpose. This is the definition of a group. I'm putting it in layman's terms. You go to any book, there'll be very good words, flowery words, but at the end, the logic is this only, what I'm telling you. Now, what is the difference between group and team? I want you to identify the qualities in a team, and you'll start getting the difference.
Yeah.
First quality, you said integrated towards a common cause, but integrated, which is different from going for a common cause. What is the second thing you said? They are mutually collaborating and cooperating with each other. Am I right? They are hiding each other's weaknesses and promoting the strengths together so as to form a very strong chain link. Yes?
Distribution of the workers.
Absolutely. They are helping each other with 1 + 1 being 11, but 1 + 1 being not 2. Is that team? Okay. Now I want to come here. What is that one quality which differentiates maximum between a team and a group? Is mutual accountability. You saw when you guys were preparing your presentation, each was accountable. Arey nahi, ye mera add kar do, ye mera add kar do, mera add kar do. I was seeing all that in the groups and I was feeling so thrilled कि finally after 5 weeks, we got a team which is coming up. And how do we form teams? We form teams like this. We give them projects. We ask them to choose their leader, because remember, leader is somebody you choose on your own voluntarily. I mean, the army gives you leaders, but at the end, that is only hierarchy. You win leaders only through hearts. Leaders rule through hearts and minds. And that is extremely important. If you have not understood that, you have not understood anything. You cannot bring team bonding. Bonding exists in team. It does not exist in groups. Very loosely bonded groups. But in team, bonding is very strong. And that is happening because of one person who's the leader. And he's responsible for resolving conflicts. He's directly responsible. So whilst the accountability is mutual, in groups, the accountability is only of the leader. But in case of teams, the accountability is mutual. Everybody is accountable. But the most important factor is that conflict resolution is by the leader. And if you do not have a leader, no conflict can be resolved. You can be rest assured of that. Okay, in this presentations, can I give you some few tips so as to make it better? Because I've been doing that throughout my life.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Yeah.
Most welcome.
Okay. Thank you, sir. First thing is, moment I gave you time, everybody became so conscious of time कि presentation तो गई, अब मुझे time के अंदर पूरा करना. Yes or no? हाथ खड़ा करो जो ये सोच नहीं रहा था. I can read your minds.
But group 4 is exception, no?
Group 3 were also given a sufficient time.
Group 4 or team 4?
Team 4.
Team.
I think there was a difference of content between study 1 and study 2.
Yeah.
And study 1 required more time.
Yeah. It was not equally distributed, right.
But in time, we knew that we'll be finishing between this time frame, so nobody can deduct marks. And
no, somehow you can finish it. Somehow you had to finish within the time. That is a different thing. But the content was more in study 1.
Yes, definitely. I'm saying why time was more important, because we knew how to capture marks in that area. That is in our hands. But in other areas, say it's the assessor who assesses the content and the presentation. That's not in your hands.
Yeah. So the presentation should be different from the content. Content should be properly looked into.
Yeah. And, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sir, I think the time factor which you added in the presentation really encouraged us to have the maximum output with the given resources. We have to complete everything within the time frame. So
great. So can everybody hear me? Because now I am on.
Yes. You are audible, sir.
Yes,
you are audible, sir.
So because I am close to your hearts, my word will always be heard by you. So, and that also, sir, is a quality of a leader. The second thing comes is that because you were conscious of time, you were missing out on emphasizing crucial aspects of the presentation. So my request to you is that you have a clock in front of you, like your normal wristwatch or anything. Or maybe you could convert, if you're doing it on laptop, you could convert your your mobile into timer. And you can look at the timer and you can set it in reverse order so that you know how many seconds are left. When you do that, you are not bothered about the content. You're not bothered about the time, but you're focusing on content. So this is one tip I have for you. Secondly, sir, most of us try to tell everything. Now, my request to all the groups is please do not put messages on your WhatsApp, because my mobile gets filled with them and I can't see you all. then you can't see me, I can't see you, because those messages come in front and I start reading X has given congratulations, well done. So please just focus on this 5 more minutes and then you can start congratulating. The
appreciation is also important.
Absolutely. Self-motivation is important. Appreciation is important. So second thing is, a very, very important thing is, we never do countdowns 1, 2, 3. We do countdowns 3, 2, 1. If you see rocket launch also, 20, 19, 18, 17, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now. So the countdown is always reverse. It is not ascending, it is always descending. It was tough than expected. CA Siva Prasad ji ka message hai abhi, WhatsApp pe upar. Yes, I agree with you. The other thing is there are two people who are left with photographs, pictures. So out of that, I think one has sent it now, and only Matthews is left. If he is present, he can give the pictures. I wanted to show you your total tally. Group 9 is leading and group 7 is number 2. Difference between the two are 1. Rest, I have removed 4 people. 4 people have left the course and their marks have been reduced. Means their negative marks have been taken away. I'll tell you the names of those 4 people who have been, because of COVID-related issues, they have left the course. One is Shakil Ahmed Sheikh. Second is Jimmy Vadera. Third is Diksha Ketan Somani. Then it is Guru Adhar Jangit. There are 4 people who have left the course. Their negative points have been removed. From your totals, group 9 is right now on with 48 points, if I remember right, and 49 or 48 points, and 1 point differences with group 7. Rest of the groups are not too far behind. After these negative marks are removed, they're just 5-6 points behind. After this presentation, the assessment will be done by the assessment team. The presentations have been sent to them at 3:45 to 4 in between that, and they can look at the presentations also. And then, Tarandeep, you can share. Yes. Okay. And Shiva Prasad ji, time is one small issue, but you left no point. Yes, great. So my request to you all is the next negotiation, you need to have presentations within the discussions within the subgroup, then followed by discussion within the group, and then you will be presenting it 2 + 2 minutes, that is 4 minutes per group. Okay, anyone else, please fill the feedback today. There are already 20+ feedbacks that have been filled. Please fill the feedbacks today before you go. Anything else anybody wants to say, please come up and say it before I request you all to have a very beautiful.
I would like to suggest something.
Small question.
Ji,
this is Kamlesh here. These assignments also we have to post by Wednesday, right? Before 9 p.m.
Absolutely. And you have to post it direct to the faculty with CC to me.
Okay, sir. Not okay. It's not on Google Classroom. And sir, one more suggestion I had regarding the timing, which I have seen somewhere else. If you have 2 minutes, I can explain, which will be very comfortable to the participant.
Go ahead.
See, Tarandeep doesn't have to say 1, 2, 3 and then say start. What happens is the user becomes conscious, and the moment she says 3, 2, 1, he starts speaking. The timing can start when the user starts speaking or the participant starts speaking. So Tarandeep can say 3, 2, 1, start, and then he can take 1 or 2 seconds to be comfortable, pause himself, and then start speaking. So that the timer cannot. So the user, he's not under pressure to immediately start speaking to manage those 1 or 2 seconds. That is just a suggestion that will help the speakers.
Definitely, sir. We will do it like this. Ritesh ji, you are the boss.
Agreed, sir. We'll make sure that the whole idea of having Taran speaking 1, 2, 3 was basically we have 2 other timekeepers also who are simultaneously tracking it across. So I think, but that's not a big difference. 2-3 seconds will not make a difference. We'll take with the advice which is given now.
Great, sir. Great. Well done, sir. Yes, sir. Anybody else, sir? Anybody else?
Sir, I would like to say something.
For price negotiation, is it required that we should make it a PPT again, or is the normal presentation can be given?
Sir, it is totally up to you how you want to do it. But for the assignment, you would have to submit something. So would you want to submit a Word document? It's up to you. You want to submit a PPT? It is up to you. Presentation you can have without PPT also that day. It's no problem at all. Or you can have with PPT. There is no compulsion in this because time is just 2 minutes. Yes. So that is why you brought up this point, which is a very nice point, sir. Very nice point. Anyone else?
I would like to add one thing.
From each group, 2 people out of 1 from buyer, 1 from seller, has to talk for 2 minutes, right?
Absolutely. 2 minutes each. Okay, 2 minutes each.
Okay, right. Thank you, sir.
Sir, one last thing I would like to propose. So after this exercise, we all are feeling like teams. So I would I propose everyone to change the nomenclature from group to team.
Great, sir.
96 people, but we are 10 teams. So together achieves more. That's a team. So that you can build a healthy competition among us. And at the last day, we'll be a team of 100 members. I propose names from groups of teams.
Well done, sir. Well done. You have spoken from the heart like a true leader. Anyone else, sir? Anyone else? Tarandiji, you could just go through it. The slides you could just show one by one so that everybody sees it. Is that fine, sir? Or should we move ahead?
Sir, both the presentation has to be sent from one email ID, sellers, and if one group is representing, so one will be a seller's presentation and one will be a buyer's presentation. So both the presentation have to go through one representative, or it will be sent separately?
They should be sent separately, ma'am, by the representatives who are going to present that day.
Okay.
Sir, Ashwinaji, this counting is that up to 10 marks per week, and then now how this counting is done point-wise? What is the logic behind the points?
Okay, so the logic behind the point is that everything has got 10 points. For example, your feedback, all 10 give, so you get 10 points straight away. But now those people who are missing, if let us say 6-7 people are left out of 10, then if 7 give, then all 10 marks will be given. Same happened with pictures. If the people had put in time, then that group got that many points. Same happens with assignments. If everybody had submitted the assignments, they are all 10 points. And now what will happen with this competition, where you are checking the quality this time and also the quality next time, you will find that that points also will be out of 10. So automatically everything is 10 and we are just adding them on. Your feedback, your assignments, when you keep adding these 10 points, whatever you're getting with that, we are doing cumulative, so that at the end, when we have finished 10 weeks, what is your cumulative total, which is the team that has done best, will be ascertained.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else, sir? Anyone else?
Sir, can you share the PDF in the group? Points PDF.
Tarandeep ji, and sir, one thing I want to tell everybody, that a lot of my work, which is this level where I would have been very troubled, is being done by Tarandeep. And I'm very, very thankful to her, because all this compilation, everything, I cross-check it definitely, but all the attendance records, everything is being checked by her. And she's doing it. I mean, I'm really thankful to her. It reduces a lot of my load. I'm focusing now more on enhancing the quality of these sessions.
So if anything is wrong, we can catch her.
Sir, that was not the intention. The intention was to praise her work, sir.
She's very, Vishnuji, she is very, very systematic.
Oh,
we won't be able to find anything. So basically, I am one of the group members in group 9, where she is a group leader.
Yeah, today you are praising a lot, Ritesh ji. Today you are praising a lot, Taramdev, I think. Not praising, you are saving a lot. As a team.
Recognition.
Sir, we are team 9.
Sir, it is the skills she has, sir.
Okay, I understand. No, I am just pulling next. Rishabh, we did a lot today.
Yeah. So, did you all enjoy the session today?
Yeah, definitely, sir.
Yes,
it was
sir.
a very, very knowledgeable session today.
And next time also, sir, it will be good fun. More important is that as we are learning, we are also enjoying it. Because if you are not enjoying it, then there is no learning taking place. Okay, sir. Anything else before I finish off the session? Anyone?
Picture.
Sir, can we get all the project files for this thing, for just for the purpose of use of this, how we can do that?
Yeah, that is these 10 presentations, sir.
These 10 presentations, yes.
They are with the assessment group, and I can request the assessment group. You can please send it to them. I have no issues. Ritesh ji, you decide on how to send it.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so should we say Jai Hind, Jai ICI?
Nice week.
Jai Hind, Jai Hind.
Jai Hind, Jai ICI.
Jai Hind, Jai ICI.